ROV and gives us greater context for what the ROV pilots are seeing on the seabed and what they can encounter that's beyond our field of view from the cameras. The ship also has ship-mounted sonars and echosounders that allow us to map the seabed at unprecedented resolution, allows us to create models of seabed habitat and shipwrecks like we're encountering today. And then all the other oceanographic parameters that we're able to record to give us indications of temperature and salinity.
Getting a little ways out there, Andy.
Weather conditions.
Can come down, or ship's still underway.
And all the while, the ship is tracking itself and recording its location relative to the maps and charts, and even providing weather information and weather observations back to land, so that the weather forecasters can improve their weather forecast while for at sea.
Switch to high frequency.
A whole lot going on than just what you're seeing, the remarkable footage that you're seeing here on the screen.
Absolutely. It takes a village to make all this happen, for sure. And as we look at the screens now, you can see what appears to be a tire, and that is, in fact, is a giant tire. And that's actually from the barge Wotan that helped to recover the Monitor's turret back in 2002. It's difficult to see, but that tire is actually gigantic. It was one of the bumpers. And also, it can be used as a tie-in point for divers that come in, to safely access the shipwreck. And I noticed as well on the feed, we can see a lionfish, which are so prevalent now on the eastern seaboard of the Mid-Atlantic. And maybe, Avery, could you tell us a little bit more about the lionfish and maybe the issues surrounding them?
Sure. So the lionfish that you're seeing on the screen right now is beautifully colored. It's red and white with some darker shades of brown and black mixed in. And this particular type of fish is what we call an invasive species. So it's one that didn't used to call this area its home. About 20 years ago, lionfish started to move up the east coast, and we started to see them on shipwrecks off the coast of North Carolina. And at first it was just a few, but as time has gone on, we're starting to see more of them. One of the things that lionfish do is because they aren't usually found in this area, the fish, small little fish that they prey upon, don't suspect them. And so because of that, these lionfish are pretty voracious predators that can lead to some pretty profound changes in the types of fish that we see on these sites. And now you're looking at this lionfish around the structure of the tire. One of the things that's really interesting that our team does is we study how fish use different types of structure, whether it's low-lying or whether it's tall structure, or whether it's something made out of rubber like this tire, concrete, or metal. And Chris Taylor, would you like to talk a little bit more about some of the research our team is trying to do on understanding how fish use different types of materials on the seafloor?
Absolutely.
Okay, video
forward. Yeah, thanks, Avery. Yeah, this studying the natural rocky reefs has been the focus of the NOAA Beaufort Lab's attention for, probably going on 50 years now. And we've gained a lot of information on how the rocky reefs, the natural reefs, serve as habitat for the ecologically and economically valuable fishes like snapper and groupers. But these artificial habitats are equally important in supporting a wide variety of fish communities. This mission, we're studying shipwrecks, which are not intentionally sunk because of either a wartime tragedy or other reasons. But we also study purposely sunk artificial structures, artificial reefs. And for the past few years, we've been studying and trying to understand the differences in how these different types of artificial reef structures support fish communities. Like Avery said, they can be made out of
I think so, yeah.
Concrete structures. They can be repurposed and old bridge pilings or bridge parts. They could be old bridges. They can be purposely sunk and cleaned ships that in some ways mimic the shipwreck that we were studying on this particular mission. And we've come to understand that different materials do support different types of communities, all related to the size of the reef that are on the seabed, or the size of the artificial structure that's on the seabed, and then how high it sticks up off the bottom. The relief, we call it, stands off the bottom, can often help us. We can also often make some predictions about what fish we will typically encounter, whether it be large pelagic predators like these amberjack or low-lying fish that are closer to the seabed.
Yeah, thanks for that great explanation. And I just wanted to jump in here as the ROV and the pilots start to approach the wreck of the Monitor. So Some of the things that the pilots are watching for are hazards, both from the wreck itself, but also potentially from fishing gear that might have been dragged by the current across the bottom and gotten tangled up on the wreck. So when we approach, shipwrecks like this, or even just unknown shipwreck targets that have yet to be confirmed, we don't just drop the ROVs right on top of them, because that presents a lot of danger to the vehicles in the operation. We tend to try to land on the seafloor, at least 100 meters, in today's case more than that, away from the wreck, so that we can approach the general direction of the sonar target where we know the wreck
Camera's
is.
at 40 degrees.
And as we
pretty far
approach
out.
slowly, we
Copy.
keep an eye on our cameras.
Look at this.
We keep an eye on the sonar images that can see a little further than the cameras can, and we watch for those hazards as we approach. And so right now we have our navigation map showing the wreck target on what we call the bathymetry map, which is the map of the ocean floor, and we have the vehicle and ship
So if you
positions superimposed
Paint on
that
sonar,
map.
you should be able to get
So
the
we're
wreck.
slowly approaching the
Okay.
wreck, keeping an eye on all of our sensors and cameras.
After we get
should
past
be
this
on the
line,
wreck
I'll
pretty soon as we
tilt
approach
up.
carefully.
And we can see some sand tiger sharks there too, which are quite spectacular. We should also recognize that we are beaming live now into the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia. For NOAA, this is our critical partner in telling the story of the USS Monitor. As NOAA,
Yeah,
we
let's
manage
get a little bit
and
closer.
protect the shipwreck, but we couldn't do this without partners, and because we recovered very significant portions of the shipwreck that are now
Okay.
undergoing conservation at the Baton Conservation
up.
Complex at the Mariners Museum and Park. We're so proud to work with them to tell the
Okay,
story
push
to the American
forward.
people. And you could go there, you could visit, see the USS Monitor Center, where you can actually walk
There
the
you go,
decks of
there's
a
your first
full-scale
degree
Monitor
trail.
replica.
There's the
You can see the
belt.
cutting edge
What's the
exhibitry,
range on that,
and also, of course, the
the start?
30
conservation
meters
that's
to the,
happening
piece of
right
belt.
now. So you can actually
And
see the
then,
turret in the tank, the
45
monitor is vibrating, side lever engine in
to
the
the
tank, and so much more. So, folks,
main
it's
belt
such a
section
pleasure
by the
for us to
boilers.
bring you these scenes from the
So how much
seafloor.
do we have
And
on
again,
that move? Should
we
I
are
head that way?
approaching the shipwreck. Should be there in just a few minutes.
I think you can hit this
Um,
if you're looking
maybe
at
for
high
Chris
you can probably
Sutherland,
hit this on
you
the
know, this
way. We're just headed straight to
wrecks
the
from the
bow.
Civil War
Okay.
are prevalent in the coastal waters and in the rivers in North
So
Carolina.
you're talking about
Not so
what I'm
much
pretty much
offshore.
lined
So,
up on right
what
there.
kind of
Yes,
differences
correct.
do you see, perhaps in sort of the military vessels from the Civil War, in the river and the near shore waters versus
25
what we're going to
meters
see at
ahead.
Monitor?
I'm going to say, thanks, Sonic. The
Camera's at 50, so
the area
don't go out too
around
far.
Fort Fisher,
Copy.
Wilmington, has a wealth of
Ooh,
Civil
shark
War
bite beneath
shipwrecks. They're probably
Yeah, you got some lines off
we
to
have
your
a
port
dozen or
side there.
so
Okay,
that are
I'll get a
part
little
of
bit
They're
the
they're
Cape
down low, but they're the
Civil War
start
shipwreck
of this
district
wreck. You
that
can
was
kind of see them on
established in the 1980s.
Okay.
multi-beam here.
That represents
So,
Should I fly
some
like kind of
of
along
the
that?
blockaders as well as the
I
blockade
think your
runners.
current heading's fine.
And
But we
the-
saw yesterday, first approach was
the
those
ships there,
piles of lines, and then
these-
the first
blockade
section of
runners
belt.
were running ground in a lot
So
of
it'll be
cases
just off the port
to
now.
avoid the running from the guns of the blockaders, the Union
Should be in view
blockaders
if
trying
you
to bring
adjust your
supplies
heading.
into Wilmington to supply the Confederates. And as a result, they're running aground. Some of them were able to be offloaded, others were not.
The
And
visibility is much
they
lower, but you
hold
can
a-
start to
a
see it
wealth
there.
Of,
Yep,
of
I got it.
knowledge and material culture artifacts that tell
Okay,
us
I'm going to tilt
about the
camera
time
down.
there. But condition-wise, even though we've got a current here that we're seeing on the video with the monitor, it's a relatively serene bottom, but it's very dynamic closer to shore with the wave action, and the ships tend to not preserve or last
Ranging
as
in.
well.
Copy.
But I'll let you jump in here because we're coming up onto the monitor now.
So I got to do two things. I've got to do a eulogy really quick once we see the shipwreck, then we go over that navigation. Okay. Hey folks, so what we're actually seeing now is a portion of the armor belt. We are approaching the shipwreck now, which is exciting. So this is the armor belt that was cut and removed by the U.S. Navy in 2002, and we did that in order to gain access to the turret that was underneath it. So what folks often don't realize is that the monitor is
from
upside
here,
down.
I'd
So
maybe
what
head
was the
starboard
deck, that part you'd walk
stay out
on,
wide until
if
we
you're
come up
walking
to the
on the
bow
vessel, is actually
to do the
underneath it now. So the
entrance.
turret had actually fallen off, and then the rest of the vessel fell
Okay.
on top of it.
All right.
So
So, starting in 1998, we
bow
started a major
before
recovery effort
approaching.
with the end goal to get the turret. But to get to that, they had other very significant
They'll kind
pieces
of
that were
fly
on
along
top,
these then?
including the monitor shaft, the propeller, the vibrating side lever engine, and then, of course, the turret, which we recovered in 2002. So that's what we're seeing here. So you're seeing a little bit of 1862 naval engineering, and you can see those thick iron plates there. The monitor's armor belt was approximately 3 feet thick, with an oaken core that you can see there, and then the flat part that's resting along the seafloor is 5 feet tall, essentially. And again, look at that armor plate, and that's what the cannonballs from the CSS Virginia bounced off back in the day. So we're very excited to start seeing this, and there's a sand tiger shark in the background. Yeah, just beautiful.
Can we adjust my heading slightly?
And again, I want to acknowledge that we are beaming in live to the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia. Again, NOAA's key partner in telling the Monitor story, and we're so pleased to have you joining us today. And we're looking at some more fantastic shots of the sand tiger shark.
You are about 5 minutes from the end of the move.
And when the pilots are ready, we can move towards the shipwreck too to give
Copy that.
the audience a look at the wreck once we're safe to proceed.
Yeah, and
Yes,
the
just
mission,
keep
part of the
your
mission of the
starboard.
engineering
Okay.
team today is to help support operations that can help the public access this, cultural and historical site of national significance. We're getting some feedback rolling.
Getting close to the end of that move. Guys, you want to keep it going towards the bow?
Can everyone on the conference call please mute their mic when they're not speaking, and that should help prevent the feedback. Thank you, Roland. Yeah, and so as I was saying, we want to help provide access to these sites of cultural and historical significance, and we're doing that not only with the Telepresence broadcast that's bringing you the live video footage from the ROV of the wreck today, but we also have other tools on board. We do have a Boxfish 360-degree camera that we're going to be operating later in the dive. That will actually be recording 360 video and will be able to be edited and processed and viewed at a later time on VR headsets by people around the world from their homes. So another way to bring an immersive experience to the public
Ranging out.
of this significant site. We're also going to be doing photogrammetry surveys later in the dive, where we'll be basically doing what we call mowing the lawn and just doing a grid pattern with the camera pointed mostly down, just doing a grid pattern over the wreck.
Yeah.
And all of those video frames will be used later by a team to create a 3D model of the wreck on the seafloor that will be able to be viewed on a browser at home. So again, just bringing a suite of tools with us today. We've been working with the scientists and Tane Yu at the Monitor National
Just
Marine
let it go
Sanctuary
off
to help
frame.
figure out what tools are needed to help increase accessibility to this site, and we're happy to be operating those with you today.
Yeah, it's an incredible experience to be out here.
And I will
Now that we are
rotate
at the
over.
shipwreck site, and we can see the armor belt in the distance there
Yes, you
now.
can keep laterally
We
to
can see the armor
starboard.
belt is cut. We can now see the actual shipwreck in the distance. We really need to acknowledge what Monitor means, not just
think
to
we
us
can approach
now,
now.
which
He's
is an
doing-
incredible historical resource. It's a National Historic Landmark. It's a thriving artificial reef, but it's also a grave site. So as we approach the wreck and we start the day, I want to acknowledge the 16 sailors that lost their lives that night on midnight, December 31st of 1862. And the 16 gentlemen, their names are William Allen, Norman Atwater, William Bryan, Robert Cook, William Egan, James Fenwick, George Frederickson, Robinson Hands, Robert Howard, Thomas Joyce, Samuel Lewis, George Littlefield, Daniel Moore, Jacob Nicholas, Wells Wentz, and Robert Williams. And I think one of the quotes I really think is touching is from Frank Butts, Province, Rhode Island, who's the Monitor's helmsman. And he said of that night when the Monitor went down, it was 12:30 the night of the 31st of December, 1862, when I stood on the forecastle of the Rhode Island, which was the vessel that was towing the Monitor at the time it sank, watching the red and white lights that hung from the pennant staff above the turret, which now and then were seen as we would perhaps both rise on the sea together until at last, just as the moon had passed below the horizon, they were lost, and the Monitor was seen no more. So we honor the heroism of those 16 gentlemen, and we remember the sacrifice they made for our nation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the site of the USS Monitor. I'm so pleased to have you here with us. We are now looking at the high side of the vessel, of the armor belt. You can see that, again, that's 5 feet tall, right there, and 3 feet thick. And you'll be seeing, actually, there are what looks like grout
Yeah,
bags
just keep
underneath the
going
hull.
starboard towards the bow.
And those are grout
That's
bags.
where I'm
So we
heading.
can't forget that the Monitor, the hull was actually on top of the turret. So in order to remove the turret safely and not damage the hull, we put these grout bags underneath there to act as pillows and to give that support. Because even though we did recover those significant portions of the vessel, it's so important to keep the shipwreck itself intact, alive, and thriving. And it, the more intact it is, the greater habitat it is. So we're very, very pleased by this. We're moving towards the bow, that can we see here. And maybe for Chris, are you able to, Chris Taylor, are you seeing some of the marine species that are calling the armor belt home, and maybe help identify what some of those things are the public is seeing?
Yeah, we're checking.
I'll take that,
checking this out
Connie.
now. Thanks, Avery.
Yeah, I'll take this one. So we're
RV
seeing
ads,
a
right?
lot of really incredible types of marine life
Go ahead, Rich.
using the armor belt for their
We're about
homes.
5
There
meters.
have been some large sharks. They're called sand tiger sharks. You can see that they have
Understood.
distinctive
Thank you,
brown spots along their flanks. I've also seen several lionfish, the invasive species that we were talking about earlier. There have been several black sea bass darting around, and even a small snowy grouper a little bit ago. And so those are the fish that we're seeing. But what I also want to
Yes,
draw
go ahead.
people's attention to is that
stand
this
by. We'll,
shipwreck
wait a minute
is
to
not
call that in.
only a home for marine life that are
Copy,
fish and these mobile critters, but it's also a home for animals and plants that grow on the structure of the wreck itself. And so we're seeing beautiful organisms. You're seeing some reds and oranges and yellows pop out. And when we get closer looks of these organisms throughout the day, we'll start to talk a little bit more about how they're living on this hard structure and just really start to enjoy the diversity of what we're seeing here. So, Chris, is there anything that you'd like to add to that?
No, you covered it. You covered it well so far. I think what we're excited about for this mission as we progress through the week here is we'll be having subject matter experts their area of expertise is on understanding these invertebrates that attach and the animals that attach themselves to the wrecks, the soft corals, the sponges, and the tunicates, and as well as the marine algae that we're going to see in some of the shallower wrecks, the marine plants. And so that's the great benefit of doing a telepresence mission like this is we can have experts from around the nation or even around the world join us and help us tell the story of the ecology that is being supported by these wrecks, more than we could ever fit on board the ship.
Absolutely, Chris, and that's a great point because we bring in our scientific expertise, but GFOE is able to bring this real-time exploration for the folks on land, not just the public, but again, just like you said, bringing those external experts in for where they are in the world. And maybe Dan, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so it's really an incredible capability. So just to start at the beginning of the process, the ROV is down on the bottom of the ocean with an HD video camera, and of course it brings its own lights because it's a little darker down there in the depths. So the video is captured by that camera on board. The video signal is sent through a neutral tether, and I'll explain that later, up to our secondary vehicle, a camera sled named Guru. Guru is hanging off the back of the ship,
All
essentially,
right, I'll hold here.
by a half-inch steel cable that has fiber optic cables as well as copper conductors for power. That video signal is sent up through the cable, up to the ship, into our video banks in the control room on the ship, and then sent through a satellite tracking dish that is mounted on board, and that's
Yeah, we're
something that the
coming,
GFOE
towards
team
you.
has brought with us and installed on the
Bridge,
back deck of the Nancy Foster. The video is then transmitted from that
go ahead.
dish to satellites in space, back down to shore, and broadcast through YouTube. And all of this happens in less than 30 seconds. So there is less than a 30-second delay between what we're seeing on the seafloor and it reaching you in your browser and YouTube at home. And it's a really incredible capability. You know, I know you said this wreck was discovered in the 70s, I believe.
1973.
And back then, very limited vehicle capabilities like this, if at all. And of course, many people have, or a handful of people have had the, opportunity to explore this wreck by actually diving on it in person. But not many. That doesn't allow many people to experience this type of this type of wreck of national significance. And so the telepresence capabilities opened up the world to wrecks like this. And as you mentioned, we're not limited to just the expertise on board. It opens up the expertise of the entire scientific community all around the world and around the U.S. So really a powerful tool for science and observation and for public engagement.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the technologies GFOE is bringing to bear is a Boxfish 360 camera. And maybe pilots, once you feel safe to extend the arm, maybe we should begin those Boxfish video surveys as we sweep over the shipwreck. It's an incredible piece of equipment. So this Boxfish 360 camera allows that virtual sort of video experience where you could put on a VR headset
So we'll
and
get
feel
that
like you're
moving,
immersed
get a little
in
bit
swimming around the
closer.
shipwreck
We're
and look
trying
all
to,
around you with those goggles
wanna-
on. So it's just one of
Yeah,
those
we wanna
wonderful
do
outreach
Boxfish
products
here
that
on
we're
the
going to
belt,
bring to
we
the
can.
public after this
Okay.
is done, and it'll be a free download.
All right,
We'll have it
I'll
at
back
outreach
up.
events, but our mission at the National Marine Sanctuaries
do
is
it.
to bring these sanctuaries to you. And
Yeah, I
that's
was
exactly
gonna
what we're
do
doing.
do,
So we're very proud to do that.
We'd start from the bow.
It's just, again, I love the fact that it's
Conditions
so
may not allow
difficult
us
to
to
get
get
to
over there
Monitor
very
for most
quickly.
folks.
Okay.
So
We
in the
are
meantime,
16 and a
maybe
half
just start at
miles
belt and
off the
over.
coast of
All
Cape
right,
Hatteras,
will
North
do.
Carolina. We're actually on the seafloor at 242 feet,
Okay, I'm
so
gonna
it's a
hold
technical
here.
dive. Takes a lot of planning, a lot of
Can
training.
certainly
It
then
can be
get
quite
set up
dangerous
for a
because of the
bow
conditions.
flyover
So
as well.
there's
but
a
this at
small
least will
fraction
give
of
us
divers that
something.
can actually do that.
Okay.
And divers only a small fraction of our
I'm
population.
going to
So we
get
need to
rid of
tell
my
this story
tail.
to the entire nation and the
Wait till
world.
it's
And this is
blue.
one way to do it. Telepresence with GFOE, and especially these
Extend
products
our
we'll bring to you
camera.
afterwards, which we'll bring to you for years,
Can't really
exhibits and
see very
websites
much.
and all sorts of things. And they'll be free for the public.
Yeah, and I think you can think of these national marine sanctuaries as the national parks of the ocean. And of course, so many people and many of you listening have probably been able to visit a national park. And, part of the mission of those parks is to make them accessible to the public. They designate hiking trails and boardwalks and places that we can go and enjoy these cultural, historical, and ecological sites of significance around the country.
This is looking
These national
a
marine
little better,
sanctuaries,
although it's not
not
helping my
everyone can
heading
go to. Not
at
everyone
all.
can explore themselves and see for themselves. And so, again, having these tools like the telepresence capability, like the 360 camera, like the photogrammetry, and giving people as many avenues as possible to explore these sites themselves is really something that we're proud to be doing here.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And I should acknowledge, too, that we're very lucky to have an additional archaeologist joining us right now. It's actually Dr. John Broadwater. And I had the privilege of being hired by John at the Monitor Sanctuary about 22 years ago. But, John was part of the Monitor since the 70s. He did these early submersible dives, lockout, doing archaeology on the seafloor that you would do on land.
Okay, I'm pretty
He was
sure that's full
a key part
extension.
in the leader
Yep.
for the archaeological team for these major recoveries. And John, are you on the line? Are you able to join us?
Yes, can you hear me, Tony?
I can. You're loud and clear.
Hey, great. Well, thanks for inviting me to join in. This is really exciting. All the new technology that's available these days. I wish we'd had that back 20 years ago, right?
Absolutely. Well, John, as we move the ROV around, I'd love to get your thoughts, being that you're the one who was there and make the decisions to put the grout bags underneath the armor belt to help give it support, and just all those things that
Tilting
have
up.
preserved it for posterity. What is it you're seeing now? Any differences from 20 years ago?
From what I've seen so far, it actually looks like the grout bags are doing their job. It looks like they're still supporting the armor belt and the lower part of the hull. So I'm pretty pleased that after all this time, the grout bags are helping preserve what's remaining on the seabed. And
It's hard to get a
hopefully,
feel for how far out
hopefully
it is.
someday we might have the technology and the means to go and excavate some more. As you know, the part of the monitor
looking
that's
at the
still
top,
on the
keep in
bottom
mind.
contains all the living quarters for both
actually
officers
negative.
and
I'm looking
the
at
men, and also the storage areas for all the war materials and supplies. So the monitor has a lot of stories yet to tell.
I think you're pretty stationary, Bobby.
It does,
You wanna
absolutely.
move?
And what's exciting now is that we're going to
Again.
come over to the armor belt and go into those living spaces, that forward
Just keep
portion
it
of the
here, let 'em come
vessel
around.
in front of the boilers and the galley. And we're
You
just
could
coming over
do another
now.
5 meters if you
And,
think the
you know,
ship can.
From my memories from diving the
Hit it.
site back in the 2000s, early 2000s, we saw sort of what we believe was the officers, the captain's quarters, the bit of hull over it, and that's what's actually starting to come into the screen right now.
Oh, that's really neat. Yeah, it's been so long since we visited. I was trying to remember. It was 2003 or 4 that we did our last sort of the cleanup exercise to prepare the site for really for long term.
Yeah, that was 2003.
So people on shore might be wondering what it is that we're seeing right now. We see that device that's extended out in front of the camera. So that is the 360 camera that I mentioned earlier. There are 3 domes that are camera ports for 3 different cameras on that device. They are all recording at the same time. And so those 3 video feeds will be post-processed later into one
Tilting up.
360 video file that you'll be able to enjoy at home. It's actually mounted on an extender arm. So that arm was stowed when we launched, and it'll be stowed when we do photogrammetry later and when we recover it later. But we want to get that camera out as far away from the vehicle as possible, so that as much as that 360-degree view is showing the ecosystem and not covered by the ROV itself. So we wanted to get it out away from the vehicle, and so our engineers designed this custom, what we call the Extendomatic, where we have control of the extended length of the camera.
Kind of
on
over
board.
top.
Yeah,
of the
absolutely.
wreck
And
right
that
now.
distance we're getting the camera away from the ROV just gives us a little space to almost
And
make you
I
feel like
will
you're free
rotate
swimming.
to the left.
But when we put the VR goggles on with this end product, you could turn around and actually see the ROV behind you.
Right.
So it'll be a really exciting experience, I think. No matter if you're an historian, an archaeologist, a biologist, you just love the ocean, or marine conservation, it's really technology, engineering. I mean, it really brings a lot of things to the fore. And I know we're excited from the NOAA side of the house to have these types of products to share, but to interpret the shipwreck and what it is today. But maybe for Avery Paxton, how do you think you guys may be
Not
able to
getting
use that
tugged.
360
ROXY
video
is not holding,
to help
though.
characterize the shipwreck and the
I
marine
think
life?
there's just too
Oh, I
much.
lost the motor.
I think there's just too
One
much
of
current.
the huge benefits of having the 360 videos
Our,
on it is
tethers
that we're
weathering.
able
I
to
can't
get a
get beyond
quite simply 360
180.
view of the
Okay.
fish and other
Well,
marine
XY
life using the
losing
wreck for their
was,
homes.
I
And that's
lost my
something that we
port
can't get
for-
from a video that just faces one direction. So we're able to get a little bit more of a snapshot from these valuable visits to shipwrecks to understand how the marine life really are using
I don't know
these
if I'm
areas
gonna
for
be
their
able to
homes.
hold all
So
the
we can
guys.
sometimes see all sorts of behavior. We can see predation happening,
Ship stopped.
fish taking refuge,
Just
strong
put in a
currents,
5-meter move.
all sorts of things, and we're starting to
Watching
get
it.
some glimpses of
what was
those
the heading
incredible
there?
behaviors here
Same
today.
as last 190.
190. Okay.
Yeah, and one other element I wanted
Fortunately,
to
can you come to
mention,
starboard, towards the bow?
we've done
Okay.
tests
Want me to
with
take 'em off a little
360
bit?
cameras at depth
You- you're
before,
talking to
and
me,
one
right,
of the
Kavanaugh?
other
Yes.
elements that you might
Come
not
to
be
starboard.
thinking
I
of
can't
is that these
turn
cameras
port
are
anymore.
recording audio.
Okay.
And the combination of the 360-degree video, in addition to the audio capability that a lot of VR headsets offer, it's really incredible because you'll be able to hear the
Tilting
white
down.
noise of the ocean. You'll be able to hear the motors of the ROV, the thrusters of the ROV. You can hear the sonar tracking system pinging at depth. And so the
Lost your motor
audio
again, Andy.
combined with that video really makes
Thank
it
you.
for a really immersive experience, and I'm excited to try it myself.
Chris,
Yeah, what
thanks
we're
for helping
particularly
me watch
excited
that.
by, and again, we are very excited for the 360 video, but we like to think of it as breaking down barriers.
ROV
So no matter who you are, where you are in the world, you will be able to
Go down a
access
little
this
bit.
and immerse yourself in the
Copy,
USS Monitor.
All right,
And that's
gonna make
something
my way to the bow.
really no one else can provide. So that's why we're so excited. Maybe you've loved the Monitor since you're a child, and now you're a bit older, or you're a school kid seeing it for the first time, and that's what makes history come alive. And that's why I think for the Monitor, its story is not done by any means. As John Broadwater mentioned, there is an incredible amount still to learn about the officers and crew in those working spaces that are virtually untouched. And again, I look at this as we celebrate the history, but also, of course, the vibrant marine life. The animals that call this home as a habitat and what it means for the ecosystem is incredibly important. So maybe, Chris Taylor, could you talk to us a little bit about what these shipwrecks mean for
Best view
the
we've had of
ecosystem
Yogi
of North
yet from
Carolina?
above.
Yeah, they're contributions to the Seascape, and it's very interesting what we have observed in our studies of shipwrecks. Again, as Avery described just a few moments ago, they're like islands or oases in the vast expanse of sand that we normally encounter.
Good image of the bow coming up.
And often we just
Ship is
we just see
stationary, pilot.
a
Copy,
significant
thank
aggregation of biomass at these shipwreck sites, and we're starting to develop some hypotheses about why that might be, and about how we can compare, and developing some methods for how we might be able to compare
All right, so if
the
things are
types
looking pretty
and quantity
happy,
of fish that are
I could
residing
kind
on
of
these
try and
shipwreck
line up
sites,
with
like
the bow and then
isolated
back up a bit,
features
and
as
then
compared
kind
to
of
some
come
of the more
low and then
expansive
pop up high.
natural rocky reefs that we
For that
also
big
study
overview.
off the coast of North
Yeah,
Carolina.
whatever you're
Those
comfortable
natural
with.
reefs can be hundreds to kilometers long in their size, so just a significant contrast in the size and extent of between
Yeah,
these
sounds
two
good. We'll have to
habitat
see
types
how
on the seabed.
Yogi does with broadside
Maybe,
current.
Yeah, that's what I'm
recalling
kind
a
of
study that
wondering
we
too.
conducted and published on a few years ago that also characterized the community and found some great differences between what we see on the shipwrecks and the rocky reefs.
Yes, and the study that Chris is referencing is one that our team did using a variety of different methods. So we were having our scientific dive team descend to rocky reefs that were nearby shipwrecks and intentionally
Yeah, I might not
deployed
be able
human-made
to.
structures called artificial reefs. And we found some really marked differences. And one of the things that we were surprised to find is that the artificial structures like the shipwrecks
Kinda flat
often
out.
host higher numbers of
think I'm slowly
tropical
making
and
progress, though.
subtropical fish than the natural rocky reef counterparts. And we can talk more about why that may be as today progresses. But the other thing that I think is relevant for what we've been seeing on the screen right now is that the shipwrecks and artificial reefs tend to host higher numbers of large predators than the natural reef counterparts as well.
Yeah, I don't think
And
I
that
can
one's
do it.
really fascinating. It's something that we're seeing today. I've been seeing lots of large sand tiger sharks off in the distance, some gliding right in
Alright,
front
I
of the
will,
remotely operated vehicle frame of
You don't
view
think
and the
you
box
can get
fish.
up on the
And we've
bow
also
or
been
up to it?
seeing what we
Well,
call
I mean,
water
I can move
column-associated
over.
large predators.
Like, I
so those
can't
are the
go-
jacks. I'll point them
You
out
just
next
do
time
full
they come
throttle
around.
and
Yeah.
not making it
But they're very
I mean, I'm
silvery,
full starboard right
quick-swimming
now.
fish
I mean, it
with
wasn't
a
really-
So you
very
don't-
strongly forked or lunate,
Since it's
we call it,
360, you
tail.
don't actually have to like approach it from the
And
bow,
those
right? You can
animals
just like
often
translate
eat
up and
smaller
over like
meat
that.
fish
Okay, that's,
from the
I guess
water
that's what I'll
column.
do.
And
That's our only option.
It's just
Yeah, let me
such
get,
an incredible phenomenon that we see them
It'd be a little
congregate
awkward,
around these
Just
relatively
remember that
small
you're
areas
not going to have
of
as
structured
much
habitat
control in your
created by the
lateral
shipwrecks on the
motion.
seafloor.
Yeah.
So
And
as soon as
so,
you turn
John,
to face
I'm
the bow,
curious
you
from
might
your
go.
perspective. I know we've just started to see some
For
of the
a
marine
ride.
life that's using the Monitor
I mean,
today
like,
for
just
its
don't even
home, but I'm
face the
curious
bow.
about 20 years
Yeah,
ago
I'll
when
stay
Face
kind of
this
you all
way and then
Yeah.
go up and
began
over
to
like
lay
that.
eyes
Yeah.
on this site. What sorts of marine life were you seeing,
Okay.
and are those similar to the critters you're seeing today?
Yes, it looks very similar. The jacks have
We
always
wanna
been
be
there, and
at-
the
right
sand
at this
tigers
evolution.
were always around.
We
In
want
fact,
to be
kind of a
careful
fun
if
story.
motor goes out.
When we
wanna
first
clear it
started
real
diving
fast.
on the Monitor, we used a submersible that was, would hold 3 people.
Okay,
And sometimes
let me get a
the
little closer to
sonar
the
we had
bottom.
on board didn't find the wreck as quickly as we'd hoped, so we'd sometimes be wandering around looking for the wreck. And the jacks would hear the noise and see the light from the submersible, and a few of them would get curious and swim
And
out
I'll
there.
start
And so when
working
we
my way.
saw the jacks, we knew we were close, and we'd actually could
gonna be
follow
kinda
the
hard to
jacks
line this
over
up.
to the wreck.
You know, I should mention too that we were just looking at scenes of the bow of the Monitor, which is always an exciting shot, especially for those folks that are watching us live at the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia. We want to say hello and thank you so much for joining us today. And you know, as they're at the museum and they can see the turret live now in a tank undergoing conversation, and of course
Okay,
the
working my
vibrating
way
side lever
over.
engine, the propeller, and so much more. We're bringing scenes to you live from where they originated. So we're very, very proud to have you. And you know, John, we're so lucky to have you on the phone. So we have Dr. John Broadwater, who was the former superintendent of the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, with us and sharing his stories of what it was like for so many years working on Monitor. Dr. Chris Taylor and Dr. Avery Paxton from the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science also joining us on land, our ecological experts. Chris Southerly, archaeologist, historian with the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. And I'm Tane Casserly with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. And we are at the USS Monitor, the iconic Civil War ironclad at the Monitor
3 meters.
National Marine Sanctuary, partnering with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration that has made all of this possible.
Okay, I'll start
which is
popping
incredible.
up.
And just, again, as folks are watching this
2 meters
incredible
away,
scene,
you've
we've
got
got the
plenty of
bow
room
of the
on
Monitor,
Google
we've got
Cam.
sand tiger sharks, and collecting
Okay,
that
I'm
cutting
over.
edge imagery with the boxfish camera. I feel like watching an exploration of a Mars rover right now.
Wow, that is such a familiar sight, isn't it, Tane? And for those of you looking, you'll see that the shark is actually underneath the bow. The bow is suspended up above the bottom. This is one of the things that's continually
gonna go
putting
up a little
stresses
bit
on
higher.
Monitor's hull.
Absolutely. You know, we need to remind folks too that Monitor sits at 242 feet on the seafloor. The shipwreck is actually upside down. The turret was underneath it. So perhaps not what
Lost the motor.
this early discovery
Oh, did it?
discoverers expected,
What
John. So I know, John, you were
XY
part of
went
that
out.
discovery process, the identification process. What led you all to really have the light bulb turn on that this was indeed Monitor when maybe it wasn't initially what you expected to see?
Well, that was an interesting period because you can imagine in 1973 when the Monitor was discovered, the technology was not nearly as refined as it is today. And so Gordon
Okay, I
Watts,
think that's a
one of the
safe valve
co-discoverers,
above the-
ended up back at his
Start
office
working my way
after
out.
the cruise with the Eastward in 1973. He ended up with all these black and white photographs and negatives and some really grainy
Try and move a little forward
video
too.
footage. And we all expected to see this nice flat surface, pointy at both ends, and a cylinder in the middle, which would be the turret. And so with only glimpses, we didn't have the whole wreck in any one shot. And so with just little glimpses, it took the longest time to try to figure out what we were looking at. And Gordon said he just watched the videotape so many times that it finally just popped into his head that that little partial cylinder we were seeing had to be the turret, and it had to be lying under the wreck. And then so sort of everything clicked. And so I was actually at Gordon's house. He was showing me the video
Should be way
that
above it.
winter when he finally made the epiphany sort of struck. So that was a time I remember well. We knew then for sure that it was the Monitor.
I'll tell you what, that's one of my favorite stories when we talk about now how incredible the discovery was, that you know, really the mind-blowing technologies that were brought to bear for the 1970s, and having the archaeologists have access to that. And but that's one of my favorite stories, is that it wasn't what you expected to see, and it took a lot of mulling and staring and perhaps imbibing on things as you stare at it to figure out what you actually have.
Yeah, boy, this is a beautiful shot now. You can see looking right down into the chain locker, and coming back into the interior space. That's a great shot.
Yeah, and we have the anchor well there, which is that circular opening. The bow is to the right.
And look at the fish.
Yeah, it's amazing. So we're gonna do some operations now with the ROV pilots as we maneuver to get some great shots with the Boxfish 360 camera.
Hey, Tana, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. This is Chris Ritter, your navigator, speaking. Just wanted to update you actually on what we were attempting to do. As we discussed last night, we were attempting to approach the bow dead on with the Boxfish extended and come up and over like the shot you had mentioned, Tana. And currents are actually deeming that not possible at the moment. So we kind of have to bottom currents. I mean, so we kind of have to keep the ROV's head into the current. And we attempted to do that same shot since it's a 360 camera. We attempted to do that same shot, just translating up and over instead of pointing the vehicle directly at the bow. So now we're kind of working our way down, but that's what you're seeing now. We have to orient the vehicle in this way right now, because if we come broadside, we can't hold in this current, which looks like it's well over a knot at bottom. So that's what we're seeing. Just wanted to give you an update.
No, absolutely. And as anybody is known in John Broadwater knows very well, when you dive this site, there is a lot of current. So that's one of the challenges. So maybe a helpful tip for you guys piloting the ROV is the trick we use as divers is you hide on the low side of the wreck. So you can move away from the high side, and then when you come over to the center of the vessel or to the low side, you get a little bit of lee or break from that strong current coming through. But just as you're experiencing now with some of what Cape Hatteras throws at you, this is pretty typical. This is pretty typical site conditions. And John, again, we're so lucky to have you with us. And have you found that to be your experience when you dove the shipwreck?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, with both divers and the submersibles, we always had to use the lee of the wreck. The side that was higher would give us a little protection against the current. But yeah, at some point, Tana, you need to talk more about the way we got to dive down there. It was quite a pioneering effort for NOAA to let NOAA divers actually dive on the Monitor at that depth, and the Monitor was the first site that technology was ever employed by NOAA divers. It was really exciting times for us.
That's all I got.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. You know,
We want to continue to.
that's part of Monitor's legacy. So I like to think of what we're doing now as 160 years of innovation.
Translate
So
you to
from
these.
Monitors, of course, their engineering and design in
Go with that, Andy. You want to keep
1862
that in that way?
to the technology used when it was first discovered,
Yeah.
and then
To
those
your left, I mean.
early site
So we could either
investigations
do a
that
ship
you all
move,
did
or
with
I
the
could
submersible
go
and the
a
hard
bit
hat diving.
forward and then back.
But that moves right into
'cause
the
we
open circuit scuba
kind of
diving,
didn't really get the
which was incredible work that you all pioneered for the federal government. You know, I know some of those technologies
yeah,
were
the
used
side
by
in the current.
the recreational community,
I mean, I
but
tried
not
to
so much by
I tried to
divers.
go straight over
So
the top.
really,
in
John,
the
I think
middle,
you working with the NOAA
I
dive
think
program,
We're just going to have to
we're
do our
pioneers for
best
that for
today.
the rest of the archaeological scientific diving.
There's not a whole lot we can do, so I think what you did was pretty
Yeah,
good.
it was really exciting times, but
I mean, as best
the
as we
NOAA
can do,
dive
but
office was not initially was not
if
very
you wanna
thrilled
try it again,
about the
then,
idea of us
you know,
All right,
diving
better
down
me.
there.
Okay, well, yeah,
But
let's say
as I
we
explained to Cliff Newell, who
maybe
was the
do
head of
the
the dive
ship
office
move,
at
then
the time,
keep going.
Turtle
all we're
coming at
trying to
you.
do is get to our job
Where?
site.
Behind.
You know,
Oh, yeah.
I work on the Monitor, and that's where it is.
Okay.
So
You could try
that sort of eased
turning
the
starboard,
tension a little
flying
bit, and
towards the
eventually
bow
we
if you
got
wanted to
to
before the ship moved.
our initial
Turning starboard.
Yeah,
uh,
see if you
proof
get
of
blown off.
concept
Maybe you
dive
won't.
with training down in Florida and technical trimix. You know, now it's sort of routine. Everybody uses rebreathers and all the latest technology, but back then it was a bit of a struggle to get it started.
Yeah, and I would say cutting edge as well. I mean, it was incredible. And so it's not just, of course, that technology and training you have to do, but site conditions like we're seeing today, where we dove on the site yesterday, prepping for this project, and
No, it doesn't
it was
look like you
blue
have it,
water
huh?
and much calmer. And now, one day later, less than 24 hours,
Oh, you want me to turn like
things
full
have changed.
starboard?
It just
No,
shows
just
you that
moving around,
it's
like-
such a challenge
Just try to see what we're capable
an
of.
exciting challenge to overcome, to actually work on Monitor. It's a lot of work.
Yeah,
You can't
Tommy, I'm
counter
kind of
that
interested to hear you talk a bit
starboard way,
about
can you?
the compare and contrast your experience diving yourself on the wreck and now
Yeah,
seeing
just
it
lost
through
its
the
wife for a
ROV video, and what are kind of the pros and cons of each of those ways to explore?
Oh yeah, well everybody who we're talking to today is a scuba diver, and they understand what it's like when you have a limited time on the bottom. You've
Yeah,
got
I
a
don't think
limited
we can
gas
make any
supply. You have to bring your
motion
breathing
in
gas
those
with you.
directions.
You have to
So
get
it's,
the training, stay
Right,
proficient,
'cause you're
be safe.
full over trying to go forward, right?
But
Yeah.
especially for Monitor, in the
Yeah,
early
let's
2000s,
just
we were
start sliding
getting
down
Okay.
this
20
side.
minutes on the
Put
bottom,
in,
towards the
but that's
boilers.
20 minutes
Centimeter
once you hit the
Slide
bottom.
straight back
Then
up.
you have to get to your
maybe.
area of where you're working, get your gear
Forward's
out,
gonna
and
give us
then
the best
start
chance against
collecting.
this current.
And then at the 20 minutes at the end,
Put in a
you've also
15
got to
meter move
recollect
directly east.
and assemble
for
as a
you.
team to
That's
come back up.
Yeah.
So you've
15
got
or
a
you
lot
want
of work
10?
to do in a little bit of time.
If
So
they can
I
handle
am
smaller right now,
so
that'd be better.
appreciative over
Seems
the
like
years
it.
that we've had
Okay.
access to
We'll do 10.
submersibles. But I mean, this technology now, for all of us, we can sit here for 8 hours a day or 24 hours a day, whatever
Yes.
the
Yep.
day dictates. We're able to do safely, but
Yeah,
the
Bridge,
ability
correct.
to collect ecological data, archaeological data, is unprecedented.
Yes, and that's a great point. So each time you dove on the wreck, you said you're limited to no more than 50 to 20 minutes, and that includes a lot of overhead for other tasks that need to happen when you're at depth. But the ROVs were actually able to stay down
Should I-
indefinitely.
should we try to get to
the
should I come
limitation
back
is personnel, right? It's
beneath the
you have the
armor
team
belt?
on the ship operating the vehicles. You've got the ship's crew
If you want.
doing everything. The
It's up to
commanding
you.
officers.
I thought they
And the
wanted
junior
a higher
officers
shot.
on the bridge driving the
Little bit
ship.
of both.
You've got the ship
If you
engineers
think you can come back
maintaining the ship
and then approach
engines. You've got
the armor belt
the
and come up,
stewards making
that
the
would be a good
delicious
shot.
meals out here on the ship. So there's a lot of people on
You
the
can
ship,
get
dozens of
any
people on the ship,
starboard
all
way
have
to
different
underneath
tasks
me
and
so
duties,
that you can have
and
a
all contributing to this effort.
view
And
of
so,
yourself, that would be better.
we're not
Okay.
able to do
Alright.
Otherwise I'm coming
days
towards
and
you.
days and days
Gotcha.
on end
Because,
continuously, but
Alright, I'll back
the
up.
vehicles themselves are able
When you
to
get a little
stay
further
down
over,
indefinitely.
that chunk of belt
And
is
so
behind
the
you,
way
and
we've
I don't want
scheduled
you
this
to come
expedition
down
is to
between
do
the
these
two.
8-hour dives, and because it's so shallow, it doesn't take much time to
Your
transit through the
aft
water
looks clear
column.
right now, so yeah, you
And so
can
we're getting a
come
lot of
down here
bottom
if you
time, a
wanted
lot
to.
of time on the wreck with the ROVs, and
Yeah,
you
from
can
what I remember,
sit here
there
in
was
the
nothing
comfortable
behind me.
air-conditioned control room
Yeah,
and
nothing
watch
there
the
and nothing in
beautiful
camera, so I think you're safe there.
high-definition
But once
footage
we
on these
continue
large
forward,
monitors and
it'll be a
help
different
guide the
story.
dive that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that a few of us here went to East Carolina University, and they do a lot of
headings,
diverse training there, and one of it is zero
coming in.
viz training. And I know maybe Chris Southerly, who's on the ship with us, that I know the environments that you work
You get
in
closer to me?
are much
I don't
different
know,
than
but
this.
suddenly I
Oftentimes,
can,
where it's not the
control
ocean
my heading
currents
past
and the
180.
water so much, but maybe some of the more
I'm gonna
challenging
come up some.
black water. So maybe you can talk about the challenges of working in that type
Pull
of
up
environment.
access cam real quick. Yeah.
I guess Tana, you know as well as I do that one of the key trainings that we had was the zero visibility training, because with the state of North Carolina, our
Boy, Gurus
oversight
view the armor
jurisdiction
belt
is
versus
all
what I
inland
see
navigable waters.
in the manip and tow.
If you can navigate a boat on it, it is considered public
Yeah.
bottom land.
The
And
distances,
the
right?
state's
Yeah.
responsibility to manage any of the resources there.
Okay, I'll get a little
And
bit lower,
we
and then I'll
extend
come to
out 3
starboard.
nautical
Chris,
miles
that's
from
good.
the extreme low water mark into the
Okay, so
Atlantic
now
Ocean.
we're
So
now we're
we
good.
don't
So now I
get
should start
a
heading
lot
to
of
port,
depth
right?
off of the submergent coastline at North Carolina out 3
Up to you.
nautical miles.
We were going to head port if you wanted to
but
do a
the
approach towards
conditions
the armor belt and up and
are,
over. Now's a good time to do
near
it.
shore. We
Okay.
will see currents.
Yeah, I think we're
we
about
will
done
see
with that
currents
move.
like this. We will see a lot of surge and wave
Because we
action
won't be able to
closer
do that
shore
once we get
that
the
makes it a
piece of
challenging
armor belt
environment
behind
to
us.
work on the bottom.
So now's
Basically,
the
as the
time where you are
diver's
free
washing back and
to
forth,
back up.
trying to stay off
Okay.
the bottom, try
And-
to
Alright,
stay.
I'm confused. So,
keep
are
from
you saying to
contacting
go
the
up over
wreck
the
to
bow and
damage
then
the
work my
wreck,
way
No,
back?
I'm
Or
just saying
really
right now,
damage
if you want to go
ourselves
straight towards the
on
armor belt
these
and come up and
large
into the wreck, this
iron
is the time to
steel
do it.
wrecks
If you
that
get over
become
here,
very
there's no
sharp.
backing up because you got a big chunk of
But
armor
a
belt
lot of
behind
what
you.
Okay,
we do
gotcha.
as well is in the rivers and sounds of North Carolina, where
But if you want
visibility
to just go along the armor
is-
belt, we can do
is
that too.
literally
It's up to you,
zero.
Andy.
or
no, I
because
think
of the
staying
silt
into the
sediment
current
in the
and then
rivers,
heading all the way and get some
or
footage of
in some cases the visibility
you
in
know,
the water is very tannic. It's kind of like diving in root beer. would be the easiest way to describe it. If you have a light and you don't disturb any sediments on the bottom, you can see maybe 16, 18 inches or so with a good light. But if you don't have a light with you, you can't see anything at all. It's pitch black. So a lot of the diving that we do there is all, by feel in a lot of cases. Measuring and sketching, and you may spend
Okay, I'll get a little
half
bit
hour
over.
or an hour
I think
on
sometimes
the bottom,
when I lose XY, it's because of
recording
like some
details,
beams are on the
and
armor
then
belt and some aren't.
when you come back up, spend 2 hours, twice or 3 times the amount of time back on the boat, making sense and cleaning up your drawings to add to an overall site map. So, we didn't have, with the depths we work at, we don't really have a time limitation. It's more the human limitation of or running out of a gas supply at the shallower depths. But that's one of the things that really strikes me with the ROV and the capability of the ROVs that we're using and seeing here today is it has so many and so diverse tools that are on board these units that really we don't have in shallow water. We're going to have the opportunity to go back with the high definition video and everything else. We can do photogrammetry, the measured drawings directly from the video, so we can get highly accurate maps and detailed drawings just from the images. And I don't know, it's like if we could maybe highlight some of the capabilities of the ROV for doing the photogrammetry and even the remote sensing with the forward-looking scanning sonar on that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is incredible. Oh, I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that, Chris. By the way, hi, Chris. Good to hear your voice. One thing that occurs to me, John. Yeah, we just had that great view of the 360 camera kind of probing over the hull and around the captain's cabin and other interior parts. And one thing that occurs to me is that over the years, once we got the ability to start using ROVs, it was always nice, but the limitation was after the fact when you're trying to do analysis. You were looking at one little place. And the good thing about diving, the reason we kept trying to put divers on the site, is that divers can look around all the time, and they can not just see one spot, but they can see a larger area, so it's easier to kind of understand what you're looking at. But now with the 360 camera, once we're able to have the virtual reality, we're going to have that capability too. So a lot of things that we used to have to do pretty much with divers, a lot of this new technology, I think, is going to make it just about as effective.
Yeah, absolutely. It's absolutely incredible. It's the top of the hour, so we should reintroduce everybody who we are and where we are. And we've got a few new folks joining us here soon, too, as well. So I am Tane Casserly. I'm a maritime archaeologist and historian, playing many roles with the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary with NOAA. We're also on board here with Chris Sutherly, the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. On land, we have Dr. Avery Paxton and Dr. Chris Taylor from the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science, another NOAA office. And, of course, Dr. John Broadwater, former superintendent of the Modern National Marine Sanctuary, and been part of this story for so long. And I believe we're also being joined by Carol Price from the North Carolina Museum at Aquarium at Roanoke Island. And are you on the line, Carol?
Good morning, Tane. Yes, I am on the line. I just got on and start listening and watching, trying to catch up to what's going on.
Oh, fantastic. So happy you're here. So we are at the site of the USS Monitor, Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and we're also beaming in live right now to the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia. So hello, everybody at Mariners Museum. And, we were talking before about the ROV and technology and, this incredible equipment that GFOE has brought to bear. So, maybe Dan, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. And my name is Dan Rogers. I'm with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, which is a nonprofit engineering group that's based in Mystic, Connecticut, but also has an ROV engineering workshop in Rhode Island.
My way back.
It's a relatively small team, 25 to 30 people, though 10 of us are out here on the ship today, supporting operations
thanks.
for
Yeah,
the
there's
ROV and for the
Good to know.
telepresence capability. And I just want to maybe take a moment to describe what exactly an ROV is for members of the public who are just tuning in and might not be familiar with it. So ROV stands for remotely operated vehicle. So if you look at your camera feed, you might see a camera feed on the second feed that shows a third-person perspective of the main ROV at the bottom. And there's actually a secondary ROV that is getting that camera perspective, meaning that this is actually two ROVs in the water operating together. We have the main ROV Yogi, which is near the bottom, near the wreck site, and is giving us that main HD footage on feed number 1. And that's supported by the secondary vehicle Guru, the camera platform, which has a light bank as well as an HD camera to help illuminate the area around Yogi as it explores the bottom, and also provide this third-person perspective for both situational awareness for the pilots, but also for additional scientific information so we can see a broader area. And so it being remotely operated means that there are no people in the vehicle. This is not a submarine, right? Everyone is safely and comfortably in a control room on the ship.
If you remember from
And
yesterday,
right now we
the
have
T8,
4
the H was kind of center.
members of the team who are supporting the technical
Support.
operations.
Roughly
We have
put the
Andy
best
O'Brien on
person
pilot, and he's
feel.
actually controlling directly
Yeah.
the RV Yogi and driving it around the bottom.
I can
We
believe
have
that.
Bobby Moore on co-pilot, and he's the one operating the secondary vehicle Guru. And we have Chris Ritter on navigator, who is maintaining situational awareness for the pilots, as well as coordinating with the ship's bridge to move the ship around and make sure that the ship is aware of what the ROVs are doing on the bottom. We also have Roland Bryan in the corner. He's operating the cameras. He does the color and white balance for the cameras to make sure they're as high quality as possible. And he's also, he does zooms and keeps focus and tracks focus on the cameras. So he's really in charge of making sure that we maintain that high quality footage that you're all seeing. He's also maintaining the video feed that's being streamed to you right now. So it really takes a lot of different people, a lot of different backgrounds and expertise to support an operation like this, and we're all really happy to be supporting the science and exploration taking place today.
Yeah, it's incredible. So we have Carol Price joining us now from the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island. And Carol, I know we have a quarter-scale monitor shipwreck in the sand tiger shark
Yeah,
tank
you're coming over
at
right
the
now.
aquarium, but what's that like now, seeing the actual shipwreck with the sand tiger sharks here in this
It's looking
environment?
good, Chris. I think we could do another 10, I guess.
Well, it's really exciting because
Okay.
I've never
He's making
dove
good
out at that wreck, and so
Yeah,
this is
they're
my
doing a
first
good
time
job holding
seeing
them
it
up
live.
there.
So it's
Yep.
really cool just to see,
Okay.
you know, how much bigger it is, obviously, than what we
You feel
have
close enough where
in
you want
the
to cheat in a
aquarium.
little,
But
Bobby?
it's cool to see the whole
Good.
community
You
of
mean
fish
like
that's out there.
185
I'm
or
seeing
s-
lots
no,
of sand
it's
tiger
like
sharks, which is a species
0.95.
I study.
Yeah, like
So
100
it's
or something.
nice to see them doing,
We could do that.
you know, what they're supposed to be doing out in their natural and environment.
Yeah, no, it's
Carol,
fantastic.
this is Avery. Want to catch you up. We've been seeing a lot of sand
This
tiger
drop
sharks
off
today.
is the boilers.
Yesterday we had a
Okay.
sneak peek at the monitor, and we
grid
talked about
power.
the value
Probably
of
come
being
down
able
a
to
little
see
bit
the
then.
length or size of the sand tiger sharks, so we can see the spot patterns that can be used to identify an individual, kind of like a thumbprint. But just so folks have a little bit more context, Dr. Carol Price is the Conservation Research Coordinator for the North Carolina Aquarium. And as Carol mentioned, she does a lot of work on sand tiger sharks, but also some really interesting other research. And Carol, I was hoping you might be able to tell us a little bit about opportunities for the public to get involved in sand tiger shark research through the Spot Shark USA Citizen Science Program that you help run.
Yeah, good morning, Avery. It's good to talk to you. You and I have this project, Spot a Shark USA, in common. You worked on it a while back as well and helped get it off the ground. So really, we have you to thank for laying the groundwork for this research project. So this is a citizen science program, and what that means is that we ask divers to get involved in the science. And by that, what we mean is that if you are out diving on one of, this wreck or any other shipwreck or artificial or natural reef off of North Carolina, and you happen to see sand tiger sharks, we'd really like to know about it.
We've only had
as Dr. Paxton mentioned,
extended. I haven't had the drawer
we need to
extended.
get a side angle view, like what's
think that's
coming
okay
up
in
in
this
one of those
visibility.
feeds right now, sort of those sharks from
Yeah,
the side
and
where you can see the
vibration
spot
would be
pattern on them. And if you
even more
take those
probably.
photos, you can come back to shore and log into spottasharkusa.com and or .org, and upload those photographs. Those photos are added to a library of shark images, and we can use those. Anytime we get a new shark, we map that spot pattern on the side, and then we compare it to every other shark in our database. And what we're trying to do is two things. One, just build up a nice photo library of sharks that get a unique identifying number, or in some case a nickname. And then we want to be able to match those sharks over time. So when we have a shark that was taken by a second diver, a picture of the same shark taken by a second diver, perhaps on a different date and at a different shipwreck, we can get information over time of how these sharks are moving between the shipwrecks and how they're using it across, how they're using this sort of mosaic of shipwrecks
Okay, I'm
in
kind of
space
having
and
trouble
time.
to continue.
Thanks so much, Carol. I think what you just
In which way?
illustrated is the
Support.
beauty of such a highly collaborative research mission, to be able to not only collect such stunning footage of the Monitor for use by archaeologists, but also to be able to answer long-standing ecological questions. So hopefully the aquarium system will be able to identify some
Okay,
new
I'm
sharks
gonna
or rematch some
back up
sharks
a little
using the
bit.
footage collected during the mission. So I
I'm
guess,
on the
Tani,
other
from
side.
your perspective, want to
No,
talk a
that's
little
the,
bit more about the value of this
half-moose
mission in integrating
section.
across
And the boxfish
multiple
is still
fields.
on the
What's your
center line?
perspective on that from wearing your archaeologist
yeah.
hat?
Tracking showing me
Yeah,
on
no,
the
absolutely.
far side.
It's incredibly important. I also want to direct people
I
to the
thought I would be
screens.
over
What
here.
we're seeing now are the Monitor's boilers.
I would agree with.
So we can see those openings there,
Tracking.
which are in fact the
I don't
bottom
think
of the
you're quite
boilers
as far to
when
the
she was
other
afloat, when the
side,
vessel was afloat.
I
It's
would
now
say
upside down,
pretty
so
well
there's the
center
top, and
line.
there's at the ash pits.
Or the
These were
box
coal-fired boilers. The Monitor ran on coal.
Because if
These
we're
in
using the center line
1862.
of those two boilers.
So you can see some of that technology right there, that 1860s engineering. There was part of the lower hull was there. That was, of course, as John Broadwater well knows, that we removed some of that to gain access to the engine space, engine room that was just behind the boilers there, which led to the, of course, the engine recovery, the turret recovery, and the propeller and shaft
If you want
recoveries,
nav, we
which you
can
can
do
all
5
now see
meters.
these artifacts
At my current
undergoing
heading.
conservation at the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia, who are joining us
What's your
live.
current heading? Okay.
But yeah, it's incredibly important to
220.
talk
It'll take me
about
kind of
the
Okay, 5 minutes,
archaeological
220.
aspects of
Coming
the
up.
a little
shipwreck
bit closer.
and in balance with the ecological aspects. I mean, it is a living resource. It is a living reef.
Go ahead.
And it helps to tell stories of
Range
how
5
its role
meters,
in the
bearing
marine
220
ecosystem, and
degrees,
possibly could be an
0.0
early
knots.
indicator of climate change that's happening in the region. If we see
Range
stark things
5
occurring,
meters, bearing
the
220,
species die off or
0.0
changes at the wreck
knots.
site, it could help provide
done.
evidence towards things happening in the greater environment. But it's just as important to tell the ecological story for us at NOAA as it is the historical story as well. Again, here's some
Tani, one of the things from the ecology perspective that's really interesting is understanding how different animals are using portions of the wreck that are composed of different materials. Would you mind telling us what sorts of materials we might be looking at right now?
Absolutely. Well, you know what? We've got the world expert here. Why don't we ask Dr. John Ballwater what some of these materials are? And John, are you there?
Yeah, that's a good question. I guess the basic answer is iron. we have a ship that was made almost entirely of iron, but the armor belt itself was actually you had an iron shell, you could call it, and inside to act as a shock absorber and a structural member, you had these huge timbers of oak and pine. So that's been food for the Teredo nivalis, the shipworm, for many years, and so a lot of the wood has disappeared now. But there's still some up inside the armor belt that hasn't been reached yet by the worms. So that's primarily what we're talking about. And then, of course, inside we have a whole variety
back
of
up
things.
and
There
come
were
around
some
to
parts
the
that
belt
were
again.
made
Okay.
of brass and bronze, and those hold up well over the years.
So the point
As
is kind of
opposed
right
to
there.
the iron,
Be
which
above.
corrodes
Thank
very,
you.
very heavily, and that's what you're seeing mostly when you look at the
If
monitor.
I
You're
turn my
actually
heading, I'll
seeing
just get
the
whipped
corrosion
around.
products that have formed on top of
Can you
the
come up some?
iron,
Just kinda
actually
drift back.
interacting with the iron. So you have active corrosion, just like rust takes place on land. And then you have then what we
You're
used
fine.
to call, and I'm ashamed to even use this term now, we used to call it marine
What you
fouling
had was
growth.
perfect, Chris. I'm just
Which
looking
we
at
know
the
is
cheek
the
plate
biota
on the
that
ledge.
actually grows on top of all of this, and actually turns the monitor into it's like a veil of beautiful colors and living creatures of all sorts. So it's a whole
Holding here.
combination that we're seeing down there.
And excitingly enough, a little later in the afternoon, we're going to be hearing from Will Hoffman, who's the Director of Conservation from the Mariners Museum and Park, as well as their president, Howard Hagee, who will be joining us. But,
Yeah,
you know,
point's
Kinda right
the
in this
conversation
area.
between John and Will Hoffman will be really interesting to talk about those materials. Now they're all being conserved at the Mariners Museum. Each type of material presents a different technique, a different challenge, and they all have to be conserved differently. So, again, we're doing incredible science here at sea with this whole entire team, but there's a whole other swath of science that's occurring at the conservation lab at the Mariners Museum and Park, who of course, we're so incredibly privileged to be working with. And then,
Start to
so
see
this is
your
a
light
good
pool on it.
a time to bring in maybe Chris Southerly. And, you know, the state of North Carolina works with a lot of cultural resources and artifact conservation, some of them dating back to the
Senior at
1700s or earlier. So,
Thank you.
what's your thoughts on some of the conservation techniques happening now, Chris?
If there was the
That'll probably
conservation-wise,
pretty nice.
the environment here
So
is
this
so
would be a
dynamic.
nice shot if
John was
it's
talking about.
still running.
You had
You're
different
close,
types
but
of
you're
materials,
fine. You're clearing it.
wood, iron, in some cases with later wrecks, steel, brass, bronze, the copper alloy.
Try and
all of
do the
these
box
different
fish
objects
in
that
between the
corrode
armor belt and the
is
boiler,
marine
maybe?
environment,
Yeah, if you can run right along the top of the armor belt
kind of
here.
suffer differently. And the
You've got a
conservation
shark's height
process
between you and the
that goes
belt.
on for them,
Just confirmed.
oftentimes what's good for one and treating one is bad for the other.
Shark unit.
And especially objects coming from the marine environment,
So
saltwater
you're not quite
environment,
past the belt.
and primarily
Thank
the corrosion product that forms the
I'm gonna come
what
back
we
down
term a
some.
concretion
I think
is
gonna
a
be
combination
pretty
of
shot.
calcium carbonate from the seawater and precipitated iron. It's just the treatment and
There we go, that's a
stabilization
nice
of these
shot.
objects are very challenging and takes a lot of time. And I'm sure Will's going to talk about it this afternoon in terms of the recovery of the objects.
It's looking good, Andy.
The
gonna
cannons,
pass off.
the engines, and the turret especially. You're looking decades for the conservation process. And, we see that with other sites in North Carolina as well. The wood comes up and the wood is degraded and needs to be bulked up and stabilized before it can be dried out to go on display at the museum. So it will maintain its form and its look and all the signature characteristics that can give us clues as to where it came from, how the ships were built, things of that nature. And you also have the conservation of the metals. Again, we have numerous cannons from the late 1600s into the 1700s up to the Civil War period that we have dealt with on the nearshore wrecks, some of the blockade runners and the Civil War blockaders themselves in North Carolina. And it's a long, elaborate process of mechanical cleaning to get the corrosion product off, and then the stabilization to get the salt out of the iron. So it's in North Carolina we have our office. We originated because of the blockade runners in 1962 and 63. A blockade runner was called the Modern Grease that the U.S. Navy some Navy divers on vacation in Fort Fisher discovered that they wanted to go diving, and blockade runner Modern Greece, the locals said, well, hey, here's a wreck that you could go dive on. And they discovered it was actually exposed by a storm, and unlike most of the reports that they thought of historically, all the cargo was pretty much intact.
Co-pilot,
so that
tracking has been good.
Preservation lab.
Once Yogi's head came around, it was bad when Yogi was streaming out this way. So it might be an orientation thing, but this is pretty close.
Our
Copy that.
office in the 1960s.
So I think it's safe to rely on this more or less, as we normally do.
Partnering up with NOAA,
But if for some reason you guys be streaming again,
along with other universities,
take less confidence.
In North Carolina as well as Virginia for marine science. But
bring the camera up a little bit here. Rotate slightly.
Thank you.
At the Mariners
Ship is
Museum,
stationary. We've been kind of creeping along. We were started at the bow, crept down this side. Now Andy's kind of working his way back up through the middle with the boxfish. Andy, I could move Guru.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe a move would be.
Okay, let's get you like. Just keep your head, and I'll maybe get you 10 meters to like the center midship of the monitor.
Sounds good to me.
A lot of work back in the lab and back in the office as follow-up.
Great. And I just wanted to note that we are actually having a shift change for the ROV team. We now have Lars Murphy sitting co-pilot, operating the camera platform Guru, and Todd Gregory is about to sit down in the pilot seat to operate Yogi. And as I mentioned before, we have about 10 Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration engineers and videographers on board right now, and of course that's just a portion of the team that makes up GFOE. The entire team is roughly between 25 and 30 people. Back on shore, we have people supporting engineering and design at the engineering workshop up in Rhode Island. We also have, I believe, some part of the team out on the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer, supporting operations out there right now on a different NOAA ship. And of course, we have our executive team based in Mystic, Connecticut. The president and CEO, Dave Lavolvo, but also the vice president, Melissa Ryan, who is not able to be out here with us on this expedition. However, she has been critical to the success of this mission as the vice president. She's been the co-PI and overall just the person from GFOE that's been responsible for coordinating this entire project on GFOE's behalf. And so, while we're out here operating the vehicles and bringing this live footage to you, it couldn't have been done without all of the support from the rest of the team, and especially Melissa Ryan, our vice president, up in Mystic, Connecticut. So just, again, a team effort to be able to bring this live footage to you today. And Andy, if you can hear me, sorry to interrupt. I know you're doing your changeover. We've had a request to try to get the boxfish a little closer to the wreck.
Okay.
And it's up to the discretion of the pilots how to do that safely. But I think Tanya's hoping to get some close, low-altitude flyovers, whatever
Copy
you're
that.
comfortable with.
I'll pass that on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do actually have a question in the chat that I'm happy to address now. We have someone asking about how this mission and the ROV setup is different from other missions that GFOE has done across the world. So, as I mentioned before, Yogi and Guru make up a two-body ROV system, and there's actually a lot of parallels between this system and the much larger and much deeper-rated ROV system that's operated on the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer, which is also a two-body system with the ROVs Deep Discoverer and Sirius. D2, for example, Deep Discoverer, which is the main ROV in Okeanos, is rated to about 6,000 meters, and that vehicle weighs about 10,000 pounds in air. whereas Yogi, being quite a bit smaller, is maybe 20-25% of the size and only weighs about 1,100 pounds in air, so it's a much smaller system. A lower payload, but also much more nimble, and one of the pilots once described it as driving a race car compared to D2, which has a lot more inertia. So a similar setup on the Okeanos with the two-body system, but obviously much larger vehicles and able to go to much deeper depths, while Yogi and Guru are limited to about 1,500 meters, or about 4,500 feet. D2 and Sirius are rated to about 6,000 meters, which is nearly 20,000 feet, and covers about 98% of the seafloor. So there's only 2% of the seafloor that D2 and Sirius are not able to access. Yogi has also been operated as a one-body system in Yellowstone Lake off of a vessel called the research vessel Annie, RV Annie, which is a small vessel that also has dynamic positioning, but was able to operate in Yellowstone Lake so that Yogi could go down to the bottom of the lake and explore the hydrothermal features
and up a little
through
bit.
a project that was
safe, but just so
a
you're
partnership through NSF. So just a few different operational models with several different vehicles, but all doing really incredible work and working to bring scientists access to difficult to access underwater ecosystems, but also bringing the public to these places and giving them an opportunity to immerse themselves in places that they may not be able to explore otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe when we're able to and it's safe with the ROV pilots, we could try to maybe get the ROV a little bit lower and inside the vessel, and maybe some bow shots too, if we're able to do that.
Yeah, we're just completing a watch change here, and let our new pilots get the feel of this rather strong current and the handling of the vehicle before we get right down on the wreck.
Oh yeah,
Pilot, just so you're aware, we just put in a ship move, 10 meters. It ended a few minutes ago to bring me a little bit more towards the west. So that should be settled out now.
West, toward the bow.
Towards the bow, yes.
Perfect. So, again, we acknowledge we have Carol Price joining us from the Roanoke Island, North Carolina Aquarium.
Also, I don't know
Carol,
if Andy passed along about your thrusters. I'm keeping a close eye on those in case any of them drop out.
Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah, so I'm just enjoying watching the fish. I just like to watch fish swimming around. I don't know why, but and even though I can't tell a lot of the species, I can tell some species. But a few minutes ago, I saw an important species of fish, and that was a lionfish that was on the outside of the wreck. I think I saw one or two of those swimming around, and a sand tiger shark going by it. But as we know, lionfish are an important invasive species in North Carolina, and we see a lot of those at these shipwrecks. And trying to make sure that we can understand the impact that those fish are having on our natural fish communities is a really interesting topic to learn more about.
Yeah, absolutely. It is amazing. And so, Chris Taylor and Avery Pashton, you were part of the dives we did yesterday with some of these incredible scenes we saw. Maybe you guys could fill Carol in on some of the marine life that you observed.
Sure. So yesterday, Carol, the visibility was a little bit better than it was today. And my understanding from the ROV pilots and Tane and others on board the NOAA ship Nancy Foster is that the currents picked up a little bit today. But yesterday, when we had eyes underwater, we saw a lot of sand tiger sharks. We saw a lot of spadefish, Atlantic spadefish. We saw some hogfish, several grouper, black sea bass, and lots of little blennies and gobies. And then we also had an opportunity to get a close-up view of a lot of the organisms that are encrusting the structure of the wreck.
My camera up a little bit, see if we can see
soft corals, and also some hard coral as well. So it was such a wonderful demonstration of how alive the shipwreck of the USS Monitor is with marine life and its final resting spot on the seafloor. And Chris Taylor, is there anything you'd like to add about
observations you made yesterday?
Looks like it's pretty challenging
to get a sense of where that boxfish is. Looks extremely close there, but
to see the site, I've not seen it
there we
live,
go,
like we're watching it now.
You're thinking
I've
like
only seen short video clips or just photographs. It's remarkable to just take in the surroundings of the environment and see the fish swimming around. This is a really low relief
I think there's significantly more
site,
space
right,
between
compared to some of the other
boxfish and the
shipwrecks
wreck
we
than it
observed,
looks.
Avery, but still, it's just holding this massive school of amberjack that keeps swirling around the ROV. The number of
Is
sand
that
tigers
tracking
would be really
relative
interesting to
between
try
the two
to
of us, correct, or
see if
you
we can
actually
get
a little closer
good
to me
counts
than
on the same
my
number of
show?
sand
I
tigers
think
that are
I'm a
on the
little
site. I
bit
know they're sort
closer
of
to
swimming
you
around
than
us.
my
It's hard to
show.
keep track of which one's
Alright,
which.
I'm gonna just
And I think that box,
slightly
the
skew
box
right and
360
walk
camera is
right
really going to give us some valuable observations on
toward the bow.
that and the shark's
Do you think
behavior.
this here is a
Yeah,
boxfish?
I think those are some of the greatest highlights. What I'm liking right now are the multiple views that we have here.
Yeah, because it should be
This
2
is
meters
just
in front of the
very different than what
blue view.
we have as divers,
Right.
right? So there's multiple cameras. One
Just
that's
over
got
2
giving us a
meters.
broad view of a much wider view field. One that's zoomed in to give us a accurate identification of the species and the habitats. You got the boxfish floating out there, giving us a 360 view, and then the view from Guru above the ROV that's sort of showing us again a broader perspective. And thanks for switching that over, pilots, to the blue view imaging going on.
And I don't have a whole lot of
periodically to sort of give us
motion
the
in my
context
head
of where we are in the wreck.
being able to change my heading.
You know,
So we might have to
the
get a
archaeologists
couple
have
ship
pointed
moves
out,
as
you get kind of tunnel vision
going down this.
and you're looking at the
video
wreck and it's
pilot?
up so close that you sometimes lose perspective about where you are in the context of this
Hey, Roland?
as a larger habitat in the landscape or the seascape.
Yes.
Are you able to put Guru
Absolutely.
half cam
We're
on
at the bottom of the hour at
in place of the
11:30
starboard rail?
a.m.
It seems to not
We
be
are at
working again today.
the iconic
copy.
Civil War ironclad, the USS Monitor, 242 feet on the seafloor at NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. I'm Tane Casserly with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. I'm very proud to be talking to you today. We also have Carol Price from the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, Chris Sutherly from North Carolina's Office of State
Probably get another
Archaeology,
move in.
and
I'm gonna push
Avery
forward.
Paxton and Chris
Copy that.
Taylor
Wanna
from
move
NOAA's
towards the
National
bow?
Center
Yeah,
for Coastal Ocean Science.
another 10 meters or
And
so.
Carol, I believe we are now going to be
Was it
talking
300
live with some
probably?
folks at the Roanoke Island Aquarium
Stand by.
there, and we're really excited to be
Yeah,
talking to the
last
audience
move was
and to you as
300
well.
degrees.
Cover that. Probably go ahead and
Yeah,
get another
so
10
it
meter
sounds
boost.
like
300 then.
my
Roger
colleague
that. Stand
Paul
by.
is gathering people in the auditorium right now where we have the live feed
Bridge,
posted
ROV
for people
nav.
to watch.
We'd like
And
to
then
request a
as
ship
they
move,
sort of
please.
get settled in
We'd
there
like to do a duplicate
and
of the
start
last
to be
move.
able to watch the
10
live
meters,
feed,
bearing
they are going
300
to
degrees
submit
at
questions that
decimal
they
2
might
knots.
have about what's going on
Roger,
to me
understand.
through
10 meters,
through Paul
300
Maisie,
degrees
through
at decimal 2
Microsoft
knots.
Teams. So we're going multimedia for this question and answer session, but we have some connectivity issues in the auditorium. So this was sort of the way that we figured out how to do it. So as I get questions that come in on the Teams chat, I will
Yes,
relay
copy.
those to
300,
y'all
10 meters,
on the
decimal 2
ship.
knots. Copy that. Thank you very much.
So while we're kind of waiting, I wanted to touch on something that Chris Taylor said, which was what a treat it is to be able to watch these sort of images of these sharks swimming around, all the fish swimming around. Like he said, well, especially for the work I do, I get these sort of static images of the sharks, but a lot less about how they're interacting with the vessel itself, with each other, and with the other fish and organisms on the wreck. And so there's a big, beautiful male sand tiger shark swimming by. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to spot map him at some point. So it's really good to have this video data
Looks
because
like you have a little. That
not
ship
only
move
do
should
we
be
get
underway, so you
information
should be
about
getting
which
more.
individual
You should have
sharks
enough
are at the
to
wreck,
come
but
up,
we can also start to
get a little bit closer.
more insight into how they spend their time, their social interactions, maybe some
I
predation
can also
events.
follow you
We
up
don't
with my
have a lot
camera
of
if you'd
those
like.
documented. So,
Alright, come up a little.
and certainly
Might
reproductive
give you a little bit more
behaviors.
room to kind of come
This
up over
time
this
of year,
edge.
sharks are
I'll
sand
hold
tiger
there.
sharks are thought to be mating in North Carolina waters, and so it would be really interesting to see if any of that kind of behavior associated with reproduction is happening on these video feeds while we're watching.
Absolutely. So we're coming to you live from the seafloor, 16 and a half miles off the coast of North Carolina. We're at 242 feet on the bottom, looking at the wreck of the Civil War ironclad USS Monitor. And, you know, Carol, can you tell us a little bit about the museum? Because it really is an incredible resource for the public in the Outer Banks of North Carolina.
Yes, so just so everyone knows, I actually don't work at that facility. I work for all of the North Carolina aquariums, and so my knowledge of that aquarium itself is a little bit limited, but maybe we can ask Paul to chime in. But this aquarium, the Roanoke Island Aquarium, is in Mansfield, North Carolina. We get over, the aquariums get over 1 million visitors a year that come through our 3 aquariums as well as our educational pier.
I'm going to hold my
and so we
here
have an incredible opportunity to get people excited about marine conservation, about the habitats, the aquatic habitats throughout our state, and to learn more about the biodiversity, both marine and freshwater, and how you can do your part for conservation of those species. I have a note here from Paul saying we've got about 25 people in the theater.
Perfect. And, you know,
so if they have any questions, they can send them to you through Paul, through me.
Fantastic. Well, we'll look forward to that. And I want to point out on the screen, we're now looking at the bow of the Monitor, which is still in fantastic shape. There's some sand tigers giving us a sort of a great experience here. But again, the bow is, to me, for my years working on the shipwreck side, is still very intact, very strong, still has a sharp beat to it, which is exciting to see. So it really is just a beautiful shot that we're seeing now on the bottom at 242 feet, beaming to you live.
Coming back up. I don't want to lose auto XY.
And Carol, it looks like, so some of them, are there sharks taking shelter underneath the bow there? Do they actually stop swimming and sort of shelter in one place without moving?
They sure can. We see that behavior a lot with this species of shark. They're not obligate ram ventilators, and so they can hover almost motionless. It appears that they're motionless, although actually water is still flowing across their gills. But yeah, we often see sand tiger sharks in very close association with the wreck.
Yeah, do that last one finish. Sorry,
either right up against the wreck, or
they don't typically report it. I can double check what move are we looking at next.
Areas that
we probably want to switch to probably more west, maybe 270.
270, 10 meters?
Broken into pieces. So this is a shark that likes substrate. It likes structure. It likes to be close to it. Interestingly, I saw another male shark swim by.
Or do you want to do 245?
Males are identifiable by their external
245, 10 meters okay, or we want a short one?
10 meters should be alright.
Good copy, I'll make sure the last one was complete first.
The females, you would not see these. And so it's interesting that there seem to be quite a few male sharks around the Monitor today.
Hey, Bridge, we just wanted to make sure the last ship move was complete before we put in another one.
Sex aggregations, and sometimes
Roger,
they
last
seem
ship move is complete. Copy that. We'd like to request another ship move.
The males together or the
10
females
meters
together,
range,
but maybe
bearing
not
245 degrees at decimal 2 knots.
highly variable. But there you can see another male shark showing off his
Good copy, thanks, Bridge.
coming by.
Swimming right around the bow and then right
And I don't know a lot about the sand tigers.
Probably get a couple of jumps if you have the goggles on.
I was just going to say that, Carol, when we had a chance to get eyes on the Monitor yesterday unexpectedly, we did see both males and female sand tiger sharks.
Ship move should be underway shortly.
It looked like there were mixed gender aggregations. But go ahead, Tommy.
Well, I was just going to say, being that my knowledge of the sand tigers is just the appreciativeness of seeing them in the wild, but are they very curious sharks? They seem so inquisitive as they come up, and they're staying around the ROV, they're swimming at the cameras, constantly kind of with us. Is that a normal type of behavior?
Well, I don't really know what normal sand tiger shark behavior around ROVs is. This is sort of my first time really seeing that, but this is a shark that in general is pretty chill. So it's a favorite amongst divers because they aggregate around these ships. They're not swimming super fast, and they don't seem to be bothered by the presence of divers, or it seems the presence of this equipment underwater. And so I don't know if they're curious, but they certainly don't seem to be negatively impacted or distressed by this, which is really helpful, because that way we can get a peek at what they're doing and how they're behaving.
Yeah, that's great. And I should mention that we are keeping a respectful distance from the marine life and the wreck as well, being very careful not to intrude too much. But it's wonderful to see them come up and really give us a great show. Some of the products we come after this project will be spectacular. And so do we have Paul? Has he joined us yet to be able to ask some questions from the audience there in Roanoke Island?
Keep me in view, please.
We are still waiting for the folks in the theater there to come up with some questions. I believe
Ship move
Paul
appears
is
to be complete, pilots.
giving them a couple of minutes to get oriented and give them a chance to come up with some ideas. I'm sure they're just sort of fascinated with what they're seeing.
Should we call it a move back?
A whole new experience for us as we're watching
what
this
I've
feed.
got on the tether
Yeah,
right
and
now,
I should point out that we're
that
getting
should
some
get us most of
spectacular
the way
shots
along.
here at the GFOE pilots and the ROV.
I
here
can bring my head
coming in
over a
close,
little
and
bit, but
I just love seeing the
I can probably
diversity.
60 degrees to port.
Absolutely gorgeous. And we are on the armor belt of the Monitor. We're on the high side of the vessel, and we were at the bow, and we're which is the front of the ship, the other pointy part of the ship,
Okay,
and we're
I can start
slowly
bringing my head
making our
over
way
slightly to port.
towards the
Give me a
middle of the
second.
vessel. There was the chain locker area there as we come through, and then we'll see a little bit in the distance some part of the lower hull, and this would have been where the captain's cabin was as we come through. So it is beautiful.
So we did get a question from the Roanoke Island Theater. We have somebody asking, how long has the USS Monitor been down on the sea floor, and are there any plans to raise it?
You know what? I'm going to bring in Dr. John Broadwater, who is part of these original projects. And John, if you're on the line, could you help answer that question?
Still got a good bit of tether, right?
Yes.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me, Connie?
Yes.
Slowly rising up as I go aft.
Okay. Yeah, that's an excellent question, and it's sort of a two-part answer. We did recover parts of the Monitor, and the rest of the Monitor is the forward part of the Monitor is still intact on the seabed. But for years, when we first started the Monitor project, right after the wreck was discovered, there were many proposals put forward to try to raise the Monitor in its entirety, and also to evaluate the condition of the wreck and try to estimate how long it would survive if left on the seabed. And the problem is, when you talk to ocean engineers and scientists, you quickly discover that there's so many variables that making predictions like that are very difficult. And so we sort of shifted our attention. I came on board in 1992 as the superintendent, but before that I'd been on
tether
several
bed
trips
on
to the Monitor,
camera. He's going to start
several
sliding off
expeditions,
my
and seen it
port
for
side here shortly.
myself. And from the studies that we did, and in consultation with Gordon Watts, who was in charge of the project initially,
Yeah, I'm starting to
we
get
came to
tugged
the
along.
conclusion that
There it is.
the Monitor was definitely collapsing, and
toward the bow.
people used to say,
I think we
when I
covered
talk
this
about it
edge
collapsing,
pretty
they
well. Do
say,
you want to
well,
like try and go over it?
why all of a
Just go
sudden
forward a little
you
bit.
seem to be turning this into a
Yeah, I
crisis?
guess so.
And
Because we're
it's
kind of
been down
stuck
there
at this
for over
angle,
100
right,
years,
facing into the
and
current.
now why
Try
a
to
crisis
sneak in
now?
closer then.
And the only answer that I could come up with was structures reach a point. They dissolve or deteriorate at a very slow rate for many, many years. But then the Monitor is put together with rivets. They're plates that are of different sizes that are held together with rivets. And we found that there was a definite pattern of corrosion that was causing those rivets to pull loose and let the
It's
structure
like almost a
begin to
knot and
pull
a half
apart.
of current pilots be
And
advised.
so our conclusion was that
sure you're feeling it.
It was impossible to tell exactly when it was going to fall apart, but based on the projections we were able to make, we didn't think the Monitor had maybe more than a few years or maybe a decade or so, and that if we waited until technology presented us with an answer of how to raise the entire wreck, we probably would see it collapse before that happened and destroy a lot of the artifacts and a lot of the key components of the Monitor. And so that's when we put a major plan together to raise the parts of the Monitor that we thought were most important to save. And that turned out to be, for the primary one, of course, was the famous rotating gun turret. It was the first such gun turret that could turn on an axis and aim its guns in different directions. And that is something you still see in more ships today. And so we have the prototype for that entire range.
The boxfish looks pretty steady out there. I wonder if the current is helping it lock up.
Are we looking okay?
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna follow you up on the camera a little.
I lost for clear my thrust.
Yep, clear. Port forward is cleared.
Okay. Back in the groove. Hard to get over to my right.
And just to remind the folks that are listening and at the aquarium that, of course, John Broadwater is the former superintendent of the Monitor Sanctuary. He's an archaeologist who's sort of been part of the story from the beginning. So really gets the message.
We're clear.
John, we had a follow-up question about artifacts shifting over time. You mentioned earlier that there's a lot of corrosion happening, and that's going to sort of help break that ship up and perhaps move the pieces. Do you see a lot of shifting of the wreck, of the different pieces of the wreck? And other than just corrosion, are there any other factors that maybe contribute to how that wreck changes over time in terms of how it's distributed on the seafloor?
Yeah, hi. That's another good question. And yes, we did see some evidence of that. The first excavation that we did out there was in 1979, and we did a regular archaeological dig. We set up a grid and measured everything in and started excavating down into the hull near the captain's cabin. And we were at least a foot or so down into the silt and sediment when we found a plastic vegetable container. And so we know that the strong currents do churn up the silts and sediments inside, and also to some extent then churn up the artifacts. But further down inside, I think it's probably going to be a lot more stable. I don't think the currents probably extend the forces all the way to the bottom inside. And so I think if another excavation were performed, I think we'd find not only quite a few fascinating artifacts in the bow area, but probably they would still be within what we call their provenience, their context. They would be associated with where they were originally, and that might help us decide not only what they were used for, but since we know the layout of the cabin and where the various officers and men live, we might even be able to assign a name to an artifact.
And I should mention, too, that, yeah, the inside of the cradle there, which is the inside of the vessel at the bow, really is a protected sort of calmer area. So those things are, like John said, really do have the original provenience in most cases, which is exciting.
Yeah, and for everyone watching at the aquarium right now, I did want to mention that, you know, it's easy to look at the video feed that you're seeing and you know, it's obviously amazing footage, but you may not, you know, fully understand everything that's happening behind the scenes to bring you this incredible footage from the bottom of the ocean. You know, you're seeing the main camera view if you're watching feed 1. However, that camera is attached to something that we call a remotely operated vehicle, or an ROV. Remotely operated because there are no people on board. It is a standalone vehicle that's connected to the ship via a cable, and all of the pilots who are operating the vehicle are sitting in a control room on the ship. And so we're actually operating a two-body system. We have the main ROV Yogi, which is actually sitting near the bottom, near the wreck, and is giving you that really close-up view. And that's connected to a 100-foot-long loose neutral tether that is transmitting all the power, video signal, communication, control, and feedback back up to a secondary vehicle named Guru, which on feed 2 you'll be able to see the third-person perspective of the Guru camera that shows Yogi on the bottom. So all those signals and all that power is run through Guru and then back up through a cable that connects Guru to the ship. And that cable is spooled on a winch on the back deck, and all of the video signal that you're seeing goes through our video banks on the ship into a satellite tracking dish, is sent through satellites, beamed back down to shore, and broadcast to YouTube for all of you to see. That all is happening in less than 30 seconds. So there's a less than 30-second delay between what you're seeing on the seafloor and it showing up on your monitor at the aquarium there. And I hope that just gives you a little bit of an understanding, a little bit of context for how we're able to get you this high-quality footage in real time.
Yeah, absolutely. And Carol, do you have any other questions for us?
I don't have any sitting in the chat right now from the aquarium, but I'm happy to take some more questions if anybody in the theater has them. I was wondering, so in addition to the Monitor, are there any other wrecks nearby that are included in the sanctuary footprint?
Well, that's
or the Monitor is just the Monitor, is the sanctuary just the Monitor, or does it cover a larger spread of seafloor, is my question.
Yeah, well, that's a great question. The Monitor National Marine Sanctuary is our nation's first National Marine Sanctuary. We think of it as the jewel in the sanctuary's crown, as I will never stop telling people. But yeah, it just protects the iconic Civil War ironclad Monitor. It is a 1-mile column of water from the surface down to the seafloor and protects the shipwreck. That is its sole purpose. So we recognize the whole area off North Carolina has thousands of incredible shipwrecks and so many historical stories to tell. But our particular focus is the Monitor. But we are very proud to partner with folks like the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, United States Navy, BOEM, MIRAD, all these other government agencies that oversee these vessels, in the United States Coast Guard. And so we like to think of ourselves as the ocean experts at NOAA, so we can bring this technology to bear in partnerships like with GFOE to help tell their stories, but we just protect the USS Monitor.
Yeah, and we're operating from a NOAA ship today, the NOAA ship Nancy Foster. working with the incredible crew on board. It's really been a pleasure to work with both the deck crew and the rest of the ship's crew and the officers. The setup, the system that GFOE, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, is operating today is actually, it doesn't live on this ship. It doesn't live on the Nancy Foster. All of the equipment, the ROVs, that winch I mentioned earlier, the video banks, the satellite tracking dish, all of this equipment was brought on board in the last couple of weeks. So all of this, lived up in Rhode Island where the ROV engineering workshop is. It was shipped down to Charleston for mobilization on the back of a flatbed truck in a couple of containers. And it was all unpacked, unloaded, and set up by the GFOE team. And at the end of the expedition in a couple weeks, we're going to be packing all of this equipment back up, putting it back in the containers, back on a truck, and shipping it up to Rhode Island. And so we call this system a flyaway system because it's able to move from ship to ship. And this particular setup, where we've used both Yogi and Guru, the dual-body system, was operated a few years ago on another ship called the NOAA ship Reuben Lasker. And so, we're able to take this incredibly capable system and bring that capability to different ships in the fleet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should point people's attention, too, that we have two feeds we're sharing with the public. On feed 2, we're actually showing some graphics and imagery of the Monitor, multi-beam imagery that we've collected over the years, and other ones as well. And the video we're seeing is actually the bow of the USS Monitor on the seafloor at 242 feet. With some great shots of sand tiger sharks and, of course, the marine life. And
yeah, we actually have a question in the YouTube chat, and maybe there's well, somebody's asking what were the yellow lumps with the holes. And I'm not sure if that was a part of the ship hull or if that was maybe some biology that was encrusted on the hull.
We discussed it yesterday. I think Avery Paxton, you had some great explanation of what those might be.
Yes, so I'm not sure exactly which yellow matter you're talking about, but earlier today and yesterday we did see some encrusting animals, either sponges or tunicates, that do look almost like a foam spread out over part of the wreck. Sometimes they do have little holes in them, and often they'll use those holes to feed. So what they do is it's called filter feeding. They bring water in through those holes and extract food particles, and then they push the remaining water right back out, usually a different hole. So I think they were probably either tunicates or sponges. And if we see them again, I'll try to point them out in more detail to the viewers.
Oh, that might
I
be
think
what
they
we're
might
seeing.
be showing up on that bow feed right now. Is that what, maybe? Those yellow?
Yes, there they are. Yes, so I think those are sponges, possibly tunicates, and one of the subject matter experts on the ecology side who we'll have on board later during the mission, she studies how different organisms, including sponges and tunicates, use wrecks for their homes, and she may be able to weigh in. One of the difficulties is that it's hard to distinguish between tunicates and sponges just by viewing them visually. And so we're not going to be taking samples on this mission, but if we were interested in getting down to the species identification, we would oftentimes need to take samples.
Yeah, that's a great point. And Yogi, the ROV, is actually capable of collecting samples. However, our mission here is to look and not touch. So we are not collecting samples. We are not touching the wreck. We are not disturbing the wreck in any way. However, Yogi does have a manipulator arm, which you can see in one of the quad camera views on feed 2. There's a small electrically actuated manipulator arm that has been used to collect samples in Yellowstone Lake and off the west coast of the U.S. And stowed in boxes on board Yogi and brought up back to the surface to be analyzed. Yogi has also been outfitted with a suction sampler, which is kind of like an underwater vacuum cleaner, where you're able to suck up soft materials and store them in a bin to safely return them to the surface. But again, we are not actually collecting any samples here. Our mission is to observe and collect video, collect other data such as water conductivity, salinity, temperature, and correlate that with depth and position to give us a holistic understanding of the ecosystem in and around the Monitor wreck.
Yeah, so I should add, we're not planning on recovering artifacts on this mission. We are collecting data on this mission.
Great. That's a great way to
Scientific
put it.
data is what we're collecting.
And part of the value here is that we have these highly capable, high-definition cameras able to give us really close-up views of the wreck and of objects or creatures growing on the wreck. We're collecting this snapshot in time, right? We're collecting data now, and maybe in the future, if the ROV returns at some point, we'll be able to track the changes over time, time series data. How has the wreck continued to decompose? How has the biology changed? What differences happen and how quickly do they happen? And that's an important part of management of a site like this.
Yeah, that's what NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary is charged with, is the management and protection of the Civil War ironclad USS Monitor. So, this is really the first in-depth look in 20 years, the return to the Monitor since that turret recovery in 2002, and it's an opportunity to really document it, see what changes have happened, look at the shipwreck as a habitat now, and characterize it both archaeologically and ecologically. So, obviously, we're very lucky to have our partners on the line and at sea with this. So I should mention, we're at noon here. We are talking live to the Roanoke Island Aquarium, part of the North Carolina Aquarium System. We have Carol Price on the line, an ecologist and biologist. We're from the NOAA's National Center for Coastal Ocean Science. We've got Avery Paxton and Chris Taylor. From the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, we have Chris Southerly, and myself, I'm Tane Casserly with NOAA's Modern National Marine Sanctuary. And we have Dan here with GFOE.
Dan Rogers with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration.
And we are coming to you live from the seafloor, 242 feet at the USS Monitor at Monitor's National Marine Sanctuary. And Carol, any other questions from the audience? We want to make sure that we can include them if they have any thoughts.
Sure. I got it looks like the program there is sort of wrapping up. They did have some good conversations around what they were seeing, but I did get a couple of last-minute questions. One was, how often do you do these missions, and how long did it take for the ROV to get down that far?
Well, it sounds like a two-parter. It sounds like a two-parter.
You take the first one, Tanya, and I'll do the second.
So I can talk about these missions. They take a lot of time, a lot of planning, a lot of coordination, and we have to find the right funding opportunity. That's really a key part of this. So we are very lucky to be able to have the funding available now. And there's a little bit message from the ship. We are very lucky to have the funding available to really bring the sanctuaries alive and share them with the public. And this is helping support of the America's Beautiful initiative, where we're sharing these special places with the world. So, but we have visited the Monitor several times since 2002, but these were short projects, maybe just one dive, and that would be a scuba dive, or we did one ROV dive for one day, or a multi-beam survey for part of a day. So this is really the first time we've been back in 20 years for an in-depth study and survey since 2002. So this is the return to Monitor for us. And Dan, maybe you can talk about the other parts.
Yeah, so right now we're operating at some relatively shallow depths. Deep depths for a scuba diver, relatively shallow depths for an ROV setup like this. The vehicles are currently between 50 and 70 meters deep, and we're able to descend and ascend on the winch at 20 to 30 meters per second. And so, it's a really quick ascent and descent at these depths. With the deeper ROV system that's on the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer, and again, I mentioned earlier, those vehicles are rated to 6,000 meters, or about 20,000 feet. It can take up to 3 hours or so to get down to the bottom, and then once you're on the bottom, to come back up. And so those dives take a much longer for a shorter amount of bottom time, just because of how long it takes to ascend and descend the water column. But again, luckily we're working in some relatively shallow depths, and we're able to maximize our dive time on the bottom.
Cool. Cool. Do we have any?
Yeah, funny. That's a great view of the anchor well.
Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous. Any other questions, Carol, from the audience?
No, I think we're cleared out the theater there at the aquarium, and so I think our next group of aquarium visitors will be coming in around 1:30 to do another question and answer session with this system we have here of me getting the questions and transferring them to you. So this is my first time doing this, and so I think it went really well. So thank you for making this possible, and thanks to my coworker Paul Mazie at the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island for facilitating this.
Yeah, we couldn't be prouder to have you as one of our partners.
Avery Paxton, this is Chris. Are you seeing the soft corals attached to the hull? Have you gotten a good enough sight on to get an ID, maybe?
I am seeing them, but it's a little bit too pixelated on my end for me to get a good ID. Some of the white hard ones, I don't think I see them in the frame right now, but I have seen them earlier today. I'm pretty confident that those are a type of hard coral called oculina. But the other ones will have to hold on, I think. I do see some spadefish in the image right now, one or two, and of course the sand tiger shark off in the distance.
Avery, this is John. Have you ever seen the report that was done back in the 70s, I think? NOAA commissioned a study for someone to look at all the movie, film, and video and try to come up with a list of species on the monitor. That might be neat to compare with what you see today.
Yes, John, that's a really valuable point. And we have seen that report, and there have been several others from some of our colleagues here at the NOAA Beaufort Lab who did diving surveys last, I may get the time wrong, a decade or so. And one of the things that Chris Taylor and I have talked about doing is from the ecology side, doing exactly what you're suggesting, comparing the species that are present on the monitor during this mission to those that we have seen previously through these prior surveys. And that can help us understand a little bit more about how the site may be changing as a habitat for fish over time. So I would be really interested to see what that may show. One of the challenging parts is we get these little snapshots, right? And so we've talked a lot about how some of the previous snapshots may have been on scuba diving surveys where bottom time was limited and a lot of decompression time was incurred. And one of the really, really valuable aspects of today's mission is that we're able to spend hours on this site because of the technology that GFOE is bringing to the table.
Yeah, and thanks for that. And this is Dan Rogers with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. I just wanted to reintroduce our current operating team. We currently have John Mefford sitting in the navigator seat. John is right now responsible for keeping situational awareness of the ROVs as well as coordinating ship motion and surface conditions with the bridge, the officers on the bridge of the ship. We have Lars Murphy sitting in co-pilot. He's operating Guru, the camera sled, whose view you can see in feed 2, I believe, of the third-person perspective of Yogi at the bottom. Then we have Todd Gregory on pilot. He's operating Yogi, driving the vehicle around directly and carefully maneuvering around the wreck to bring us as close of views as possible. And we have Roland Bryan, our video engineer in the corner, and we're constantly working to fine-tune the video quality to make sure that we're bringing you the highest quality footage as possible at every moment. So we're all really proud to be here today, to be operating these vehicles, to provide you all in the public access to this wreck, to this site of cultural, national, and historical significance that not many people get to visit in person. but we're able to bring to you at home with our telepresence capability. So again, everything that you're seeing on the video is live from the seafloor with only a 30-second or so delay. So you're basically seeing it as we're seeing it as we explore this wreck. And I actually did want to point out one of the interesting tools that we have on Yogi. It's a Blue View multi-beam sonar. And Roland, I'm actually hoping if you have a moment, if you don't mind bringing that up. Oh, he's already got it up. That's how good he is. He's quick on the draw. He's got the multi-beam sonar on feed number 2. For those of you watching at home, you can tune into feed 2 to see that multi-beam sonar view. And I'm actually going to ask our co-pilot Lars Murphy if he doesn't mind maybe saying a few words about how or what that multi-beam is and how it's used. Yeah, thanks, Lars. That was great. And I just want to point out, while we still have the multi-beam blue view up there, that you can actually see the sharks swimming by. You can see the sonar returns of the sharks swimming by in the multi-beam view, if you look carefully. Just showing the incredible detail that we're able to see with that device.
And so that's a really interesting point.
Sorry, Avery.
You go first.
This just gives us a really broad view. We use this type of technology to make observations of the fish, just as you pointed out. And not only can you see you have a broader view of what's out there. So the camera's seeing maybe 60 degrees in front of the ROV, but this blue view is seeing 140 degrees wide. So it's a much wider angle, giving a much broader perspective, and you're able to see much further out from where the camera can see. And but each of those pixels on that imaging sonar are calibrated so that we know and can make measurements of the objects that are being seen within that blue view. So we can do things like measure the length of the sharks that are swimming through the field of view, as well as the fish, and make counts of the fish that we observe. And this is important for us to study the ecology, because sometimes we know that a few species of fish will avoid the ROV, and they'll stay just out of that field of view, in the murk. But we're able to see those and make counts of those fish even if they're outside of the field of view of the camera. So a real useful and supplementary tool that we can use to make observations on the ecology.
Yeah, that's a great point. While we are able to bring you incredible camera views, visible light does dissipate very quickly in the water column, and we bring a lot of very powerful little LED lights with us on the vehicles to see as much as we can, but you really are limited with how far the cameras are able to see. So the sonar, for those of you who might not be familiar, is actually powered by sound. It sends out a little sound signal to vibrate the water, and those sound pressure waves can travel much farther in the water column than visible light, and so those sound pings bounce off of objects in the distance beyond our view in the visible camera, cameras, and it reflects and sends a signal back that is detected by the sonar and produces these images. So it's basically echolocation, like bats and some marine mammals use. It's a similar type of concept there. And John Mefford, sitting navigator, is in a really important position right now. As navigator, he's keeping an eye on conditions and providing situational awareness for the two pilots. And John, do you mind talking about some of the things that you're watching for as we traverse the wreck right now?
Judging my view. Sounds good.
That was great. Thanks, John.
Totally down.
And John's job as navigator is made a little trickier in this area, given our proximity to the Gulf Stream, which is a quite powerful and consistent current stream that moves up around Florida, moving north and northeast up into the northern Atlantic, and carrying with it warmer waters from the Gulf of Mexico and the Caribbean at up to several knots in speed, which can provide tricky conditions for ships to operate vehicles like this at, because obviously we're trying to maintain position over this one location, where the wreck is, while the water is basically moving under our feet. And so if there's an issue with the ship propulsion or the vehicle thrust, those vehicles would get blown down current and potentially cause challenging situations to deal with. So we do our best to monitor all of those systems, monitor the conditions, make sure that everything is stable and secure as we traverse the wreck. So, because John is able to keep an eye on those things, the pilots can focus on the ROVs at the bottom and make sure that their concentration is on, providing the best quality footage that they can.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing some great scenes here too, with the box extended, looking through, and I remember from some of my days when we were diving the shipwreck, I actually looked down underneath the hull here at one point with my light, and I could have sworn that I saw the pilot house with its curved sides. It might have been, oxygen psychosis maybe, or hypoxia, but I honestly thought I saw that. So there's no reason, if the monitor's hull is lifted off the seafloor, that it wouldn't still be there, but another mystery yet to be solved.
Yeah, and we did have a couple.
Connie, this is John. We actually did get a short clip of video, or maybe it was a still photo that clearly showed the pilot house. So we did get visual confirmation that it's still in play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an iconic piece. It was so wonderful to see that firsthand.
And we have a couple of questions in the YouTube chat. And I do want to remind everyone that if you have any questions for anyone on board, the ROV team, the scientists, the archaeologists, please post them in the YouTube chat on feed 1. It's also accessible on the main GFOE homepage. The URL for that is engineeringfordiscovery.org. But I am seeing a couple questions about the camera on the extension arm. So the camera that you're seeing mounted in front of the vehicle from the main feed is called a Boxfish 360 camera. It's actually made up of 3 cameras with 3 different dome ports for them to see through. And those 3 camera views are going to be stitched together in a post-processing effort to make a single 360-degree video file. And so the intention is to take that 360-degree video, make it publicly available, so that all of you at home will, in some time, I won't try to promise any time lengths here, but you'll be able to watch it at home and view this video in a VR headset or a similar setup, and that should help, provide another way to experience this wreck in a really immersive manner.
Yeah, I should mention that the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries at NOAA is very proficient using these 360 video. We've done it for multiple sanctuary sites. We've recently done it at the Mallows Bay Potomac River National Marine Sanctuary to great effect. And these types of products, which are free for the public to use, interact with, they really break down barriers. So it allows an immersive process where you can explore the shipwreck site, no matter who you are, where you are, anywhere in the world, as a free download. So that's just one of the wonderful things that we're able to share with you, because it can be quite difficult to get to Monitor. It's deep. It's 242 feet on the seafloor. Only a very small fraction of divers actually have the skill set or capability to reach Monitor, and divers are a very small subset of the population. So this is a way for us to share it with everyone around the world that we're very proud of. And of course, GFOE is making that possible to tell that story.
Yeah, absolutely. We're really proud to have been able to work with you, Tane, and plan out using this device to capture this footage that will hopefully provide a really immersive experience for everyone at home later.
Yeah. Oh, and I should mention too that we talked earlier about its use for science. So obviously to give you the immersive experience for the public, as us as archaeologists, historians, to be put into space. But Avery Paxton, you had mentioned earlier some of the uses you saw for the ecological aspects, if you want to talk about that, and the 360 camera.
Sure. So one of the things that our team does is we try to, on the ecology side of things, understand exactly what types of fish are using shipwrecks for their home. And so when we have opportunities to do dives like this, we can get a snapshot from a forward-facing camera, like the ones that we're seeing on the feed. But what's really valuable is for us to be able to see in all directions. And so having video footage from the 360-degree Boxfish camera enables us to get a much broader context for what is happening with the fish community on these particular shipwrecks. So it's very valuable for us. And I'm curious, Tane and John and Chris Southerly, from your perspective, is there added value in the archaeological investigations from having the 360 footage from the Boxcam as well, Boxfish camera?
Yeah, well, maybe Chris Southerly, what do you think about the use of this type of technology to interpret shipwrecks?
I guess, I think the capability that we've got now with the Boxfish camera, with the 360, as well as just a high-definition video, is extremely valuable for us, because, actually, Connie, as you were mentioning before, looking up underneath the armor belt and trying to see up under the hull where it's upside down, is you've got the capability on that arm with the Boxfish, with the pilots carefully maneuvering it in to see where we probably couldn't see ourselves. And it's been my experience, especially working in lower visibility environments closer to shore, that in a lot of cases the cameras actually see better than we do. When you go back and you review the video on that was recorded you'll have a much better view, much better resolution, pick up much more detail than you would just looking visually.
And I don't mean...
Of course, we just saw a quite substantial sand tiger there getting very curious about the camera arm.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you, but it was such a dramatic view that we just saw of a sand tiger shred coming up. But yeah, you're exactly right, Chris. And maybe for John, this is John Broadwater. This is a different type of technology we're employing. And, from all your experience with exhibit design and sharing these stories, what do you think about this new technology?
I think the technology is just wonderful. I think it's valuable to us as scientists, whether it be biological or archaeological. And I think it's also valuable as archaeologists and most scientists, for that matter. We like to be able to share what we do with the public. And in the past, as you pointed out, Connie, it's not always easy to do. We can't take very many people to the monitor. And so this new technology gives us the opportunity to bring the monitor to the public, and I think it's really a key part of what we want to do as archaeologists, and that's to let the public share in our findings and our observations. And so, yeah, I've watched the technology grow from cameras that were just hung off the back of the ship and towed randomly and hopefully across the wreck, up to the point where what we're seeing today is just generations beyond what we had back then. It's just, I think it's very exciting.
Yeah, I think that's well said. And, we this type of technology has been around in different forms for a while, but it was very expensive, very technical. Only very few venues could actually show it, and it would be a very special room that's designed for it. But now, literally, for essentially $200, you could buy a pair of headsets, a VR headset, and you could download those for free. So just, what technology is provided at a very low cost, it's just incredible. That just makes me excited. And John, this is a great scene for you now, what we're seeing on the screen here. This is the cut that we did in the armor belt, which I know you remember well. But if you look, one of the oaken frames there is still doing a pretty good job of being solid. We do have some of the worms have gone in there, but I think the armor belt itself is still looking pretty strong. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's really a good sign. It sort of speaks to the possibility of long-term stabilization of the hull. And for the biologists, this is an interesting thing that we have for years. The archaeology teams have speculated on: is the marine growth on top of the monitor, is it a good thing or a bad thing? Is it protecting the hull, or is it contributing to its further deterioration? And so I'm not sure there are really good answers for all of those yet, but it's certainly something that's an open question for a lot of underwater sites. The international preference now is for preservation in situ, or preservation where the wreck lies. And so it's a very important question for us to know the whole overall ecological picture. And is the wreck continuing to corrode? And is there anything we can do to slow that corrosion? And what about the biological mantle over the wreck? Is that helping or hurting? So all of these questions are things that we need answers to in order to do advanced management planning to protect these sites.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And, honestly, I didn't know what we would find with that extension that's part of the armor belt that's hanging out past the grout bags. And I'm very encouraged it's still intact. I mean, we all know this is an iron shipwreck in salt water, so she won't be like that forever. But for now, I would say the monitor is holding its own.
Yeah, that is encouraging, John. I agree.
Yeah, it struck me how interesting it is that we have so many sensors on board the ROV, and as an ROV engineer, I come from the perspective of, well, what does this sensor provide me in terms of situational awareness as I'm driving the vehicle along the bottom? We talked about the Blue View multi-beam sonar that you saw earlier. We're talking about our high definition cameras. We're talking about our depth meters, our altitude meters, and these are all things that the pilots are keeping an eye on as they're driving around the bottom. Just to make sure that we're avoiding hazards, avoiding obstacles, and keeping both the ROVs and the wrecks safe. But it struck me how important those also are to science, as you mentioned earlier, and it's something I know, but not always something that I think about in the moment, right? Avery, I believe, mentioned earlier that the multi-beam sonar. I mentioned that we could see a shark swimming by in the sonar return, mentioning that those sonar returns could be used to actually measure the length of the shark. That all the camera views are providing a constant stream of visual data that can be used for scientific analysis. Our depth meter and altimeters are logging data and correlating it with depth and position, and how all of these tools that we're using on the ROV to operate them are a dual use for science and analysis later on.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of us who've worked in poor visibility, these sonars are incredible tools to put on the bottom to get a sense of where we are. If you can't visually see your hand in front of your face, the multi-beam, the blue views, all these type of things are huge tools for us. And then, so this is a great point for Chris Southerly. That again, that for a lot of the environments you work in, that have you found these types of tools useful to help document shipwrecks and in poor visibility?
No, absolutely. The evolution of sonar technology with the better quality, higher frequency digital side scans, which gives us much better resolution, and the incorporation of multi-beam technology on top of that is absolutely invaluable to us in the low visibility environments. One of the wrecks that we worked on in North Carolina that is absolutely zero visibility. It's about a quarter mile offshore near a outflow from one of the nuclear power plants. And there's absolutely chocolate milk zero visibility on this site. But we were able to partner up with some individuals who had dropped sonar buoys, where you literally dropped a sonar tripod to the bottom and put that in several locations around this wreck. And then very similar to what we're seeing with the blue view, the sweep in front of us, this was providing arc views, an arcing view of the wreck site. And then we were able with the software to digitally mosaic that together and come up with a very high resolution sonar image of the wreck site with no shadowing, because we were coming from every different direction. So that was the technology and the evolution of this is absolutely invaluable, and it keeps getting better and better. And the whole key to that is some of these systems are expensive, so the key is partnerships and partnering up with different organizations, different government, private, to make the best use of the technology that we have available to get the best data collected.
Absolutely. And I should remind folks that are joining us around the world and also at our partner venues, the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia, and the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, that we are coming to you live from the iconic Civil War ironclad USS Monitor at 242 feet on the seafloor within NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, our nation's first national marine sanctuary. We have several experts with us today. We have former Monitor Superintendent John Broadwater, archaeologist. We have archaeologist Chris Southerly with the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. We also have ecologist Avery Paxton and Chris Taylor from NOAA's National Center for Coastal Science, Ocean Science, and myself, I'm Tane Casserly with NOAA's Modern National Marine Sanctuary, and of course a whole team here from the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. And I'll pass it to Dan to tell us a little bit about GFOE.
Yeah, so for those of you who are just joining, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE, is a nonprofit engineering group made up of about 25 to 30 engineers with many different backgrounds and disciplines, spanning mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, software and data engineering, video engineering, and as well as satellite communications expertise. So It's a soup to nuts operation, able to bring you everything from the vehicles that actually go down to the seafloor to through managing the transmission of that video broadcast to everyone at home. And the system that we're using today is actually what we call a flyaway system. So it's a mobile system. It does not live on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, the ship that we're operating from now. It actually can be packed up in its entirety and shipped around to different ships and different vessels and operated in a similar manner on vessels of opportunity all around the world. So it's a really incredible system, really incredible capability, and we're all very proud to be here today to be able to bring you these just stunning views of the Monitor shipwreck.
Yeah, and I want to talk a little about the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, but before we do, we've got a beautiful view here of the Monitor and a sand tiger shark, and maybe for Avery Paxton and Carol Price, what does that mean seeing this animal so clear in its natural environment?
This is Avery. Carol, feel free to chime in if you're still on the line. But being able to see the sand tigers in their natural environment is really valuable. It teaches us a lot about how they're behaving. So right now we're seeing the sand tiger shark in my frame resting. And one of the things we're really curious to see is later in the mission we'll be doing several ROV dives during the nighttime. And we're curious to understand if the sand tiger shark behavior is changing, because it's been reported that they are much more active in the night. And one of the things that I like to see is the spot pattern along the side of the shark, which Carol hopefully can tell you a little bit more about. Carol and her team can actually identify individual sand tiger sharks using their spot patterns. So Carol, you want to explain a little bit more?
Sure. So yeah, as Avery said, the spot patterns are unique to every shark, just like a human fingerprint. And so when we have beautiful shots like this, we work with a platform called WildBook, WildBook, that uses a couple of different algorithms to create maps of those spot maps. And so the idea is if you put those maps, spot maps in a computer, it will measure, these algorithms will measure the distance between the spots or the shapes of the triangles between any three spots. And it builds a huge matrix of distance values that makes that spot pattern, be able to be compared to another shark later on, another image of a shark, and then we can determine whether those spot patterns are similar or not. And then even though the computer gets us a pretty far way of identifying sharks that might be a match, we actually still have to do the final determination by eye, individually by eye. So we will go through and look very carefully not only at the spot patterns, that's one of our main ways of telling the same shark, if it's the same shark, but we also look at things like gender or scar patterns or sometimes some of the fins will have a nick in it or something like that, and so you can, or be damaged in some way, or there's a scar that lasts for a while, and so sometimes you can see those things as well. But it's the spot pattern that really gets us the best information. This guy is really cooperative. He is just hanging out. Most of the sharks move a little bit, even though they're relatively docile around divers, they are still swimming so often. And so it really is a skill that divers can develop to take images of these sharks. We are very fortunate, Spotted Shark USA is very fortunate to have many very skilled divers that go out to these wrecks every year repeatedly over time and get beautiful images of these sharks for us. And that close-up, you can see how I was mentioning they get scars and scrapes on them. That close-up view that is panning in right now, you can see some of those scrapes on this male sand tiger shark's head. There's a whole lot of reasons sharks can get scraped up. Maybe they are foraging around the wreck and getting scratched up during mating season. There can be some interactions there that can result in some scraping and wounding. If we see a female that has distinctive mating scars. I'll definitely point that out. So this is, as Avery said, this is really cool to just see these sharks behaving as sharks behave, just doing what they do. So much information that we have comes from either still images or maybe telemetry data, which are really snapshots in time. But being able to have just hours of video data that seem to be a non-invasive way to study these animals, so you don't have to handle them, you don't have to bring them to the surface, you don't have to put tags on them or in them. This is a really non-invasive way to study these animals, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing the stitched together video to be able to see sort of the fuller picture of, you know, what was happening on these hours on this wreck. Specifically for me, for this shark, but I'm interested in kind of all the other critters as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Tani, this is really a fantastic view of the underneath side of the monitor, the monitor's inverted deck. And what you see that the shark is just in front of is a deck plate that's pulled loose from the deck, but it hasn't pulled all the way loose. So near the top of the screen there, it's still attached to the deck, but it's partially pulled loose. And that's the kind of thing that's slowly happening to the monitor, is those deck plates are being pulled. They're very heavy, so gravity is constantly pulling at them. And as those rivets start to deteriorate, then the plates may start to come loose more frequently. And for you guys who are interested in the technical aspects here, this is a really beautiful view looking up inside the armor belt. And it looks like you see a lattice work of tubes or pipes in there. What those are bolts that held the whole armor belt together. It's a series of crisscross bolts that held the wood backing, the oak and the pine, and held all that with the 5 layers of iron on the outside. Each layer was an inch thick. So this is really the kind of thing for engineers and archaeologists that is really helpful in trying to determine rates of deterioration and the stability of the remaining wreck down there.
We're getting some great shots of that now, John, too, of that close-in view of those bolts you were talking about.
Oh, yeah, that's spectacular.
So folks need to remember the ship was, built, basically, it was riveted. So, if you don't know what rivets are, just look at your pair of jeans, and you'll see those little copper pieces around the pockets. That's essentially a rivet. So it is a different technology. It wasn't welded. So when those rivets give way, things happen like that deck plate starting to fall there. But again, that's part of a natural process you'd expect to see, of course, with an iron ship in salt water.
And the GFOE team has actually had the opportunity to explore quite a number of shipwrecks over the years, all throughout the world, from the Atlantic to the Gulf of Mexico out into the Central Pacific. We supported NOAA's Office of Ocean Exploration and Research with a 3-year Pacific focus campaign, exploring waters in Hawaii, off of Guam, the Kwajalein Marshall Islands, Wake Island, and all along the way explored all kinds of different wrecks, a lot of them from World War I and World War II, or primarily World War II. And one of the most memorable wrecks for me was actually diving on one of the Japanese mini-subs just outside of Pearl Harbor on the, I believe, 75th anniversary of Pearl Harbor. We were there on the day of the anniversary, diving at the exact time in the morning that the first attacks happened, with an archaeologist on board, telling the story minute by minute of what had happened that morning as we were looking at the wreckage of this Japanese mini-submarine. And it's easy to look at a wreck and see, a decomposing hull and just kind of think of it as an object, but all of these wrecks have stories, and all of these stories have people, and every wreck is a different story, and they're all interesting in their own way. And it's just a good reminder that how much historical and cultural significance these wrecks have. You know, I know we're talking a lot about kind of the science and a lot about what we're observing. We're talking about, you know, the biology, and those are all important. But you know, there's a story here, and it's a story that NOAA has been telling for years, and that, you know, GFOE is happy to be a part of today, and exploring the kind of this snapshot in time of the wreck.
Oh yeah. Well, I should mention that, as John well knows, that our Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Maritime Heritage Program has been a part of that Japanese mini-sub story from the start.
Great.
So our personnel have been part of documenting it, working with HURL, Hawaii Undersea Research Lab, with the Pisces submersibles. But yeah, we've long worked very closely with the Navy, with HURL, the Japanese government. Yeah, just another proud project we're happy to be part of.
Fantastic, yeah, and that's such an important part. The storytelling and keeping that history alive, you know, is so important for preserving sites like these.
Yeah, and if we look at the screen now, John, again, you know, you can see, you know, the deck work there in sort of one of the first times I've really noticed that cross section of the deck itself, not just the armor belt.
Yes, you really can see it in this view. So we're looking back from the stern up towards the bow, and just in the center of the image there, you'll be able to see the remaining part of the deck come into view. It's like a cross-sectional view. That's fantastic.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, you know, for the engineering folks, people are interested in, you know, historic construction. This is almost like a master class of how an ironclad was built. That's tremendous. And we're going to be very lucky. In just a few minutes, about 15 minutes, we're going to be joined by Will Hoffman, the Director of Conservation at the Mariners Museum and Park. Again, key partner in telling the Monitor story. You know, we have an audience there too that's going to be listening to us, that are listening to us now, and, you know, listening to Will talk about the efforts they do at the museum. But I think this will be a special treat for Will when we're here at the stern area of the vessel by the boiler and the cut, that we'll be looking at the engineering spaces, which is of very particular interest to Will Hoffman. So I think he's really going to enjoy this. You know, maybe if we can talk a little bit about the ecology again and habitat of the vessel, and you know, great for our experts on the line. That are you guys noticing a difference in the species we see on vessels that have been down for quite a long time, like Monitor for 160 years, versus more of those more modern artificial reefs?
That's a great question, Tane. And one of the things that we look at is the process through which organisms come to live on these wrecks. And the best correlate I can give you is a recent study that our team conducted where we looked at an intentionally deployed ship. It was deployed as an artificial reef, and it had been placed right next to another ship's artificial reef that had been underwater for several decades. And we looked to see how the fish occupied both of them, and we found that the new artificial reef was colonized very quickly, almost instantaneously by fish, and that the fish that first came to it were ones that were large predators and small bait fish that oftentimes tend to hang out in the water column around or above these wrecks. And so we haven't had a lot of opportunity to yet look at long differences over time scales. So a wreck that's been down for over 100 years versus one that's been down for several decades. But the video that we collect during this mission will be able to help us do that. We'll have multiple time points from the oldest vessel that we'll visit on the mission, which is the Monitor today, yesterday, and a few other days. And then we'll have some World War I wrecks, World War II wrecks, and then some more contemporary vessels as well. So that'll give us a nice time series, as we call it, to start to examine that. And Chris Taylor, do you want to add anything about how our team, maybe you can talk about it from a tools perspective. So here we're using a remotely operated vehicle, but our team also uses lots of different advanced technologies to understand how fish use these shipwrecks.
Yeah, thanks, Avery. I think I'll step back a bit first and say that we fully recognize that in the 160 years that Monitor's been on the seabed, there's been a growth of these attached organisms, the invertebrates, the sponges, the corals, and the tunicates, and and that their attachment and growth depends a lot on the type of material that the ship was made out of originally. So I appreciate the greater detail and context on the history and the construction of this wreck. This is important information for us to study the ecology of those attached organisms. And those things are going to change over time, as well as storms that are moving the wreck and moving sand around and maybe abrading some of the attached organisms that are on the surface. And that's from the perspective of habitat being this sort of at different scales. Like the shipwreck itself is a feature that we know the bait fish are attracted to, and the large predators then follow their food, those bait fish. But the microhabitat on the surface of the wreck is really the finer scale detail that the smaller fish may be more attracted to the reef-associated species that may be attracted to those sort of microhabitats. That's something that this imagery is going to give us there. We're going to be able to use this high-definition video, the 360 camera, the imaging sonar to really tell us that really fine-scale microhabitat story. But in a larger, from a larger view, we can look at the entire wreck almost instantaneously using some of the tools that we have on the ship. And so, before the ROV gets in the water, the ship will conduct a survey over the top to map the seabed and the shipwreck to understand where the shape and to understand any other obstructions that may be on the seabed that may be hazardous to the ROV. That gives us a very accurate model of the shape of the habitat. And then simultaneously, we're mapping fish in the water column using those same echosounders and sonars, and we're able to enumerate and estimate the biomass of fish that are occupying this wreck. So it's really a picture of this particular wreck, the USS Monitor, from multiple scales as we get down and get up close from the surface of the ocean all the way down to getting very up close, like the views of some of these corals, tunicats, and the sea anemones that we've come across. It's really just spectacular.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Chris. So we are about to be joined by Will Hoffman. I'm not sure. Will Hoffman, are you on the line yet? He might not be. But we're providing some very special views here for him for the stern of the vessel.
I'm here, Tyler. Can you hear me?
I can. You might want to move the phone just a little bit away from your mouth there. But if you're able to see where we are now on the monitor, Will Hoffman is the Director of Conservation for the Mariners Museum and Park. And Will, thank you for joining us today. But I wanted to give you this first-hand view of the stern of the Monitor, where you, of course, have spent so much time with the conservation of the items that were originally here, with the engine, the propeller, and the shaft, and all everything we brought up. So here's your tour, my friend.
Yeah. Am I sounding okay, or is it still too loud?
A little bit too loud.
All right. Any better?
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, so we just had some beautiful views of the boilers coming over the top going aft, and we're just now getting into where the engineering section used to be, really the heart of the ship, the propulsion system. One of the things about Monitor that's so fascinating is it's a true steamship. There aren't any sails. So you have this modern engine room in the middle of the ship, which people had never seen before. And so you have all this technology of steam engineering. Monitor's engine room had brass railings, cast diamond plate flooring. It really is something that no one saw at the time. And so we get an opportunity to conserve those artifacts and with the goal of being able to reconstruct it so that someday people can experience being in the engine room. And so,
exactly. So,
from a concert.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was going to say, so, since we're back here, what are the kind of things that you would like to see in the stern of the vessel? That things you're hoping to see that perhaps didn't come up when we did the artifact recoveries. But what items of particular interest might be on the wreck that could be helpful for you?
So we're actually coming right over. You can see a couple pipes sticking up right on the left-hand side. If we're in the right spot, that's actually the upper half of one of the ventilation engines that wasn't recovered.
So it looks like there's a round. Is there a round flywheel behind it as well?
It may be buried in the sand, but if it's there, it would be headed backwards a little bit, aft. If we go aft on the wreck, we may see it. But again, I think one of the things about Monitor, and this is testament to hearing John earlier, and there's the flywheel. You can see the round flywheel.
Right there. Yep.
The top of the flywheel. And I think one thing that's so fascinating about the Monitor project as a whole is it really is a Herculean endeavor to accomplish what was accomplished. We have, between the Navy and no archaeologists, we have 210 tons of the shipwreck at the museum undergoing conservation. I think the important reason why this effort was really done is the artifacts are really the mediums to the stories of the people and the crew behind them. So by being able to have them in the museum, being able to conserve them, being able to work with others around the world, you can really tell the story of Monitor in a way that we couldn't do otherwise.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here you can see we're just viewing into the boiler now. So there's those two openings were where coal would be shoved into the boiler, where the grating would be located, and then sort of buried in sediment below it is the exhaust, where I'm blocking on the exhaust, the burning coal would come off the top.
And we can actually see there where the doors are open, which is pretty amazing. On the boilers.
And the lionfish right in the middle.
The lionfish right in the middle. We've been talking this whole time, Will, that this it's not just an archaeological site; it's now a living, breathing reef, and in some ways, the inhabitants have taken over, which for us is a good thing to see.
And I think also, I just spoke of the stories of the ship and the crew. But, the Monitor story has never ended. It's just changed over time. And so we go from a story of ship construction to now a story of, marine habitat. So there's just so many different stories you can talk about from the shipwreck.
Absolutely. And so, Will, we have an audience live as well with us at the Mariners Museum and Park, of course, where you work in Newport News, Virginia. So we're very excited to welcome them to the project. On the line, we also have Dr. John Broadwater, who you know well, former superintendent of the Monitor. Myself, Tana Casserly. We have Chris Southerly on the line here. He's with North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. He's an archaeologist. And we have ecologists on the line, too. Dr. Avery Paxton and Dr. Chris Taylor from the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. And Dr. Carol Price, too, of course, from the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island. So, yeah, we're very excited to have you joining our narration team as we explore Monitor.
Great. Well, I'm happy to be here and to be with the team and to be able to participate with everyone on this really unique experience.
And now, Will, you're actually not in Newport News, right? You're actually coming to us live from a conference, aren't you?
Yeah, so I'm at the American Institute of Conservation conference in Los Angeles. So, I think that's one testament to modern technology and being able to bring people together from all over, which is pretty much, and it's funny, it's ironic that that's exactly what Monitor did. It brought people from different socioeconomic classes together, different religions, nationally, internationally, all together in one vessel. So one of the legacies of Monitor really is bringing people together, for a common good, for a common story. And so it's just part of the ship's legacy, that just continues to today.
Yeah, and maybe, Will, because, you're on the forefront of the conservation of the Monitor artifacts, maybe you can give us some insights on the opportunities and challenges of working on something the size of the Monitor's gun turret.
Yeah, I think a lot of the techniques and methods we use in the laboratory aren't all novel. We obviously do develop a lot of techniques and methods to specifically tailor to the application of conservation that we're doing, but really scale is the real challenge. So, the turret that weighs 115 tons, do any kind of treatment on it, move on it, you're dealing with large components, and that goes from just moving to turning. One of our big challenges especially with Monitor, is that we have a lot of composite artifacts. So those are from the propulsion engine, from the ventilation engines, from the auxiliary, the boiler feed pumps, to to the turret, they're all made up of different materials: wrought iron, copper alloy, so that's brasses and bronzes, wood, rope, and all those materials need a slightly different method to conserve them. And so right now we're actually passing over to the right is the edge of the boiler, and so we're now headed over the top. If we keep going forward on the wreck, we're over the galley. And just sticking up just in the top right of the screen is the midships bulkhead, which is where the gearing mechanism attached for raising the turret.
Right, so this would have been the original location of the turret when the ship was afloat.
Correct, and so the engines that actually rotate the turret are still in the roof of the ship. And so, yeah, we were right over the top of the galley.
And so maybe for our ROV pilots, if we can safely approach that sort of area that's just maybe up your 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock and downward looking, that's the galley. And then in front of that, you'll see that H structure that's sort of sitting upright. That's that bulkhead, and that's the area where the monitor turret used to be. If we're able to take a look at that, that would be pretty cool.
And so it's then also, if we get a chance, so there, yep, there's the, and if we do get a chance, we also know that Monitor, they added a large centrifugal pump to the ship, and that's actually just
little bit of current, but we're trying to, again, we got our expert pilots on the scene here, but this is a great view of kind of looking downward a bit toward that galley area, and then a midships bulkhead to the right. And if you look,
and so that's the base.
Well,
so that's the base. Just to the.
I was going to say, Will, if you're looking at feed 2 and feed 1, you can kind of see a quad view, and you get a little view downward a little bit. So yeah, this is a great view, but it shows you how far the turret did move when the vessel sank. And of course, as John mentioned earlier, when they were, searching for the Monitor, thinking they'd find a shipwreck with 2 pointy ends and a turret in the middle, they were presented with a very different scene on the seafloor. We're just going to sort of realign here a little bit to make it a little bit pass. We just shows you how dynamic the Monitor site is, where obviously it's deep, but there's also the environmental conditions too can make it challenging. So we're just going to set up for another run and then come back in again. You can see sort of the marine snow was coming at us like a warp speed from a movie.
So while we're waiting for you to get set up, I had a quick question about what other environmental parameters you might be recording while you're out there. Salinity, depth, temperature, current speed. Are those some of the? Do you have instrumentation on the ROVs to collect environmental data while you're down?
Yeah, we're showing 200.
We do. We have a CTD on there that collects just that type of data, which are very lucky. And of course, the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, the pride of the NOAA White Fleet, it's a whole suite of environmental sensors and things as well. I should also mention too that we are at the site of the USS Monitor. For those of you just joining us, the iconic Civil War ironclad, we're at the NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We're coming to you live from the seafloor at 242 feet within NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We're aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, and my name is Tane Castleton with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We've got Chris Southerly with me on board, an archaeologist with North Carolina's Office of State Archaeology. We also have Carol Price with us with the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, and Dr. Avery Paxton and Chris Taylor from NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. So thanks everybody for joining us. Avery and Chris, could you help talk a little bit about the other environmental sensors through the work you've done off the Nancy Foster on some of these sites?
That's staying out slow.
Copy that. Excellent. Thank you.
All right, I'll
I'll
stand
start off,
by.
Avery. So, like you commented, the ROV and the Nancy Foster have CTD, and that stands for conductivity, temperature, and depth. And conductivity gives us an indication of the salinity or the saltiness of the water. Temperature, obviously, the temperature of the water, and then depth of the sensor. In this case, attached to the ROV. the ship, it's constantly recording temperature, salinity, and a few other chemical parameters from the surface. So there's a pump that's constantly running, and that provides real-time environmental parameters from the ocean surface. And typically, when we're conducting stationary operations like this, we'll lower a CTD attached to a wire from the ship and get a profile through the water column of the temperature and salinity and depth and sometimes oxygen. Other sensors that we're getting, they have full weather sensors, so they're tracking wind and air temperature and humidity, and are again contributing those data back to our weather forecasting offices back on land to help them improve the weather forecasting out at sea. And those are the primary environmental sensors. I guess the other one that may or may not be running now with ROV in the water is a ADCP, an acoustic current Doppler profiler, and that is a way that we use acoustics in another way to transmit sound through the water and track the particles that are moving through the water, and then infer the direction and speed of the ocean. And what's interesting about where the ROV is operating now is that the current at the surface may be very different than where it is at the bottom, because of the dynamics of the ocean current through the water column and with this close proximity to the Gulf Stream. And so understanding that information will help the GFOE team overcome some of the challenges of the ship moving one direction while the ROV is trying to move another direction. And they're doing a fantastic job, as always, communicating and making those changes so that we're holding tight, holding steady to make these great observations.
Yeah, it's definitely a delicate ballet in between the ship operations, the professionalism that they provide, and of course GFOE with maneuvering using two ROVs in the bottom and that coordination as well, and all the technology. It's incredible. And just for people joining us too, we're looking at the side of the monitor's boiler, and we're slowly making our way forward, which is towards the bow, to see some of the features there. And just to the right of the boiler will be sort of the galley area of the monitor. Of course, when it was operational, they would make their meals, like the many delicious meals we have aboard ship. I should also mention that we have Will Hoffman on the line, the Director of Conservation from the Mariners Museum and Park, who are very happy and proud to be working with to help tell our Monitor story. It's a fantastic exhibit they have there at the USS Monitor Center, full-scale replica of the shipwreck. You can walk the decks, of course, cutting-edge exhibitry, and what Will and his team do best is that conservation of those archaeological materials from Monitor. And Will, you really have the largest metals conservation lab in the world, don't you?
Yeah, because of the scale of the recovery, we've got almost the entirety of Monitor's engine room. So it was brought up between 1998 and 2002 were floors, steps, railings, 5 of the ship's steam engines, engine room flooring, the bulkheads underneath the engine, the skeg assembly, propeller shaft, main steam line from the boilers. All of that was recovered and is undergoing conservation. And so we're developing in techniques and methods to be able to basically take the artifacts apart to their components, treat the components individually, with the goal of being able to reassemble as much as possible in the museum. Right. And so to do that, we really need a large laboratory with all kinds of equipment. So if you're right in the image, right, we're looking at just to the left of the screen. That is the Y bracket. That is the midships bulkhead that supports the propeller. And just down in the corner, you can't really see because it's underneath concretion, is where the wedge went through, which basically drove a bearing underneath the shaft that supported the turret to elevate up and down on the deck. So that basically took all the weight of the turret during operation. And then below this is a big gear that engaged with 2 auxiliary steam engines to rotate the turret, just underneath where we're looking at right now.
And you can see a replica of that gear, of course, at the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia. But from my experiences looking at it, and I'm sure for John Broadwaters too, at the Monitor Center, it's gigantic. So I've never personally seen it, but it is underneath the structure here.
And so right now, as we're looking at the berth deck, well, underneath this, the berth deck of the ship.
Right, and as John Broadwater mentioned before, that we've been very careful with this portion of the shipwreck, where this is where the officers and crew lived and worked primarily, other than the engine spaces, and it really is untouched up here. So there's so many stories yet to be told in this part of the vessel that we're excited to do for years to come. And we have on.
And if it's,
oh, sorry, I was going to say on feed 2.
Yeah,
on feed 2, we have actually an illustration of the monitor itself, an engineering drawing, and you can see part of the that we actually removed here. It's an older part, but on the stern, but you can get a sense of what the ship originally looked like, where the turret's location in the center. I'm sorry, Will, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, if it's possible, if we can go down and to the right of the Y bracket, we may be able to see the centrifugal pump. So they added, after the ship was constructed, an Andrews number 9 centrifugal to provide more pumping power, and that you can actually see. It was not recovered, but it is visible in the wreck site. And we've got accounts from the sinking, from the paymaster, from the captain, from one of the landsmen, hooking this pump up to operate to try to pump water out of the vessel.
Okay, we're trying to look at that now, Will.
Yeah. And if we keep going and pan down, we may be able to see it to the bottom left. It's on the galley side of the bracket.
Oh, okay, so if the ROV moves just to the other side of that big Y bracket, to the left, just gently. The pilots, of course, are doing a phenomenal job.
You can see just. See if we can see it. It was visible in the 2011 expedition. Let's see if we can see it.
You have a little bit of time lag, but there's a circular structure there. It almost looks like a wheel.
There it is, right in front of us, right to the left, right above. There's a round sort of shape. That is it.
Absolutely. Can you tell us a little bit more about that piece?
Yeah, and so to be able to pump water out of the ship, Monitor actually had a bilge pump attached to the steam condenser, so as the propulsion engine ran, they could pump water out of the bilge. They also had 2 Worthington steam pumps, which were used primarily for boiler feed, but they could also be used to pump water out of the ship. But in the case of a real need, they added this large centrifugal pump, which we believe is an Andrews number 9, which is an oscillating engine with a large sort of centrifugal fan that could pull water out. And we have accounts that it could do 3,000 gallons a minute. And so it really provides more clarity on what was going on during the sinking of the ship, because from the accounts we hear, they start the condenser, they add the Worthington pumps, and eventually they hook up this centrifugal pump to try to pump water out. But as we all know, they couldn't pump fast enough, and the boilers went out, and Monitor sank. But it really, the artifacts become a means of being able to really connect us to the stories. And although not recovered, this is still part of that story and understanding, the ship and its components.
Yeah, maybe even more so that it is still on the shipwreck, helping to tell that story why the shipwreck's here to begin with. It's all part of that narrative. And maybe for John Broadwater, if you're still on the line and you're hearing what Will is saying, what's that like seeing that maybe that key part of the sinking?
Yeah, that's really impressive. I'd never seen that pump before, or if I didn't recognize it for what it was. And as you've been saying, it was sort of a key. I mean, people have even questioned if they had been able to get that centrifugal pump operating properly, could the Monitor have been saved? And so it plays very much to the heart of the narrative of the sinking.
Yeah, things are looking pretty good in here.
Yeah, I got to be honest. For me, to seeing that for the first time too, I've heard Will talk about it, and always asking, hey, when you are at the site, can you get images of it? So I'm so glad we're able to partner with GFOE with these beautiful cameras and their skill set to, at least for me, maybe for all of us, to capture that really for the first time to see it. That was amazing.
Yeah, it really is, and beautiful footage. It looks like it may have cleared up a little bit, or at least maybe down inside the hull, the current is not stirring things up so much, because that's a beautiful image.
Yeah, it's key. And again, we have an audience at the Mariners Museum and Park, Newport News, Virginia, that we're so happy to be with and sharing the story, and of course the expertise of our narrators and Will Hoffman, of course, representing the museum and helping to tell that conservation story.
And I just want to remind everyone who's listening that you can post questions on the YouTube chat, both on the GFOE homepage, which is the URL for that is engineeringfordiscovery.org, and the live feed is embedded in the homepage there. You can also go to the YouTube page. Please post your questions, comments in the chat, and we'll address them on air here. We'd love to know what you want to know.
It may be another good time for our ecologists, that now that we're a little bit lower to the wreck in the forward portion of the vessel, do you recognize any of the species that we're seeing with some of those, the smaller fish?
My view's a little dark right now, Tommy, but I did see some wrasses swimming around. I thought I saw a small puffer and
Roland, there's a great view in camera
like
feed 2 right now.
but it's hard for me to.
Camera.
Now we're coming in. Yeah, the lighting is improving again. Yeah, so we'll keep a lookout for the smaller fish. That's one of the things that Avery and I said we're going to focus on a few of these dives.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
I think I maybe saw a hogfish swimming by a little bit earlier.
Oh, great. Yeah, you never quite know what you're going to see.
And I believe Roland is trying to bring up the camera view of our secondary vehicle. It's now on feed 2. You can see feed 2 on the homepage of the GFOE website, also within YouTube. But a view from our secondary vehicle, Guru, which is currently about 8 meters above our ROV Yogi. There at the bottom. There's a great view. The water's cleared up just enough to be able to see the length of the wreck as Yogi is down there exploring. Incredible view. And that's where you really can see the shipwreck shape there on the bottom.
It reminds me, as we're looking at the armor belt of the Monitor, the strength of the hull, and why it was built so strong, so stoutly. Will Hoffman, I know the Monitor's guns and the carriages have come a long way through conservation. Can you give us a little update of how they're doing at the Mariners Museum and Park?
Yeah, so the guns are well on their way to being finished with conservation. Over the last decade, we've removed all the marine growth from their exterior. And so I'll back up and say one of our biggest challenges with the conservation of Monitor is the removal of ocean salt. So remember from your science class, NaCl, the Cl part, the chloride part of salt water is really what's detrimental to marine artifacts, especially wrought iron and cast iron material. So the type of corrosion that salt causes to metal artifacts will actually occur at very low humidity, 11% humidity, and the type of corrosion is very expansive, very voluminous. And so if you've ever walked along the beach and seen something made of iron sort of rusting and falling apart, that's due to chloride. And so what we have to do is, before we can dry the artifacts and display them, we have to chemically remove those salts. And so we use electrochemical and other chemical techniques to basically extract chloride out of the artifact. But that also means, before we do that, we have to remove all the concretion, the marine growth that's covering the object. And so for the guns, the outside of the guns, that's relatively straightforward. But the biggest challenge is each one of Monitor's Dahlgrens is a little bit more than 13 feet long, and they have a bore about 10 feet long. And that was completely packed with concretion all the way down. And to be able to extract and remove those salts from the interior, we had to remove that concretion. And so just before the pandemic, we built a giant horizontal boring lathe to be able to remove that material and expose the interior of the guns for the first time. And so over the last 2 years, we've been really monitoring the desalination. We're actually pretty close to being finished. There's a little bit more work, but hopefully within the next few years, the guns will be out on display. For the carriages, one of them is almost completely done with conservation. The other one still has a long way to go. And so, of course, as we conserve the artifacts, we learn a little bit more about the processes and methods and techniques to do that. And so we sort of modify those and develop those over time. And so we're really making progress with the conservation of the objects to be able to get them out for people to see.
Yeah, it's interesting that, you talked about some of the mechanisms of how a wreck like this decomposes in kind of the caustic environment of the ocean and on the seafloor. And those are things that the ROV engineers are concerned with as well, right? When we're designing and building these vehicles, we have to be mindful of the extremely corrosive environment that is salt water in the ocean. And so, we try to use corrosion-resistant materials. A lot of the components are made of plastics or rubber or corrosive-resistant metals like titanium, aluminum, stainless steel, and kind of constructed in a way that will minimize that corrosion. And we also put a lot of emphasis on maintenance. We have very thorough pre-dive and post-dive checks looking for things like corrosion and other types of damage and leaks from the interior components. And we do a winter maintenance period with the vehicles every year to do thorough rebuilds of any parts of the vehicle that might need it. And so it's something that you have to be extremely mindful of because corrosion can happen pretty quickly, and you don't want a damaged component on the vehicle to potentially end a dive early. So that's something that the GFOE team takes a lot of pride in is proper maintenance and care and of these vehicles and making sure that we keep our success rate, our dive success rate, quite high.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And as we're looking at the video now, maybe for our ecologists on the line, it looks like maybe we have an oyster toadfish there, which is pretty cool on the quad feed. I mean, if you guys are able to see that.
Oh, yep, I see it. Yes, that is an oyster toadfish. Good eye, Tane. I couldn't see it on my screen until we zoomed in. You're exactly right. So oyster toadfish, you often see just their head poking out. They like to hide in kind of under different portions of shipwrecks. So we're kind of lucky today to see the whole oyster toadfish visible. This is a fish that has kind of fleshy tabs hanging down from its mouth. And if we do see it move, it swims in a really kind of unique fashion that helps us understand that it's a bottom-dwelling fish. So this fish is what we call a lion-weight predator. So it'll sit here pretty still like this, and then when a small fish or another prey item comes by that it wants to munch on, it'll dart out from where it is and grab it. So they're some of my favorite fish that we see here. To the right of the oyster toadfish, I'm looking at some grayish-white foam blob-looking objects, and those are actually animals. Those are either a sponge or a tunicate, both of which are filter-feeding organisms that filter their food out of the water surrounding them. So lots of really interesting critters, and one of the things that and there is a beautiful grouper coming through the footage as well. And one of the things that's so special about this mission is that we're able to examine in depth this fusion of the history and archaeology with the ecology. And hearing the archaeologists speak about the particular structures and their purpose, and then with the ecology lens coming on and being able to say, oh wow, this particular structure is at this time being used as a home for an oyster toadfish, that's really valuable to get that holistic picture.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken,
a curious fact about the oyster toadfish, though, is sometimes, if you recall, you'll hear them before we see them. They make a very characteristic sound that is really prevalent if you're listening to the reef, which is something that we do when we're underwater scuba diving. And they'll make a sort of bellowing, like a like a deep whistling sound when they're in course of behavior. So it's interesting. You'll hear them and then you'll try to look around for them, and sometimes you'll be able to observe like 50% of a little head poking out.
So one of my first experiences diving on Monitor is another eon ago, was hearing them croak in as a chorus on the bottom, and I had no idea what I was hearing. But visibility was poor. We're trying to get a task done. I'm just hearing this constant chorus of croaking, and I thought I was going insane until somebody told me it was something called an oyster toadfish. That's amazing. Maybe Will Hoffman.
Donnie,
I'm sorry, John. Go ahead.
Donnie, did you ever put your hand down in the silt and have one of those guys startle you, swim up around you? Sometimes they're pretty well hidden, and put your hand in the wrong place, you can get quite a shock.
Yeah, I did actually. It's it's always special diving on Monitor, but when you have something wiggle underneath your hand that you don't expect, it's a little unnerving. I was going to say, Will Hoffman, while we have you for just a little bit longer, you've seen this marine growth that we've been talking about that covers these artifacts. What challenges did you have on the conservation standpoint to sort of remove that overburden, if you want to call it, to get to those archaeological materials underneath? It's a delicate process, isn't it?
It is, but first I want to mention what we're looking at, sort of this yellow key that you kind of see in the center, and these sort of posts that go in an angle are actually behind it, coming up out of the sediment, are actually the framing structure of the ship. And so one of the, maybe was mentioned earlier, is Monitor was different in so many ways because it's now it's covered coral, but it was an iron-hauled vessel supported by a reinforced frame of angle iron and post and beam. And that's what we're looking at as part of that structure that put the angle on the ship. And you can see it's completely encased in this marine concretion. And the challenge with conservation is to be able to get to the artifact, you have to break up and remove that concretion. But you always have to be mindful that there could be artifacts within that material. And so we have to be very careful in removing it. And so we use other tools like X-radiography, other scanning methods to understand what's within that concretion as we break it apart and remove it. And so that, again, also that concretion gives an understanding of the material that comes along with it is a kind of life and material and creatures that have lived on the wreck, but it also is a way of being almost like a time capsule around a part of an artifact. And so as we remove that concretion, we want to be very careful and methodic in the way we do it. And so we'll end up starting out with heavy pneumatic tools, working our way down to dental tools as we get closer to the surface of the artifact, and trying to understand within that material to add to the work that's already been done about understanding the burial of the ship.
Yeah, absolutely. We have Chris Sutherly with us on the ship from North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, and Chris, I know you guys deal with the same type of archaeological material, but in a much different environment, especially a site in Beaufort. If you want to talk about that a little bit.
I just say, yeah, one of the biggest challenges we have, and Will kind of mentioned it, is we end up with a lot of composite artifacts where you have a combination of different types of metals along with wood and sometimes other organics. And what's good conservation-wise and stabilization-wise for one is often bad for the other. So one of the challenges is to disassemble these artifacts, as Will was talking about with the engines and some of the machinery, into their constituent parts, and then conserve them individually to put them back together for interpretation in the museum. But one of the wrecks that we deal with out of Beaufort Inlet is most of our material culture, most of the artifacts that we have are encapsulated in this marine growth, in the concretion, because of the dynamic nature of the environment there, being just very close to shore, a relatively shallow environment, 25 to 30 feet. The artifacts that were not caught in this marine growth and encapsulation and caught in the concretion, in a lot of cases, they've just eroded away or been swept away over time. So one of the big incidents that we have with recovering those objects is we start with X-rays of all of the concretion, and it's because of the density, and this being iron concretion and corrosion products. A lot of these objects, you can't just use like a normal X-ray machine. You actually have to have a full-blown industrial scale X-ray to penetrate the concretion to get an idea of what's in these objects. And then once you have an idea of what might be inside based on the X-ray imagery, you can then prioritize the conservation of what may be most at danger or at risk, and then the exact process that Will was talking about, going about the mechanical cleaning and descaling until you come down to doing the electrolytic reduction. And we're seeing, I think this is one of the this is a slipper lobster again, Chris or Avery, that we're seeing in the view right now.
Yes, that's correct. Beautiful. You can tell it is a slipper lobster because of these stripes, the kind of tannish white and red stripes on its legs.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the same one we saw yesterday that was potting.
I call it a delicious
we'll
lobster.
Get some pictures of it and take some markings on its back. Maybe we'll track it over the next couple of days here.
For those of you just joining us, thank you so much for being here. We are coming to you live from the seafloor from the Civil War ironclad USS Monitor. We're at the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, 242 feet on the seafloor, and we're 16.5 miles off the coast of Cape Hatteras, North Carolina. We're very fortunate to have several experts with us here today. We have Will Hoffman, who's joined us as the Director of Conservation at the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia. I'm Tawny Casserly with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. On board the ship here, we have Chris Southerly from the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. We have our NCOS ecologists, Avery Paxton and Chris Taylor. Another expert with us from the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island. And of course, the entire GFOE squad of experts as well. So we couldn't be happier. So maybe I'll have Dan say a few words, and then I'll introduce a new a guest that we have about to join us.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Tony. Yeah, my name is Dan Rogers. I'm with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, or GFOE, one of the partners on this expedition. GFOE is supporting the technical operations. GFOE is a nonprofit engineering group that's based in Mystic, Connecticut, but also has an ROV engineering workshop in Rhode Island. And it's made up of a team of about 25 to 30 people, 10 of which are on board the ship now, helping to support operations. The team designs, builds, operates, and maintains everything from the 2 deep sea ROVs that are, providing this beautiful imagery right now, all the way up to the computer equipment on board, as well as the video transmission technology that is able to send this live video to you at your museum or aquarium or even at your home. So the entire team is really happy to be here, helping to provide this really immersive and detailed view of the Monitor wreck, and look forward to continuing to bring beautiful imagery of the bottom of the seafloor over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, and on the line, we're very lucky. We have Dr. John Broadwater, archaeologist, historian, former superintendent at the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We also have a whole crew at the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, and we're very lucky today to have Howard Hege, the President and CEO of the Mariners Museum and Park. Are you with us, Howard?
I absolutely am, Tane. It's great to be here.
Well, it's a pleasure, sir, to have you. We've been talking about the shipwreck. We've been talking about the habitat, the technology, and your museum and what you guys do, helping to tell Monitor's story and the conservation process is an absolute key part of sharing this with the American public. And we're so happy to bring you imagery live as we explore the Monitor shipwreck together.
I'll tell you, Tane, it's an honor for me as well. We count our partnership at the Mariners Museum and Park with NOAA and particularly the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary is one of our most important partnerships, and it's been great to listen to so many people that I've had the privilege of working with through this project over the 6 years that I've been on the team.
Absolutely. So we're also talking live to the Roanoke Island North Carolina Aquarium System, and Carol and Paul too. If you have questions there from your audience, please feel free to answer it. We have several experts on the line that could probably give you a really good answer. Any questions at the moment for us?
So I'm just now getting my text in from Paul, and he's told me that he's getting people in and into the theater there at Roanoke Island Aquarium, and sort of doing a little bit of intro so people know about this wonderful program. And he's going to, send me questions as they come in. Like other of the museums that are represented on the call today, the aquarium, the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, has a close association and partnership with the Monitor Sanctuary. Our largest ocean habitat features a replica of, part of the of the Monitor. And then we also have an interpretive, larger interpretive exhibit where people can walk through and learn a lot more about the Monitor and the history of it, and then be able to see, we've talked on the call a little earlier, this transition of this vessel from being, a human tool in the ocean to now being an important habitat on the ocean floor, and really having a whole another story in the history of the Monitor as it has transitioned to a whole different purpose here over the last 160 years since it's been on the seafloor.
Yeah.
Hey, Tani, this is Howard. I don't know if it'd be possible to field some of the questions. We've got about a dozen questions here from folks at the Mariners Museum.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get into it.
Great. So the first one I think you all may have already covered, but I think a couple of folks that have just joined us here were wondering if it's possible for you to show the site plan at some point in the next, the next few minutes, so we know where the images are taken from. And then we have a handful of technical questions about the dive itself. First, what's the pressure at the depth of the wreck?
It's a great question. So what I can tell you is that for every 10 meters or 30 feet that you descend through the water column, you increase your pressure by 1 atmosphere of pressure. And of course, 1 atmosphere is equal to the amount of air pressure that you feel at sea level. So for every 10 meters or 30 feet that you descend from there through the water, you're going to increase by 1 more atmosphere of pressure. And so right now, we're operating between 50 and 70 meters. So the vehicles right now are operating at several times the atmospheric pressure that you feel at sea level. Yogi and Guru, which are the vehicles that we're using today, you can think of them as kind of a scaled down version of the deeper rated ROV system that GFOE operates on the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer. The team is very equipped to design and build components that can withstand the pressures of the ocean depths. The D2 and Sirius ROVs that we operate for the deep ocean are rated up to 6,000 meters or 20,000 feet. So we're at 7 atmospheres of pressure right now at the depths where Yogi is, and the full depth rating of the D2 and Sirius ROVs can withstand up to 10,000 pounds per square inch. So an incredible amount of pressure. Again, these vehicles that we're using today are a little bit smaller, scaled down version of those, and can't withstand quite that much pressure. But the engineering team is quite capable of designing for these extreme conditions.
And I can tell you, Howard.
There are a couple more. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say we're working right now to on feed 2 to put on the blueprints of Monitor, but we're not quite there yet. But I can tell you, what we're looking at here now is that we're on the high side of the vessel. What you see in front of you that sort of looks flat there is actually the armor belt on the high side of the vessel, and we're looking into the interior, moving forward towards the bow. And what you're seeing there is actually the remnants of the lower hull, some structure, and that's actually what we believe to be the captain's quarters, is what we're seeing here now.
That's fantastic. A couple more technical questions, and I'm going to pair two together here. The first is, what is the intensity of the light being used? Does the intensity have to be greater at that depth? And then the second is whether or not it's possible to bring the ROV inside of the wreck.
Well, those are great questions, and I'm happy to take a stab at them. But we have actually our lead mechanical engineer. Oh, he wants to focus on piloting Yogi and making sure we do that safely. That's fine. So the ROVs, to answer your second question first, the ROVs are remotely operated, which means that there's no one in the vehicle. It is a completely independent body, and all of the crew that are operating it are sitting on the ship. And so the vehicles are tethered to the ship. And it is a dual body system. So Yogi, which is the main ROV, is actually sitting down near the bottom, near the wreck, and that is tethered by a 100-foot long, what we call a neutral tether, up to a secondary vehicle called Guru. And Guru is sitting right now about 30 feet or so above Yogi, and it's got its own light bank, and it's illuminating the area around Yogi, as well as providing a third-person camera perspective to help the pilots operate the vehicles. And Guru itself is attached to the ship. It's basically hanging off the back of the ship, almost like a clump weight, by a steel cable that's a little over half an inch in diameter. And that cable is carrying, it has copper conductors as well as fiber optic cables that carry all the power, the control signal, the video signal, and the feedback between the vehicles and the ship. So these vehicles are tethered, and therefore it is very dangerous to go inside of a wreck because you don't want to sever or damage that cable. And if you do, we could potentially lose communications with the vehicle. So the other element of that is this mission is focused on a look, don't touch method, right? So we're not sampling, we're not disturbing the wreck. We want to preserve the historical, aspect of the wreck, and we don't want to disturb it. And so we are actually hovering a couple meters above the seafloor and above the wreck to maintain distance. We do, as you descend through the water column, light tends to dissipate very quickly. And so even operating at these relatively shallow depths, we are, needing to bring our own light. And especially today, yesterday it was quite clear when we were on this site. Today we have a lot of particulate, a lot of turbidity in the water, and therefore the visible light dissipates even more quickly. So we do have to bring our own lights down to help illuminate the area and capture that high-quality footage that you're looking at now. And I'll mention that the lights that are on the ROV are actually calibrated to simulate roughly sunlight at the surface, and that's to accurately maintain the colors of the objects and the creatures that we see on the seafloor. So earlier you might have seen some beautiful coral, purple coral that were growing on the wreck. That's just about as close to what you might see if you brought it up to the surface as you can get, because we have those sunlight accurate lights. We also have a video engineer in the corner who's calibrating the white balance and the color balance and trying to maintain accuracy for both the enjoyment of the public but also for scientific analysis later.
And I'll point people to feed number 2. Now we've got the historic plan to monitor to help understand. So you'll see the turret, of course, in the center of the vessel. We are moving towards the bow, which would be on the left-hand side, and the captain's quarters, which would be on the left-hand side of the plans that you see. But we're moving towards the bow now. More questions, Howard?
Yeah, so another technical one about the dive itself. How long did it take to dive the ROVs down to the wreck?
Yeah, that's another great question. So as I mentioned before, with our deeper rated ROV system that we operate from the NOAA Ship Okeanos Explorer, those go down to 6,000 meters or about 20,000 feet. When you're operating at those depths, it can take hours. And in fact, it takes almost 3 hours to get down from the surface to the bottom. Yogi and Guru, which are the vehicles that we're using today, are rated to a bit shallower depths. They're rated to 1,500 meters, though we're operating well below that today. They're currently sitting between 50 and 70 meters deep, and so just a couple of 100 feet down, and so it doesn't take us very long to get down to the bottom. The limiting factor really is making sure that because we basically need to launch the vehicles while we're drifting with the current a bit, and the important part is that we don't drift so far away from the wreck that we then have to transit back to the wreck site when we get to the bottom. So descending through the water column at these depths is very quick. I mean, it can happen in just a few minutes, but the launch process requires that we do move a bit over ground and over the seafloor, and so it's a combination of those factors. And today, I think we got there in maybe 15-20 minutes or so between landing on the seafloor and approaching the wreck. So really not too long at all.
This is really fascinating, I got to say. Tane, if I can package kind of two that might be a little bit more for you and your team.
Sure.
The first is over what distance is the wreck spread? And then the second is the monitor in the condition you expected, or are there some oddities about it?
Well, originally built, if memory serves, the monitor was 173 feet long. And also, if memory serves, when we documented the vessel after those recoveries, it's about 142 feet long now. Again, because of all the artifacts that are now undergoing conservation at the Mariners Museum and Park, where you are. The wreck, to me, as I was talking about with Dr. John Broadwater, as we were looking at this, it appears to be in very good shape after 20 years. Obviously, the ship was built very stoutly to withstand those cannonballs against the CSS Virginia in 1862, and that same strength of the hull, I think, has really helped to preserve it because it was so stoutly built. So I'm seeing a really good state of preservation at the shipwreck at the moment. And maybe John, because we've been talking about this. What's your take on the state of the vessel?
Yeah, I agree. I think all things considered, it looks like there's quite a bit left down there that looks fairly stable. The only unknown is it as stable as it looks? Because we really don't have any good way to assess the rate of deterioration. One of the things that we've tried over the years was to do corrosion studies where we could actually measure the active corrosion by using special tools that they use mostly in the offshore oil industry. But because of the heavy layer of corrosion, those products tend to not work very well. So that's another area where I think science still needs to catch up with our needs.
Yeah, thank you.
And John, maybe I can ask a follow-up and a question that's related to that. I thought this was an interesting question from our audience here at the Mariners Museum and Park. One of the folks in our audience asked whether or not there's anything to be learned from the rate of decay at the Monitor wreck site that you can then use to inform the rates of decay that you might expect at other wreck sites. And the one they were asking about in particular, of course, was Titanic. But I'm guessing that the question could be even more broadly applied as well.
Yeah, I think all the information we get from all of the wrecks is what we need. With any scientific endeavor, it's all about the amount of data you have. And both Chris and Dan, I think, have addressed the fact that we are out looking at lots of wrecks around the coastline and in various depths of water and various types of materials, steel, iron, wood. And so all of those, the more we get, the more we can compare, and then the more we can learn to predict.
Yeah, and this...
Hey, Al, this is Carol with the Aquariums, and I have a couple of questions from guests that have joined us in the theater at Roanoke Island Aquarium. If we can get some of those questions in.
Yes, please, Carol.
Sure. Hey, so I have questions. What is the stuff floating around? What are some of the invertebrates down there? and what are some of the things growing on the monitor? Some of the other questions that came from our audience have been answered by just previously from the questions from the other museums. So I guess I can start with sort of the encrusting organisms. We're seeing everything from algae, different kinds of seaweeds, to corals, soft corals, sponges, and tunicates. So that's a combination of some plants and then also some filter feeders that are there, invertebrates. A little while ago we got a really nice view of a slipper lobster, really kind of showing the biodiversity of the different organisms on the that have taken up and attached to the monitor that sort of provides a lot of structure and habitat for smaller organisms. Some of the little fish that we can see, can't always identify the species, probably some wrasses and gobies hiding in there amongst the corals and sponges. And then maybe somebody else wants to talk about marine snow.
And as you do that, I just want to point out we are at the bow of the monitor now. So this is a great view of the sort of the pointed beak of monitor that we have for us on the screens. But yes, please, let's talk about the marine snow.
Sure, I can take that. So we're seeing a lot of particles in the water. Some of those are probably small animals or plants. We have things called zooplankton, which can usually swim a little bit on their own. And then we also have more passively floating materials called phytoplankton, which are more plant-based. We also have some organisms that are this type of zooplankton, these animals that can move a little bit but still float, like jellyfish and salps and all sorts of other things we might see if we were to be able to get a close-up look on it. And some of it may be falling detritus or marine snow, kind of the dead bodies of some of these little organisms in the water column. And there's whole fields of biology devoted to studying this. And I am certainly not an expert in it, so if anybody else on the line wants to add any more details, please feel free to do so.
And I might ask the ROV pilots if we're getting a great view of underneath the monitor's deck at the moment. If we're able to slide to the left and come in again, we could perhaps get a view of the pilot house, maybe that's underneath their triangular structure. That's toward the bow area, so we'll see if we can make that happen. It'd be right about here, maybe just coming in, poke in. Maybe right before there's a grout bag that'll be to the left. Maybe just before that. So obviously that's filled in, but maybe to the left. Or towards the stern of the vessels for the maritimers out there. Carol, do you have some more questions for us?
I do. I have one that came in from Paul asking, why would we use ROV dives instead of live divers in the water? So instead of scuba, sending people down to collect video data, what are some of the advantages of using this ROV technology?
Well, I think I can just speak maybe historically and archaeologically, because for what we're seeing right now, this real-time exploration that we're sharing with you, this is nearly impossible to do with scuba divers at 242 feet on the seafloor off Cape Hatteras. So it also provides us the unlimited bottom time. So again, this is a deep dive. It's a technical dive. We definitely, through my career, we've dove at least 78 times on this shipwreck, which I've had the privilege. But, bottom times are close to 20 minutes, and that's not a lot of time. But for what you're seeing here right now, we're studying the shipwreck, the archaeology, the ecology, and telling those stories. First person experiencing it with you right now, that's only capable using this technology. So that looks a little tough. So we could maybe look on either side of the graphic, but that looks like that's silted up underneath there. Okay. Carol, do you have any more questions?
Let's see. So I did have a question here of what kind of wildlife we would typically see, and specifically which species of sharks are most common. So I can start with that a little bit, and then I'll pass it off to Avery and Chris to talk a little bit more about the fish communities especially. But what we're seeing is, a host of different fish species here. We're seeing jacks and spadefish, some of the other ones I mentioned before, lionfish and some hogfish. What we're just now seeing swimming by, it was like he read my mind here, is this beautiful male sand tiger shark, which is the species that I study as part of Spotted Shark USA. So obviously sharks are an important part of the fish community at these shipwreck sites as well as at natural reefs. In addition to sand tiger sharks, some of the other sharks that I have seen in videos and images that we've gotten are sandbar sharks and nurse sharks. Also occasionally have reports of things like bull sharks and even white sharks that are seen close to these wrecks. So we know that there's a host of fish species, including several species of shark, that you can see if you go dive, or if you have your own ROV, you can put your ROV down and see some of those species at the wrecks. Avery, Chris, you guys want to talk about some of the fish community stuff? I know that's your area of expertise.
We are holding on the position over here.
Sure, you covered it very... Oh, go ahead, Chris.
Go ahead, Avery. We'll get used to this. We won't talk over each other. We'll go 1, 2, 1, 2. You go first.
All right, I'll go. So, Carol, you covered it very thoroughly. You're exactly right. There's a diversity of fish species that we're seeing on the USS Monitor. And one of the things that is exciting to me is that we're seeing fish species that make up the base of the food web all the way up to some of those large predators that you zeroed in on, like the sand tiger sharks. One of the things that is really always fascinating to me when viewing these shipwrecks is that different sized fish are using different parts of the wreck. So sometimes you may see the little blennies and gobies that you were talking about, Carol, in the nooks and crannies of the wreck spaces. And other times you may see these bigger fish like the jacks and the sharks that are above or surrounding the wreck itself. And so the point I love to try to make is that these shipwrecks are just so alive with marine life. They're really oases on the sand. And Chris, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, I'm looking at feed 1 right now. ROV sort of tracking it. Is that, would you interpret that as fishing line? It looks like it to me, maybe a heavyweight monofilament. But
if I could point you guys behind that, we believe that could possibly be the base to the pilot house. It's a pyramid.
That's even more interesting.
Structure. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I was talking to the ROV pilots. But it's a pyramid structure. Originally it was sort of a box in front towards the bow, but then they sloped the sides. But that could possibly be what we're seeing there, which is pretty exciting. It is pretty heavily silted in, but there's definitely some sort of pyramid structure that appears there with sloping sides. So we could be seeing the pilot house. Which is amazing. Sorry, and apologies for interrupting.
No, not at all, Tony. It's really cool footage. I'm glad you were able to guide the pilots in the right direction here. I'm getting up really close to my own laptop screen to try to make out the shape that you're describing here. So
yeah, just
I take it in.
Think of it just as a pyramid, but you can just see the edges of it just underneath.
Yeah, I think I'm making it out. Yeah. Sort of an angle there. Just is that a bollard or something that was on the deck, or is that maybe a?
Yep. No, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, Tony, as I recall, the pilot house was close to that little ring on the deck, that deck fitting.
Yeah,
so I think you've got it.
So on the quad view here, this is wonderful. So for the folks that are viewing this, That's the remnants of the pilot house of the USS Monitor, and that's a fantastic thing. Something I personally haven't seen in over 20 years. So it's fantastic to see that. Again, we've been saying that Monitor has more stories to tell, and here's one of it. So critical to the story of the Battle of Hampton Roads. Which reminds me, so Howard Haggett, you're on the phone with us. Do you have some more questions from the Mariners Museum and Park?
One is just sort of speaking to kind of, I think more broadly, the National Marine Sanctuary Program, and so you can answer it both with respect to the Monitor wreck here and the broader sanctuary system. But the person's asking whether or not divers are allowed to explore this site and others within the system.
Yeah, absolutely. There is a permit that is required to dive the USS Monitor through our office, the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, but there's no fee to it. And it's really just so we work together on what you plan to do there and how to access it, and we give helpful hints and any kind of information you'd like to have. But absolutely, the Monitor is a public resource and there to be shared. There's no fee, but we do ask that people need a permit to dive the Monitor.
Yeah, Tony, this is John. I'd just like to throw a plug in for the divers who have worked there over the years. In the early days when I was in charge of the Monitor, we didn't have any ability to dive. We didn't have the proper training, and we didn't have permission from NOAA. And so it was the divers who came out there, got permits, and pioneered the whole technology for deep technical diving and mixed gas diving. And NOAA was reluctant at first because we considered it too dangerous. But these guys developed the whole method, and pretty soon they were not only going out there and enjoying seeing the Monitor, but they were bringing back photography and information, even measurements eventually, that really helped us in the beginning to try to get a handle on what was going on down there. So my applause for the efforts that they put in.
Yeah, absolutely, and like many things, sometimes the public sector is more advanced than some things we're able to do with government level. But the recreational technical dive community definitely led the charge on what we're able to do today.
Absolutely.
And Carol, I know we're coming to the end of our time with the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, but do you have more questions for us that we can answer?
I think we covered everything that we got from the audience, but I thought it might be good. We've kind of gone over this, but maybe for the guests that are still there, is to just this question of how often do you do missions like this? Is it really common for you to send down ROVs to explore this and other shipwrecks, or is this something new?
It's not something new, but it's. I would say though it is uncommon. Like anything, it takes a village to set up the partnerships, to coordinate the funding, and to coordinate the mission and the specialists. Like everybody we have on the line now, everybody has a piece of the puzzle that they're bringing to tell the Monitor story. And so really, this is the first in-depth survey, multi-day survey done of Monitor in close to 20 years. So if that gives you a sense of scale with it, so because it is oftentimes far and few between, we make the best use of new technologies and partnerships to tell the whole story, and share it with the public too, which is incredibly important. But yeah, I would say in this day and age, for the Monitor Sanctuary, this is a rare occurrence that we're very lucky to be part of. Cool. Is there anything else, Carol?
Well, thanks. And I was just going to say thank you for giving the aquariums a chance to include our guests that were there today at Roanoke Island Aquarium. Appreciate you giving us the opportunity. I mean, not just for this live stream, but also for this question and answer where they could submit their questions. So it's as you said, this is a place that's really hard to get to, and not everybody has the skills to do the diving that it takes to be able to get out to a place like this. and to see it. And so being able to share what this looks like in real time and be able to see the amazing fish communities and other organisms, and of course my favorite, the sharks, swimming around is just a real treat and a great way that people can learn more about the marine environment that's right here off of our coast and how important it is to species that we all care about. So thanks a bunch for this opportunity to be here today.
Yeah, we're so happy to have you with us. Again, a key partner, just like the Mariners Museum and Park. And Howard, we're so privileged to have you on the phone with us today. And so I have a two-part question for you. One, do you have some more questions from your audience there at the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia? And two, is there something that we could take you to on the monitor that you would like to see?
So I have not received any other questions from our audience, and I'll be honest with you, Tane. This is if it's been 20 years for you, this is a first for me to really spend this much time examining footage off of the wreck. I don't know if it's possible to go to the part of the wreck where the turret had existed underneath there. It would be very interesting to me to see kind of the footprint of what used to be there and is now currently at the Mariners Museum.
Yeah, well, we were just there a little while ago, so our pilots have some experience with it. So if they feel comfortable, pilots, if you're able to take us back to that Y structure, that amidships bulkhead, we'll take another look where the Monitor's turret was originally situated aboard the ironclad USS Monitor. So Howard, we were quite lucky that we had Will Hoffman with us and narrating, and we did quite a really in-depth look there, so it gave the pilots a chance to feel comfortable in the interior of the vessel there as we were moving very carefully to see where the Monitor's turret originally was placed.
And Tane, while the ROV operators are piloting the vehicle, obviously, if I'm going to sort of depend on you to give me a nudge if we should wait a little bit before returning to that site just to check out other spots. But I'll tell you, I'm going to be watching for the rest of the day and certainly tomorrow to try to check that out again. But in the meantime, I thought maybe I could just speak to why personally I'm interested in seeing that spot vis-a-vis the relationship, the partnership that we've got with you all.
Oh, absolutely. And the pilots are actually on the move now. So, yeah, I'll let you sort of narrate and take us through as we move across the vessel and why it's so important to you to see this site.
Yeah, so there are a dozen things that I want to say, but I really want to speak to some of the things that Will was surely talking about, and I know that John and you and others on the call have been talking about for most of this footage. But I wanted to share from my perspective as well the fact that this project, which is the largest archaeological marine metals conservation project in the world, with over 200 tons of artifacts recovered from the wreck of the USS Monitor, is important not just to sort of preserve the stuff, right, for as long as possible, to give it to stabilize it so that it can be sort of with us for generation after generation and kind of extend that life as long as possible. But fundamentally, the Monitor story is a human story, and conservation gives life to and gives voice to a lot of those folks. And one of the things that you all may have covered a little bit earlier, but I just wanted to point out that that we now know of over 50 businesses and entities that were involved in building the USS Monitor. And as you no doubt have talked about previously on the feed, that happened all in 100 days, which is just remarkable to think about on its own right. But out of those 50-plus business entities that we know about, more than 30 of those we discover from the archaeological record. In other words, these are the maker's marks that we find as we're doing the conservation. And prior to doing the conservation, we didn't know that these businesses and entities were involved. So in other words, when I look at the archival record, right, I look at the bills of lading, I look at the plans and things like that, we know about just under 20 businesses and entities that were involved in building Monitor. But it's not until we start doing the conservation that we're able to really identify all of these other folks that played a hand in Monitor. And in fact, we're working on a piece right now just to talk about the Monitor as this metaphor for bringing so many different groups of people together, right? So I just spoke about 50 different businesses contributing to building the Monitor. I'm sitting here, listening to this fascinating conversation with people representing all kinds of organizations, government, private, nonprofit, academic, all sitting here. We're all equally as mesmerized by what we're seeing here, and just really united in sort of fascination around the Monitor. And so not only is it the largest project, not only do we learn so much from the archaeological record in the form of these maker marks and that identify specific people that were involved, but there's this broader point that we talk about a lot at the Mariners Museum, and most cultural institutions do as well, this idea of material culture, right? It's one thing for somebody to write a report about the Monitor and sort of describe how she functioned and what it was like to live on it, to fight it, those kinds of things. It's something else when you get in there and you can see the shapes of things, you can see the way that they were constructed. I got to tell you, we marvel all the time here at the craftsmanship that went into this vessel, and it's just you end up learning and appreciating people from that era so much more by looking at the artifact itself and studying it.
Yeah, absolutely, Howard. Well said. And we can't say enough. We've been talking about the Mariners Museum and Park all day, but it's a key part of the Monitor story. NOAA, as John Broadwater mentioned earlier today, NOAA, the Mariners Museum and Park, and the United States Navy made saving this heritage possible by all working together, sort of the stars aligning. Even before then, in the 70s, with the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, and we're so pleased to be able to bring all these parties together to have this real-time exploration. And again, learning new things from Monitor, from the artifacts that were recovered, and after so many years conserved, and now you can see those maker's marks. I mean, that's incredible. Even more stories are being told. So, we've come to a time now where people look at, well, Monitor, well, geez, you had your big day 20 years ago. I'm like, well, no, that was an amazing achievement we're going to celebrate. But, my Lord, we've got so many other stories to tell about that time period, what Monitor meant to history, and then, of course, we're looking forward to, ecology, this wreck as a habitat, and, of course, telling the stories of climate change and how Monitor can help tell that story. And we're really privileged to work with you and so many other partners to be part of that process, taking it to the next level, as Monitor always should.
Absolutely. Just two quick comments on the back to piggyback on yours. I've always understood, and you'd say this much better than I'm about to, Tane, but I've always understood that the National Marine Sanctuary Program is focused on these cultural heritage sites like they are, in part for the kind of innate value of each of these things all on their own. And we've talked a lot about the importance of Monitor already. But it's also a great way to introduce people to a discussion about the health of the oceans and things like that, and that kind of more expansive, very current conversation is one that we're very proud to be a part of as well. And in fact, separate and apart from kind of this specific site, we were very fortunate over the past year to be awarded what we call a BWET grant, and it's from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and it's meant to really educate kids on environmental stewardship. And so over the next 3 years, every ninth grader from Newport News Public Schools here will be on our lake, our Mariners Lake, testing water quality, devising and implementing strategies to improve that water quality, because ultimately the Mariners Lake empties into the James River, which goes into the Chesapeake Bay, and ultimately out, to where our ROV is here today. And so we're really teaching kids about the fact that the things that they do here in Newport News, right, someday may find its way and its impact out to where this ROV is poking around today. The second thing, just in terms of your point that this story is not a 160-year-old story, it's not a 20-year-old story, it's a relevant story today. I mean, just think about this as a metaphor. The Monitor was this thing that nobody had ever seen before, right? And had no idea, no way of knowing and forecasting how she would perform, not only in battle against the CSS Virginia, but later in Drury's Bluff and patrolling up and down the James River, and ultimately meeting her end out in the ocean. But it's this experimental vessel, and people from all walks came together, right? The crew had 7 or 8 African Americans serving on the crew. They had immigrants serving on the crew. They had people from all different socioeconomics that come together in this enterprise that nobody had ever done before, and they were united by a common purpose, and that was to save our young nation. That's a pretty powerful metaphor for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. It's pretty inspirational. We've been billing this as it's 160 years of innovation with the USS Monitor and the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, with of course going back to the immigrant designs by the immigrant John Erickson. The Swede that came over to America and have all the challenges of being an immigrant and being brilliant and designing Monitor with all these innovations that he put in it. And then, of course, the engineering aspects, and then what it took to actually discover the shipwreck, and the early site investigations using credible technologies like drop cameras and, Alcoa sea probes. I mean, the first mosaics publicly shared with the public on these features on the seafloor, to, working with the United States Navy, to what we're doing today. So it's equally important to remind people those achievements, but also let's use this technology we're seeing now, this live science that's going to inspire the next generation, right? So for me, I mean, of course it's exciting to be out on the ship and being part of this crew, but even more so, I want somebody in Middle America or anywhere in the world to watch this and be like, wow, maybe I could do that one day. You could be an engineer.
Absolutely.
You could write software. You could run a museum. You could be in conservation. You could be a biologist. That this could be your world. And I just think back when I was a little kid and I saw the discovery of Titanic, and I thought, this is incredible. And maybe somebody's watching this now and they see their place in the future.
Absolutely. Well, Tane, I think you and I have run off with our passion here and reached some lofty heights. And I just got a question handed to me from the audience that'll bring us back down to earth a little bit, and to the depths of the ocean. So the question is, I'm going to have a hard time reading this without laughing. Any plans for further archaeological exploration of the wreck? If so, what objectives? For example, are we going to try to find Erickson's toilet?
We actually, John Broadwater will laugh at that too, because for years we tried to find that porcelain toilet. You know, there were several on the ship. I've personally never seen it. I've looked. I don't. John, if you're still on, did you ever find the porcelain toilet?
That was one of the burning questions everybody had. for those of you who are listening and wondering what the heck we're talking about, Ericsson had many patented devices on the Monitor. But keep in mind, even though it was not a submarine, the people, for the first time ever in a Navy, the officers and crew all lived below the water line. And so a regular toilet wouldn't work. And so Ericsson actually designed a special toilet that would flush underwater. And so everybody has been just enthralled by the idea of finding it and seeing exactly how it works. And at one season, we actually found something we thought was the toilet, and we sat around and I sketched up how exactly it would have fit into the bulkhead, and we had it all worked out, and then it turned out to be just a valve, a through-hole valve.
Yeah, I remember that. But yeah, we constantly keep the lookout because, you know, it is bright white porcelain down there. So there's still, we've said earlier today and yesterday we investigated the site, there's still so many stories to tell in the crew portions, the officer and crew living spaces. So to answer your question, Howard, from the audience, that yes, there's many questions still to be asked and solutions found, you know, to really look at Monitor and how the people lived and worked on this ship, because those stories are still there because the artifacts are still there. But I can.
And do you anticipate any future dives at this point?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, both John Broadwater and I, of course, have dove on the site, you know, doing archaeological surveys and artifact recoveries. But you know, we haven't done so many in recent years because of the massive load of artifacts that we have in the Mariners Museum and Park at the moment, as you well know, Howard. So for now,
that's right.
For now, we're very happy with what we have and the stories we're telling through the artifacts. But, you know, in the future, that's yet to be decided, I think. But for right now, Monitor is sort of, we're doing that in situ preservation, which means leaving things in place and studying the shipwreck as it is, and really kind of leaning into the ecological habitat side, if that answers the question.
It does.
And then to maybe to help bring in our ecologists again, because we've been going, oh, hold on, I've got a question from the pilots. Okay, so Howard, we're hoping to get to see that the space where the turret originally was located. So we need to see where the boilers are. So I think we're a little bit forward, and they should be to the left of us. So they're right in front of the boiler structure, which is, you know, those sort of the big square toaster-looking items. So we are actually just behind probably which was the captain's quarters, and we're slowly moving back towards the back of the vessel, the end of the vessel, the stern, to help to get a look. It's off to the left, towards the stern, not to port, ROV port. So we're slowly, okay, and then there's the amidships bulkhead that's come into our view now on the ship. So it's right in front of that and down. So if you're seeing, Howard, if you're able to see this now, you'll see what looks like the amidships bulkhead with an H structure that kind of comes up vertically in the center. It's on the right-hand side of that, and that is the opening. There's a hole you can kind of see there. That's where the turret was originally positioned, and that's where, in the Monitor gallery, in the Monitor Center, where they have those gigantic gears are directly underneath that piece of hull.
Oh, wow.
So we've moved a little bit to the stern, and that's actually was the galley, and now we're seeing the boiler. So if the ROV pilots are able to take us back to the right and lower just a little bit, we'll get a bit better view.
Copy, thanks, Rich.
So again, there's the galley. So there's that space just after that sort of higher structure, which is the square, which are the boilers. There's that galley structure, which John will remember used to have the deck above it used to be an open space, but it's since collapsed. And then right in front of that, and then down, you'll see an opening in the deck. It sort of looks like a dark space.
Yes.
That's where the turret was located.
Wow.
And it's a little bit hard to discern, but and then underneath that, you'll see some beams laying there, and then there's a flat piece, which is the lower hull. Underneath that, supposedly should be those gigantic gears that help turn the monitor. And Will Hoffman...
Turn the turret.
Excuse me. Turn the turret.
Yep.
And then Will Hoffman actually pointed out, it might be hard to see, but towards the interior of the armor belt that's underneath the ROV right now was one of the pumps, the centrifugal pumps that was what helped pump the water out when the monitor was sinking. And that was the first time any of us had seen that. It's actually directly underneath the ROV right now. Yeah, if we back off and sort of angle the camera down a little bit, and I don't know if it's able to light that area. And I believe there's a little bit of the key.
And Tony,
I'm sorry, John. I'm sorry, Howard.
Yeah, Tony. Yeah, it's Howard again. I just was going to ask, and you all retrieved the engine from this spot as well, right? Where we're looking.
No, we didn't actually. So there's the opening right there. If you're able to see that, Howard, and you have a little bit of time to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
Now, I don't want to misspeak, but John would know. John, we didn't actually recover the turret engines, did we?
I'm sorry, I was asking about the steam engine.
Oh, you mean our large vibrating side lever engine?
Yes.
Oh, yes. That's right, in 2001. Yes. And that's actually going quite well through the conservation process, right? They've done, leaps and strides now, I think, Will and his team.
They really have, and I, of course, would not dare to venture to talk through technically kind of where they're at in the phase, because he's much more expert at that than me. But we really are reaching some exciting milestones in the next, I would say, 2 to 3 years of the conservation project. And I just, encourage everybody to stay tuned to some of that progress and as we cross some of those milestones.
And I think maybe something we could share with folks now, maybe a little bit if you don't mind, is we've been celebrating 20 years since we've done an in-depth survey of Monitor, but that's also the 20th anniversary of the turret recovery on August 5th, which will be of 2022 this year, the 20th anniversary, and we've been planning maybe a little celebration with United States Navy divers, if you want to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are still very much kind of putting the fine points and details on that, but we're fortunate. Sometimes the calendar cooperates with you when you're looking at commemorating milestones, and we're fortunate that that August 5th date when the turret broke the surface of the water for the first time in whatever it was at that point, 140 years, then that happens to fall on a Friday this year, and so we anticipate devoting that weekend to number one, just celebrating the people that actually recovered the turret. Just what a remarkable feat, and that's everybody from the Navy divers to all the folks at NOAA and all of the academics and everybody else that have played a role in that, including some museum personnel. But then also to use the rest of the weekend to really engage with the public around not just the the recovery at that point, but also to catch people up on where we're at with the conservation of the turret. I would tell you, and part of the reason I was so interested in seeing this hole where the turret was is because, and I'm sure Will spoke of this, that the turret's still sitting upside down.
Right.
In the orientation that you all recovered it, and that's going to be a significant undertaking, but it's something that we're hoping that within the next couple of years we're actually able to flip the turret right side up. And it'll be the first time. I mean, think about it. It'll be the first time since New Year's Eve of 1862 that thing has been oriented right side up.
Oh, it's incredible. And
I don't think we'll have that done by August 5th, but it's an exciting thing to be looking forward to.
Well, and an engineering feat in itself to spin what a 90-plus ton, very fragile historic artifact safely from inverted upside down to right side up again. It's incredible.
Well, and you really bring up a great point. And again, Will is much better equipped, and our conservation team much better equipped to speak technically about this. But just generally, at the level that I can understand, is that the truth is nobody's ever tried a marine, archaeological marine metals conservation project to this scale, and so there's so many different conservation applications, approaches, techniques that our team has developed, and so many unique engineering challenges just to move the equipment around, to disassemble these composite artifacts and things like that, so that the separate component parts can be treated in the way that is most, that's safest and most productive for each of them. So, I really appreciate you pointing out that it's not going to be as simple as you and me getting on opposite ends and turning the thing over.
No, sorry. I'm very excited to see that day and the structure. But, we talked about that event on August 5th, and that's, a celebration of the Monitor family, all those folks that made this incredible achievement possible with these recoveries. But, looking back at the 20 years, but also looking forward 20 years, and some of those new technologies that you and I talked about was the 360 video experience, where a kid or anybody can put on a pair of VR goggles and feel like they're immersed in seeing what we're seeing right now on the screen. And I don't know if you see it, but we actually have that camera in the view right now of these different pictures we have. So if you're seeing the quad view picture, on the top left you'll see there's like a black box by the ROV arm that's sort of sitting there and has a barcode on it. That's actually the 360 camera.
Fantastic.
So we've already been shooting that video earlier today for several hours. We shot it yesterday, and we'll do it again tomorrow to try to give us the best clips we can to put together to give that immersive view of being at Monitor that no one else can provide. So that's one of the really exciting products coming out of this project, that it's not just sharing this live right now, but these interactive things that we could use in future exhibitry for Monitor. If it bring it to events to put on anybody's face. I mean, I can't tell you how excited I am to share this new technologies we're experiencing right now with GFOE to the public.
It is. It's fascinating for me, number one, but it is absolutely exciting. And just, I keep coming back to it, and you have as well, Tani. I think that the partnership right now between, the Mariners Museum and Park, National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration, and the National Marine Sanctuary System, and then our, dear friends at the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, really, in a lot of ways, even though it's been such a long-lived partnership, in a lot of ways it feels like it's just getting started. We still have a significant amount of work to do on conservation, but we have all of this. We've I guess progressed to a point now where we have the elements of such a powerful story, and we've got all of these different technologies that are really opening up our ability to tell that story in some really cool ways.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And as I'm looking at the time, Howard, are you able to stay with us a little bit longer, or do you have to go?
Absolutely. I've got about 10 more minutes, if that works.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I just want to remind everybody who's joining us, especially if you are at the Mariners Museum and Park in Newport News, Virginia, we're coming to you live from the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. We're at the iconic Civil War ironclad USS Monitor at 242 feet on the seafloor. Very proud and excited to be working off the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, which is part of our white research fleet that NOAA has around the world. We call this the pride of the fleet. I'm Tane Casserly, and I'm a maritime archaeologist and historian with NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. On the ship as well, I've got Chris Southerly. He's an archaeologist, underwater archaeologist, with the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, who've been a key part of Monitor since 1973, helping with the discovery that we did together, along with so many others. On the line as well, we have Dr. John Broadwater, who was the former superintendent of Monitor and part of all of the exploration, discovery, and, of course, the major artifact recoveries we've done at the site. And from our partners within NOAA, the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science, we have Chris Taylor and Avery Paxson, our ecological experts, as well as Carol Price from the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island. And of course, on the line right now, we have President and CEO Howard Hagee from the Mariners Museum and Park. So thank you, everybody, for being here with us. And this technology is being brought to you by the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. They built the ROVs, they designed them, they're piloting them. They built and designed the satellite system that's beaming this to you live, and just an incredible group of professionals here making this all possible. So as we're looking here, we've been having this conversation with Howard. I'd love to bring in our ecologists again. So Chris and Avery, and maybe some of the observations as we've been talking about what monitors meant, historically, maybe in the museum world. What do you think, ships like this mean in the ecological world?
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Yeah, this what we're observing here is a unique feature on the seabed that is forming a habitat for a diverse array and community of fishes. We've seen a changeover in the types of fish that we're encountering with the ROV as we make our way around and tour over the USS Monitor. We're seeing jacks like the amber Amberco jack that is just flying underneath or swimming underneath the ROV now. They typically form large schools patrolling these shipwrecks and most often feeding on the smaller prey fish, the bait fish that we've seen also today. We see sand tiger sharks. We've seen a number of sand tiger sharks, as a matter of fact, and we've seen a number of grouper, both small and large-bodied grouper, that are some of the more economically valuable species that are sought after by fishermen in our region. The video footage that we're getting up close and personal with this wreck is remarkable. We're going to be able to make some identifications of some of the smaller fish that are tucked into the crevices of the Monitor, and then able to characterize the attached organisms, the sponges, the soft corals, the hard corals, and the tunicates that make up the what we call the microhabitat on the shipwreck.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chris. And again, as we were talking to Howard, and we're talking about Monitor has so many stories to tell. That's why we're so proud to be able to work with groups like the National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science with NOAA and Chris and Avery and so many others, because this really is the way of the future, where we look at the shipwreck archaeologically and historically, as we always have, but even now, even more so, what stories can it tell about the local environment, locally and regionally? What do these shipwrecks mean? What happens in climate change? How are they reacting? And that's why we're so proud that we work with all these partners to start telling this story. And again, it's a really important part of who Monitor is and where we're going too. So we're very proud with that.
Tane, if I can jump in, just because I thought what Chris was just explaining that we're seeing ecologically was really interesting. It looked like a bunch of fish just got spooked. I was wanted to we've got one more question from our audience here, asking about the goals of this particular expedition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I can speak to the outreach side of the house, I think, and so historically, archaeologically. So I'm looking at what we're doing here is sharing this experience with the world. I want to share this firsthand exploration with everybody that's able to tune in. But, for us as the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, this is an opportunity to archaeologically characterize the shipwreck visually after 20 years. We did, in some ways disturb the shipwreck to a pretty high degree with our recoveries that were well thought through and planned, but we did cut into the armor belt, into the deck. We did remove items. So we need to ask the question now, how is the shipwreck reacting? So those are some of those visual observations that we're making, and really just looking at the wreck overall structurally and see how is it maintaining over the years, being that it's 160 years old. So for me, that's a really important part. And then collecting this visual data we have and sharing that with the world through exhibitry, the websites, and all sorts of products. But, for ecologically, if we could hear from Chris and Avery, maybe some ways that the data we're collecting will help their research, which is broader, looking at a lot of these resources off coastal North Carolina.
Yeah, that's right, Tony, and we can speak to that a bit more. So our team has been working with Monitor National Marine Sanctuary for well over a decade, collaborating to bring the story of the ecology along with the history and the archaeology. Some of my favorite work working in NOAA to be able to blend these stories and be able to tell it on this stage. This is just remarkable. But what we're seeing here are images of the biology, the ecology of these shipwrecks, and we're trying to make those connections. We've studied and gathered observations using ROVs, using scuba divers with cameras, using stationary cameras, and using the echo sounders from ships to characterize the shipwrecks in terms of their habitat value. What types of communities do they hold? What type of biomass do they maintain? And then try to understand the way they support fishes in the context of the seascape. So the Monitor is in close proximity to Cape Hatteras. It's an important biogeographical barrier, and it's in relatively shallow water for the wrecks that we're observing today. We'll be making observations of wrecks that are deeper, that are made of different materials, and making those linkages between the material types, the wreck, the shape of the wreck, the depth. It starts to it's building our inventory of data that helps us test some hypotheses about the types of fish that we might see, maybe tracking some trends and changes as a result of climate change, and to understand how these shipwrecks now are forming these habitats, both whether it be for over 100 years to some of the more recent wrecks that maybe sunk within the past 50, 60, or 70 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're lucky enough that we have North Carolina's underwater archaeologists with us, with Chris Udley, the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, and we are in North Carolina waters. So, I mean, for Chris too, how does this data help the state of North Carolina?
I'm going to say, well, technically the state jurisdiction only extends out 3 nautical miles into the ocean, but historically we have documented in the records over 5,000 known shipwreck losses in North Carolina waters, and a lot of those are the wrecks that are further out. And because of our limited jurisdiction, we rely on the partnerships with agencies like NOAA and BOEM and the Corps of Engineers and other entities to do the research, to reach out and tell a more complete story of the maritime heritage and the underwater cultural heritage of North Carolina and its waters. Because you can't just look at the coast, you have to look at the shipping and the traffic that was going offshore as well. So the partnership and the alliance that we've had over the years and the continued collaboration has been valuable for us to present a total picture of what the maritime heritage and maritime history is in North Carolina waters.
Yeah, now that was a big answer from everybody, Howard, but it just shows you how much Monitor still has to tell, and it's such a complex, multifaceted story that I think will go on for generations.
Absolutely, and Tane, maybe if I am going to say farewell, but maybe if I could pick up on just that last thing that you said there, just to speak for a moment about what this now decades-long partnership with the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary has meant to our institution. I just would go back to our own mission, and I'm going to speak sort of in a way that's focused particularly on the Mariners Museum in describing this to you. So we say that our mission is to connect people to the world's waters, because through the waters, through our shared maritime heritage, we're connected to one another. And when we talk about that connectedness that the oceans and the world's waterways give us, that's obviously true locally, but it's also true nationally and globally. And we want to serve a local, national, and global community with that mission. And we feel very, very fortunate that our collection is built in a way that it is international in scope. And that's that's quite rare among maritime museums. And so typically when we're talking about our mission and trying to tell stories through our artifacts, through our collection that accomplish this mission, that show the interconnectedness, we tend to draw on multiple pieces from the collection, right? These artifacts from this part of the world, these other artifacts from the other part of the world, and do comparisons. The Monitor ends up encapsulating the entirety, the local, the national, and the global, for us all in one single ship and one single story. It was a local battle for us, right? The Battle of Hampton Roads happened just a few miles from where the museum's campus is. But it was obviously a national effort, right? It happened in the course of the Civil War. The Monitor itself, built in New York, drawing from neighboring states to make that happen. We spoke about the crew about an hour ago, and that's just how they represented folks from all walks. And so it's a national effort to come together at this local battle. And then the impact was global, right? This battle rang the bell for the end of the wooden warship, and navies fundamentally changed. Naval warfare fundamentally changed following the introduction of the Monitor on the scene. And so for us, it just represents not just a Civil War story, although it's obviously an important Civil War story. It is a technology story, just like you said. It is an innovation story, just like you said. But it's also this deeply human and social story that in one single ship really gives life to our entire mission. And so I guess I share all of that kind of lofty verbiage here at the end just to kind of bring it back up out of these amazing images, to say just how important it is to us and how grateful we are for everybody on the call, but in particular, Tane, you, and everybody at that Monitor National Sanctuary.
The move is complete. Over.
Wow, that's I don't know how to follow that. Thank you, Art. But it's absolutely true, and everything you've said about what Monitor means, it's so much more than just a shipwreck. It is a shipwreck, but it's so much more, and that's the critical part that you've embraced, the museum has embraced, and we're scientists essentially in different forms. Some of us are social scientists, some are marine scientists, but it's key partners like you that bring the interaction with the public and that greater, deeper messaging. And we couldn't do this without you. Not just the conservation, which is a huge lift in its own. And again, the largest metals lab, conservation lab in the world, after we did the largest, heaviest metals archaeological lift in the world. For you to take that technical aspect and then excel with it, but then also just breaking down every barrier and taking us to the next level with interpreting Monitor, that we simply couldn't do it without you. So I just need to say thank you for being a partner with us.
You ready for another?
Absolutely. And thanks for the honor of being on this call, man. I've had a blast sitting here watching, and fortunately, I didn't let my mind wander too far during the conversation while I was getting caught up in these images. Thanks to everybody on the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And we should do a plug we have John Korstein joining us tomorrow for part 2 with our interaction with the Mariners Museum and Park. So please stand by for that. For those of you at the Mariners Museum and for those of you listening. But Howard, it's been an honor, sir. Speaking for the whole team, thank you so much for joining us today, and it was a real pleasure.
Hey, thank you, Tane. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye. Well, that was phenomenal. So again, we're having a great view here of the Monitor, and maybe I should do a check who we still have on the line. So we have Chris and we have Avery, we have Chris Sutherly, and is there anybody else we still have?
This is Carol with the aquarium. I'm still on the. Oh, sorry.
No, great. No, good. Just it's always good to do a time check. Yeah, well, that's good. John, you were part of this whole process with the Mariners Museum and building the Monitor Center, and how maybe you could help share with us how the Monitor Center came to be, or even our connection with the Mariners Museum in the first place? Like, why did we take the artifacts to Virginia if the shipwreck's in North Carolina?
Yes, that's a question we get asked a lot, and it goes way back to the early days of the Monitor Marine Sanctuary. At the point Monitor became a sanctuary, the whole sanctuary program was brand new, and we were sort of still trying to feel our way and set up the management structure that we have today. And one of the first things that came up was that we no longer have we didn't have at that time, we didn't have a museum component. So if we were to bring up artifacts, where would they go and how would people get to see them? And so it was decided that we should have a museum partner. And so a notice went out in the Federal Register that NOAA was seeking proposals for a partner museum to be the recipient of the artifacts that were recovered from the Monitor and to tell the Monitor story through to professional museum interpretive devices and procedures. And so there were three candidates, and the Mariners Museum was chosen by an independent panel to be that partner. And that was the beginning. And then as we entered the phase of recovery from the Monitor and the large components came into play, then we had to sort of restructure the partnership to take all that into account. And of course, everybody felt that the Monitor was important enough internationally that it needed more than just a place over in a corner to stack Monitor artifacts, that we had to do it properly. And so the museum launched a major campaign to build the Monitor Center, and it was a honor for me to be a part of that whole procedure and to have sort of a hand in what the interpretive procedure would be like, what types of things we would tell about the Monitor and how we would display these huge components like the turret at 120 tons or whatever it turned out to be. So yeah, it's a long story, and it just keeps getting better. As you've been hearing today, we have got the conservation lab in full operation. It's the largest of its kind in the world. And as material comes through the conservation process, we have the Monitor Center to put it all on exhibit. So it's been so amazing over the years and such an honor to be a part of all this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, John, we're talking about stories. We really need to talk about your book, The USS Monitor, a historic ship completes its final voyage, where you really encapsulate not just the, of course, the historical aspects of Monitor, but, you know, really those early expeditions and those recovery phases. You know, the book is phenomenal. Are you able to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, thank you, Tony. The whole idea was that there were a few of us who were sort of in on the Monitor from the beginning. I was working as a volunteer for Gordon Watts back in 1972 and 73 when the Monitor was first discovered. I wasn't on the expedition that discovered it, but I was involved in just about everything after that. And there were a few others who were also there and had their stories to tell. And so after things started developing and we got to the recovery of the engine and then the turret, I talked to our director, Dan Vasa, at the time, about trying to capture the story, because so many of us old timers were not having those early days written down anywhere, and I was just afraid everything was going to get lost. And there's so many stories there that a lot of people don't know. For instance, the famous Hughes Glomar explorer that recovered a Russian nuclear submarine was almost employed to try and recover the Monitor as one big lift. I tell that story. I tell the story about how Gordon Watts and the other people from Duke Marine Lab actually planned the discovery, and how Captain Ernie Peterkin decided on where we should look for the Monitor, and then it carries right up through the recovery of the turret and the attempt to identify the crewman that we found on board. So I hope I've captured at least most of the highlights.
Oh, absolutely,
obviously,
John.
There's more story to tell. So the ball's in your court now, Tane. We've got to have volume 2 one of these days.
That was such, for me, John, that was such a fascinating time period when you guys were doing those lockout dives from the Harbor Branch Oceanographics, Johnson Sea Links, doing that the classic land archaeology on the seafloor. I mean, that's such incredible technology you guys had access to in the 70s. I mean, I'm still in awe of it now.
Yeah, looking back on it, so am I. It was just a privilege. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time for Gordon to include me in some of those early expeditions. But hey, you made some history there too, buddy. Don't forget our first dives when we got out there and started working with the Navy. We weren't allowed to dive with the Navy, but we were allowed to dive at the same time as the Navy.
Right.
So there's lots of video clips of us all down there on the Monitor at the same time, all with the same goals of trying to recover the story of the Monitor and preserve it for future generations.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, I still remember one time when we were working, maybe in 2001, or it might have been 2002, with, of course, the Navy had the barge Wotan, 300-foot barge moored over the site, the giant crane. Hard hat divers going up and down on the elevator stage. We had the Navy saturation dive system, all these incredible pieces of gear. But oftentimes, or if you remember with the hard hat divers in the elevator, they're just putting down 2 divers at a time. And they, red diver, green diver, and they would do their task and come up. And I remember we were in the research vessel Cape Fear. We had I think 10 or 12 divers on the aft deck ready to launch to put down on the bottom as bottom divers. And we radioed into the barge, said, okay, we clear to come in. And barge said, yeah, cleared. And then the captain said, 12 divers to dive. 12 divers to dive. And I remember the barge saying, wait, say again? Did you say 12 divers? And then we all went and dropped in. But you're right.
Yeah.
It was some pretty incredible things.
Yeah, it really was. Well, I'll just say here for the record that you were such a critical element in that whole plan too, Tane, because I was naturally on the barge and had to be there to oversee all the Navy operations and be a part of that. So you were my guy with the NOAA dive team, and that dive team, of course, was made up of not only NOAA divers but our partners in that. So I really I look back on it and think I just wasn't grateful enough for what you put into the whole project to make it successful.
Oh, well, thank you, John. I appreciate it. It's a wonderful thing. It was definitely a momentous time in my life and so many others. So yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, that was wonderful. I just feel like all of us who get to do this as a career path, we're very privileged and honored to be part of it and to share this history. Just like we are today. We're talking about these stories, and maybe we're inspiring the next generation of folks that are going to listen to us and think, well, shoot, maybe I can do that. That's what I hope happens one day.
That's right. I do as well, and I think that's one of the great things about this whole process now that's going on with the telepresence and getting out to school kids in the classroom and in other ways, getting to the teachers in various ways. I think it's such a I don't know how many people really realize the complexity of the breadth and scope of some of the educational programs that are involved in all this, but I really do hope it inspires future generations. If not to be archaeologists, then maybe biologists or ecologists, but the oceans are so critical to life on this planet, and we definitely need the young folks coming up and picking up the mantle and carrying on.
Yeah, absolutely. Well said. And that's a good transition point. Maybe if we bring Carol Price and Chris Taylor into it, so some of the observations and things that we're seeing, and maybe too, what do you guys see about the future for what this experience that we're sharing with the world maybe the future of, the future ecologists and biologists that might be watching this and being in your field one day.
Yeah, we're demonstrating the cutting edge of our field, Tani. We're going to do more and more of this telepresence work. The amount of data that can be collected here with the ROV, with GFOE on the NOAA ship Nancy Foster it far exceeds anything that could be collected, processed, and analyzed by just one crew on a ship, and it takes to really get the full appreciation. We need to call on our experts that can join through remotely, like we're doing here, and I think this is just going to be, we're going to be doing this more and more. The technology is becoming much more accessible. GFOE is helping to keep at the cutting edge, keep NOAA at the cutting edge of this, and this is just demonstrating the way we're going to be doing it going forward. Collecting data so the scientists, both on the ship and away from the ship, can be making real-time decisions on how we observe and study the ocean.
Yeah, one of the things I want to add is, you mentioned that we'll be able to, you're going to stitch this video together and eventually have this data as a single feed. And I'm not sure how soon that can happen, but as soon as we do, I've got part of my job is mentoring young scientists, so undergraduate students that want to get a hands-on project and do some science. And so my program, Spot a Shark USA, I always have students that are working on this project. And so, very soon we'll be able to use the data that you're collecting right now to as an opportunity for young scientists, kids in their, very early 20s who just want an opportunity to contribute and learn some skills. And so very quickly, very soon, hopefully, no pressure on y'all to get these videos pulled together. But we have a great opportunity not only to collect the data, and that's just going to take a lot of scientists looking at many, many hours of video, but I'm really excited because some of those scientists are going to be young people on my research team, and this will, give them a great opportunity to learn a lot about our fish communities off North Carolina, the importance of shipwreck habitats for our communities, and also just a chance to experience how do you collect data, how do you, come and work on a project for a few months, but then be able to experience sort of the collective impact of that research over time. So I'm really excited about this project and looking forward to being able to get some students on this.
Yeah, Carol, we are too. So we got to keep in touch as this mission progresses and wraps up. But to the point of analyzing the data, what we're finding is we need much more than just biologists looking at these video observations and the other data that are coming through this ROV. We need engineers. We need computer software programmers. We need those that are experts in artificial intelligence and machine learning. There's a massive quantity of data in front of us just from the dive that we've conducted today, terabytes of data, and it's just not going to be possible for us to look at every single frame and make quantitative measures of everything that we need to measure here. And NOAA and other organizations, the private industry, are making significant advances in things called artificial intelligence, where we have computers sort of make guesses at what they think the things are on the screen, like that shark, and being able to identify that shark in an individual, like Carol's group is doing with Spot a Shark USA. We're able to potentially work towards identifying these fish automatically, and then have the scientists, the biology experts, making the validated and the confirmation on those IDs. So it really does take a very broad and diverse experience base for the students, and that's what we try to tell the students. You don't need to be interested in biology. You can be interested in computer programming and gaming programming, like working with the 360 video. We need people that are interested in graphic arts, so they can help us convey this story through websites and through social media more effectively. We need writers and storytellers, and we need mathematicians to help us analyze and quantify the data. So it's even in the we put quotes around the word ecology in our study here, but even in the ecology studies we have a very broad, diverse broad diversity of backgrounds and expertise that is brought to bear on these studies.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we've got a squirrely shark here.
Yeah, Chris. I guess, Chris, I just wanted to kind of echo what you're saying there. It's like this is truly our jobs, especially dealing with, regardless of whether it's biology, ecology, archaeology, history, in dealing with the oceans, is absolutely interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. And there's no way any one of us can be enough of a subject matter expert to get the research done and get it done properly. We have to have those partnerships and collaborations for getting this done, getting the research done, and getting it done in the most efficient manner. And like I'm sitting here on the Nancy Foster, looking at the GFOE crew around me with mechanical engineers, electrical engineers, computer engineers and programmers, video and sound specialists. This is a skill set that we obviously don't have, but everyone has their specialty niche that, exactly like you're saying, can contribute to the greater big picture of study and understanding. And that's, I think, one of the educational outreach sides of this project, that we can maybe help to get those kids in the middle of the country that are away from the ocean or up in the mountains to see what all they could do to participate in something like this.
And I'm not sure if you all just saw that, but we had an exciting little interaction with the sand tiger shark who decided he wanted to rub himself several times on the ROV, which was fun to watch.
Totally missed it. I was so engrossed with what Chris Sutherland was saying, looking at the other feed.
Sorry about that, Chris.
And just so folks know,
I'm
sorry, Chris, go ahead.
I'm not going to say I was catching it out of my side view, looking at the one monitor. It's like he's getting very frisky with the ROV.
So what's happening now? So the public knows as they watch, is we're moving towards the bow of the monitor. There's a very friendly sand tiger shark, but we're going to set up to try to do a photogrammetry survey of monitor. So that's essentially building a photo sort of 3D model of the shipwreck using video passes that are done over the site that are then pieced together like a giant jigsaw puzzle to create a 3D representation of the shipwreck. And for the skin of the vessel, we'll use actually the imagery that we're capturing today. So, we're experimenting because of the current is giving a little bit of challenge today. But as we move around and you see what's happening, that's the objective now that the ROV pilots are working on, which will be both incredibly helpful for the Monitor Sanctuary to help manage the site, to get an idea of what's happening now, and to help characterize it. But I think ecologically as well, it could be pretty interesting because this will be such high resolution. We could really take our time to zero in on sort of that macro universe here. If we're able to produce this product, Chris, what uses do you see for the photogrammetry model?
Yeah, it's a great question. I was going to follow it up. The structure for motion, the photogrammetry is I know the archaeologists have been using it for several years now. It's amazing how you can take one camera, move it over an object, and then through some complex math and advanced image processing can stitch together a three-dimensional model. It used to be that we would produce these sort of plan view, the flat two-dimensional photomosaics, but now that we're able to get those three-dimensional views, we can start asking questions of the habitats that look at the three-dimensionality. So where are the attached organisms? Are they on the lower part, or are they on the higher part of the vessel? What is the actual surface area? So not just looking at a two-dimensional image and the coverage of these different habitats and the attached organisms, but how much space is they covering in those three dimensions? We know that there's some butterfly fish swimming by there. Those are common reef fish. We see them on these shipwrecks too. What you're seeing here are just these microhabitats, and the photogrammetry gets down to that millimeter to centimeter resolution. So we can't do that with any other tool that we have in our arsenal with the multi-beam from the ship or the imaging sonar from the ROV. That's the photogrammetry and the structure from motion are really the only tools to get us that level of detail. And we're starting to use that technology on our understanding of the linkages between the habitat complexity and the fish communities, from the smallest of fishes all the way up to the largest of predators, and then carrying that through to studies of natural reefs where we're able to do that repeatedly over time and look at detection of change in the habitat. So in some cases we may be interested in how quickly the attached organisms grow and expand over a shipwreck or over a reef, and doing it repeatedly, the precision on those types of models can get us to addressing those questions that would be just really difficult to do with, say, scuba divers or a single image from an ROV.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, these are products that we produce, and there are public products that we would happily share with our partners. And then, so for Carol, how would you see you and the research you do, or even, as a representative of the North Carolina Aquarium System, using this sort of technology at the museum and as part of your, the aquarium and part of your research? If we still have Carol there. Well, we can come back to Carol. And I know somebody who's used this a lot is John Broadwater. I know this has been a technology we've talked a lot about at Monitor, but also, you employed in other sites. And, maybe, John, you could talk about some of the ways that you've seen this photogrammetry technology used to great effect with archaeological shipwrecks.
Yeah, it's amazing that the advancements we've made. I know I remember reading with great excitement about George Bass reporting that they had actually built a research submersible, the Ashura, and used it in the Mediterranean. And they were, you can still hear me?
Oh, yep.
Okay, sorry. They used it in the Mediterranean with a couple of cameras mounted on the front, and to create stereo pairs, just as they did in aerial photography, I guess, World War II and afterwards. And so it kind of worked, but it was kind of difficult. When we went out to the Monitor in 1974 with the Alcoa Sea Pro, the whole goal was to produce a mosaic of the Monitor. But even though it was a photo mosaic, the way we did it was we lowered a camera down and took hundreds and hundreds of 35 millimeter black and white pictures, and then developed them in a dark room, made contact prints in a dark room, and then sat there on a big table with scissors and Scotch tape and pieced them together one by one. So compare that to what I recently did with my phone. I went out to a site. It wasn't a big site, but using my iPhone, I took a whole series of pictures from different angles, put them into a program called Metashape that I know you are all familiar with. And I had a three-dimensional image of the site that could be posted on the internet for other people to manipulate and look at from different angles. So, yeah, it's incredible the progress we've made. And then, as you folks have been talking all day, the next step, of course, is VR, and we're there. I mean, it's being done. You've been working on it today, so it's really amazing what I've seen in my lifetime.
Yeah, it really is phenomenal, John. And it's we were laughing a little bit about the having to process your own photographs and cut them up with scissors, but that's how it got done, and incredible work was achieved doing that. And that's until just recently with all this digital technology, that's been done for a long time and very effectively.
Absolutely.
I think Lord forbid.
Yeah, John, your comments on being able to do this, like almost anybody can do this sort of work, right? When you use your iPhone, people can build three-dimensional models of things in nature or things in their house with their own phone, and then stitch it together with software that can be, the Metashape can be expensive, but those things are becoming available to every person now too. It is quite a transition, even in my relatively shorter time in the science field.
Yeah, and as you all well know, it's almost limitless what you can do. I mean, there are people who are really good at modeling, especially the gamers, And there are already programs out there that will take you below decks and let you tour around the Monitor.
Yeah, it's true. It's some of the things we've been talking about to virtually share these experiences with the people. But you're right. It used to be a very complex software to be able to create that, and now, with the gaming software, you'll be able to do those cutaways, fly through decks, walk through hallways, pretty low cost. Yeah, it's mind blowing what's available to us.
Yeah, Chris, it goes right back to what you were talking about earlier. Is like the AI and the computer programmers and the software itself being able to do the image analysis and interpolation to match everything up. So we don't have to do what John and Gordon and them did back in the 70s of literally cutting and taping 35 millimeter prints or some of what I experimented with in the late 90s, early 2000s with doing it manually digitally. The software's there. It's easy and it's accessible, and it's becoming more and more affordable.
Yeah, it's incredible. And we've actually mentioned Gordon Watts several times today. He's got, obviously, for those who know Gordon, Chris and I were lucky enough, Chris Dudley, that we were students of his at East Carolina University, and of course I know John was great friends with Gordon, but he was one of the people that helped create what is now Chris's office, right, Chris? I mean, he was the, I don't want to say the grandfather, but the ancestor of what the role you now have.
I guess Gordon was officially the first underwater archaeologist in the state of North Carolina. So as we were chatting earlier, or maybe yesterday, our office started in 1962-63 as a small preservation lab for dealing with the artifacts from the modern Greece blockade runner, and kind of grew from there politically, legally, until we were officially established in 1968 by North Carolina general statute calling for professional staff. But it wasn't until 1972 that they actually allocated funds for that staff, and Gordon was hired as the first underwater archaeologist for the state. And he realized that we had an office officially, but we had no tools, no assets. So he did exactly what we are doing today. He went out and looked for partners and collaborators in the universities and research areas, and participated with the Duke research that John's talked about out on the eastward, looking for the Monitor, and then in turn continuing to partner with UNC Wilmington, which has in the past had a strong NOAA collaboration and coordination with the Center for Marine Science Research there, and as well as East Carolina University eventually. So it is all about partnerships and collaborations. I mean, right from the very beginning. And Gordon's been around since the beginning, just about.
Yeah, it's just we just bring it up because he's an intricately important individual to this story, and to why we're all here today. But we all collectively have a connection to him through one way or another. So thank you, Gordon.
Yeah, indeed.
Absolutely. And if you're looking at the screen right now, I'm seeing a definite pilot house.
Oh, really? Oh, cool.
I don't know if I'm on a lag or not, but you can see the ring bolt, and now they're zooming in. And I think unquestionably that's the pilot house.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think there's
the angle, see?
Yeah, yep. And that's what I thought, because I was like, that's the only thing I know that could be down there that has that type of an angle to it. So it's pretty magical that we can see that, and again, that's such a critical part of that battle story, seeing that right there, and and maybe them smartening up and saying, hey, maybe we should have slope sides to this thing versus having it perpendicular to the deck. But There was a bit of
absolutely.
There was a bit of a learning curve there. That's okay. So
it was a prototype design.
Chris, as we're going down the hole here and we're seeing some things, are you seeing anything new about the marine species that we're looking at, or anything interesting?
I have to find my mute button again. Actually, I'm looking forward to revisiting these videos and looking more closely at the smaller fish that are within the interesting little spaces of the wreck. So there's a big school of spadefish right there. They showed up in some recent footage, and we saw them yesterday too. They're schooling species, typically feeding. Sometimes they'll feed on jellyfish and other plankton in the water column. Sometimes they'll pick at attached organisms on the shipwrecks, and they'll form massive schools. The interesting part about them, so often we use our echosounders from the ship to survey these shipwrecks to get an idea of the numbers and types of fish that are on the wrecks. And we can't tell the species for some of them, but the spadefish, when they're swimming in a school, tend to form sort of a pyramid shape. And I'm hoping some of the broader perspective views that we get from one of the cameras on the ROV will sort of give us that view of the shape of the spadefish. They're a cool school of fish to watch, and it's great to see them here. Other species, the amberjacks and the almagajacks will swim around with them, and then of course the sand tigers. Down swimming closer to the wreck, if you see some large-bodied fish, those are probably grouper. I haven't seen any snappers yet, and some black sea bass, which is what we saw yesterday. And then there's several wrasses and gobies, blennies, and some basslets and other smaller-bodied fish that we're going to take a closer look at the videos when we get our hands on them.
Wow, fantastic.
Chris, one recollection I have from the early days, we were down in the submarine when, I guess it was the 1979 dive, first excavation that we did, and we have some video of a grouper swimming in front of the sub, and based on the dimensions of the sub, we were able to figure that this guy was about 5 feet long, and he hung around the whole time we were out there, about 3.5 weeks, and somebody named him Sam, so he became Sam. But he would literally come up to us like a big puppy dog and swim under your arm and bump you aside and get in the way of the video camera. And it was just really neat. We had one of the Harbor Branch divers who was just in love with Sam, so he took some hot dogs down and was feeding Sam hot dogs, and he actually came up in the sub manway where you get out the bottom of the sub. He stuck his nose up in there trying to get hot dogs. So that was one of our best recollections of marine life.
That's great. Yeah, we have observed large-bodied groupers like that, and I'd love to know what kind of grouper it was. I know, the Warsaw grouper is a deeper depth grouper that we find around a lot of shipwrecks off the coast here, and sometimes in very large numbers. But we've seen some black grouper and even some Goliath grouper. These are the largest of the grouper fish that typically reside in the South Atlantic. But in the right temperature, in the warmer months, they'll end up off of our coast here, making migrations, maybe even down from as far south as Florida. So, wow. I don't know, I'd love to learn more about the species that grouper may have been. But yeah, it's the same thing. The big groupers tend to be really curious of the ROV when we put them down there, or even of scuba divers. It's funny. I don't think I've named as many of them.
Well, he was our buddy after a couple of weeks, But as I recall, the Harbor Branch guys who were out of Fort Pierce, Florida, they said it was a Nassau grouper. But that's my vague recollection.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a prominent grouper actually in somewhat of a perilous state right now with its population and its stocks. But yeah, I'd look forward to checking. Do you think you have video footage on a shelf from that study?
It's back there someplace, Tony.
Oh Lord. Well, yeah, we can look through the archives when we get back for you, Chris. We'll see what's there.
That's great. Yeah, thanks, guys.
The other thing I was going to ask, Chris, is have you seen any barracuda in the water column? Tony can tell you, we had quite a few when the Navy was out there. They would actually follow the Navy divers up when they were decompressing on the stage. There's hours of videotape of Barracuda eyeballing the divers.
Yeah, we have it. It's a great question. I was fully expecting it. Like in a wreck that's, with the water clarity that we have here, with the wreck that's only 240 feet, I surely expected Barracuda either hovering around just above the wreck or swimming with the jacks or further up in the water column as the ROV was lowering down. They also get really curious with the divers and the ROV for sure. And it's funny, as divers, we all remember that they all seem to sort of hang out in your blind spot just off to your back quarter. And
that's right.
There were many occasions of just sort of turning around and then, ooh, suddenly there's a 3 to 4 foot long large silverfish with big fangs sticking out at you. Never doing you any harm, but it can get your heart rate up a little bit.
Absolutely.
I do remember, John, on in 2001, 2002 with the Navy divers that, we'd be watching their helmet cameras as they come up, and they'd be facing each other on that elevator stage coming up, so you'd see the other diver through their opposite diver's camera on that stage. And I'll never forget seeing the giant Barracuda slowly glide towards them and closer, and then you watch the opposite diver's hand go slowly towards his knife, and you're like, I don't know what you're going to do, buddy. Oh, super funny.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. But Tony, the wildest one we've got to report is a sea lion sighting.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You should tell that one for the people, John, because you were there for Sam, but that was that was an interesting story.
Well, this was on one of our trips out with a Navy ship, and instead of a barge, we actually had a Navy salvage vessel with its, its navy gray paint. And so one day we were launching divers, and usually during dive ops, everybody's got to be serious. There's no fooling around. It's a safety thing. So we were. I was standing back near the fantail, to stay out of everybody's way, and they're getting the divers ready to go over the side, and I hear this sound that sounds like a sea lion bark. And of course, we're out in the Gulf Stream off Cape Hatteras, right? So I thought, boy, that's some young seaman just being stupid, and he's going to get in trouble with the master diver over this. And then all of a sudden there was another bark, and it sounded really realistic. And I look around, and standing just behind me on the deck of the ship is a giant, full-grown adult sea lion. And I'll cut to the chase. The whole story is better, but I'll cut to the chase. It turned out that the Navy Special Ops guys were running a joint East Coast, West Coast operation, and they had brought their trained sea lions out from San Diego. And this particular guy got away from them somewhere off Assateague Island and had been drifting south, way the hell offshore. And I guess, he was trained well enough. He saw that gray hull and made for it, and he came through a scupper.
Wow.
Took a big leap and through a scupper. So pretty soon, guys in black inflatable boats showed up out there, and we lost our friend.
God, I love that story.
I could say he knew where he had to go to get a ride home. Find the big gray boat.
Absolutely.
That's what I mean about that. So there's so many stories that Monitor to tell from his experiences working on the ocean, and that's just some of them. And I know we all have tales of folks who were probably out this far in vessels that were inappropriate for the waters, that needed assistance, that we looked at them in disbelief, and they looked at us wide-eyed with the pupils being tiny little pinpricks as we hauled them aboard. So there's no end of stories to tell above and below the water in Cape Hatteras.
Absolutely.
It's amazing where somebody will take a 22-foot skiff.
Right.
Very true.
we're seeing some beautiful shots now with the ROV. We get some more of those spade fish that I've learned to identify through Chris and Avery, so I do that correctly. But again, we're still trying to set up for some of that photogrammetry work, just working with the current. But this will all lead towards that photogrammetry model that we'll eventually get on the Monitor shipwreck. Which is great. So I wonder, Chris Southerly, that a lot of this technology we've seen here is used in deeper water because it's just the platform we're on. But do you see a lot of those applications you guys do more in the nearshore environment? Some of the sites you've been working on.
Yeah, I could see a lot of this being adjusted and adapted to what we do near shore and shallow environment. The biggest challenge that we've got is the visibility, but if we can get the visibility, doing the photo mosaics, that type of thing, is certainly something that can benefit what we do and what we work on. And that's always part of our operations plan or field plan, is always to would be some facet of excavation, documentation, recovery, whether it's or exploration documentation, depending on the project. But we always have the goal of shooting video or taking imagery in addition to doing the hands-on mapping and that type of thing. But again, as with the sonar technology improving, with fixed buoys that can then sweep a radius, much like the Blue View does with the multi-beam in front of us, to get high-resolution sonar images. That's something that really could start to be a benefit for us for rapid mapping of wrecks, to then better focus the research as we're coming at them to do more work on them. So we have a better idea very quickly of what's there, what might be there, to plan the tasks that take a lot longer with the diving and low visibility and taking the time to do that.
Yeah, and I think that's a key point that you brought up with that, to really hone in where you want to focus your research. So you get that snapshot of the entire vessel to do that. And I know on the Monitor project, we had a staff member, Jeff Johnson, who actually, John, remember, created some pretty fantastic wreck models of the shipwreck site that we used with the Navy, and it was invaluable in showing them exactly where we wanted to go, where we wanted to cut and work. And I don't know if you'd agree, John, but I think those were essential to the project.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, John. Hey, those models we used, we sort of Jeff made a nice model that we used when we went out for the propeller recovery in 1998, and as we removed things from the Monitor, Jeff would remove things from the model, and so we absolutely we were able to use that model for several years, and it was just incredibly valuable for the Navy divers who weren't familiar with the model or the site or the Monitor or the site. And so we literally would put it out there and point at things to try to get them oriented before the dives.
Yeah, it was incredibly helpful. And we I personally didn't have that modeling skill set to do that, so I sort of moved into the photo modeling. But you're right, when you can capture that data in a single dive of the area you want to focus, and then really get your divers in exactly where you need to be, so there's no confusion, and even print it out and put it on a slate so they could swim over it and be like, oh, okay, I'm right there. So helpful. So helpful.
Absolutely. Even high resolution side scan that we can do in shallow water, to get those and print them out, and then historic wrecks, especially Civil War wrecks and things like that, if you've got a close identification to what you suspect the wreck may be, you can actually take the line drawings of the builder's plans and scale them out and overlay them to that that photo mosaic from the side scan image and match it up to say, okay, well, where are the, these are, okay, this is obviously the paddle wheel hubs. This is where the steam pipes are going to be for the donkey engine, or, it really helps to give an orientation for, a wreck that, because of the corrosion and the degradation, may not look like, shipwrecks rarely look like the ships that they were. And in low visibility, one large chunk of metal looks a lot like another large chunk of metal. So having that slate or that mental snapshot or something like that you can refer to is really an invaluable tool. And I'm looking at this and thinking, it's like, well, this is all of this video, and Chris has said the same thing. Is like he can potentially spend hours and hours and days going back through and practically frame by frame looking at the looking at this video to ID species and do fish counts and whatever for this particular wreck.
Yeah, and I should note that the of course, we're aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, sort of the pride of the NOAA fleet, able to do really any type of science. It's so capable. But we collected, working with Chris and Avery, we collected fantastic multi-beam sonar imagery of the shipwrecks. Of course, they're looking at it from one aspect through the fisheries. And the fish congregations, that I cannot speak as eloquently as they can about it, but we use it archaeologically. So now we talked about that snapshot. I don't think the public's able to see it, but the GFOE pilots are using that multi-beam sonar imagery as their base model, and they've superimposed the ship, the Nancy Foster, and the two ROVs over it, and they're using that to navigate around the wreck. So what we did 20 plus years ago on the Monitor with that physically built model, they've now done virtually moving the ROVs around the shipwreck. So it's amazing to see the transition.
Yeah, we just had a flurry of fish activity. Oh, sorry, John, go ahead.
I was just observing that that's one neat thing about science, is it tends to be cumulative. So everything you do, somebody else builds on it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we're getting a flurry of fish activity over the past couple of minutes here. We had a school of snapper swim by. I'll take back a look at the video, but it could be silk snapper or blackfin snapper. There's some there that's sort of pink in color, and they're some of the deeper water snapper species that we'll see on these shipwrecks and other rocky reefs. There are a couple of grouper that swam underneath the ROV, some larger bodied grouper that I wasn't able to get a good idea on the spots that were along their side, but we'll be able to look at those again in the video. And then the lionfish are in full force, and at least it appears in this part of the Monitor we're encountering them. Great footage.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a little more protected inside the armor belt here, where they've got a little bit more of maybe a lee from the current. I should also note another great use of this photogrammetry model we hope to get from the Monitor is the possibility of exporting that model and that skin to do a 3D print then of the shipwreck site. This is something we've experimented a little bit with. A lot of folks have experimented with this, importing that photogrammetry data and using that shell to build that 3D model, that printed model. And we just successfully did that actually with two artifacts that we sent the photo models down to the University of West Florida, working very closely with them and the Florida Public Archaeology Network, FPAN, who are the leaders in sort of archaeological outreach interpretation. And we recreated. John, you'll be excited about this. We recreated the gun, rammer, and the sponge. We 3D printed those to scale, and they came out pretty good.
Very neat.
Yeah, they weren't perfect because we we used sort of an older photo model scan we had to experiment, but I received them the mail the other day, and they're exactly the same size they really should be. I couldn't believe it. They look pretty good. So now be able to put that type of artifact in somebody's hand and say, hey, this is some of the tools they had to work with. I think that's pretty incredible.
It really is, and there are different ways of doing it too. I know. I'm just finishing up a semester at Texas A&M working with the Institute of Nautical Archaeology, and they had a contract with the city of Alexandria, Virginia, on the wrecks that were found up there basically in a land extension program. And instead of taking every piece like we always used to do and lay it out and try to trace it or draw it one-to-one and then try to make every little piece to scale and then make a research model, they took the wrecks apart, shipped them out to Texas, and they are either there or up to Alexandria warehouse, and scanned every piece with laser line scanners. And so they were able to take a shortcut and just 3D print all the timbers and reassemble and make these beautiful research models at a much lower cost and much shorter time period than the older version.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
Like I said, doing something like that is invaluable as a teaching resource for students or for education outreach, because unlike the timbers themselves or even the artifact itself, this is made out of plastic, but it is as close to 100% accurate as it can be. So it can be used and abused by students in the learning process.
Exactly.
Maybe for Chris Taylor, do you, from some of the studies you do in habitat, would you find using some of that 3D printed technology, would that be helpful to, sort of interpret some of the habitat that you've been studying?
Oh, for sure. We haven't done it. We've appreciated when it's been done on the shipwrecks, and we've seen some of those models up at the Coastal Studies Institute at ECU's Northern Outer Banks Field Station. And it is fascinating. And we've done it, our colleagues have done it with coral reefs, so being able to scan and then print out a coral head or a coral structure and being able to understand the sort of complexity, that makes a really valuable education tool just to show somebody who can't visit a coral reef, to sort of understand the texture, the complexity, the intricacies of the very fine level of detail on those. And so we've talked about it. We're starting to build up an arsenal of 3D printing and milling and fabrication in our lab to be able to do things like that, and sort of try to bring another element of visualization to the ecological parts of our study.
Bridge now.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Go ahead, Nav.
So again, we're
I don't think we've done this.
around the middle of the vessel, what we might call the midships, the center of the vessel here. You can see the bulkhead there with sort of the H structure that would have been in front of that. It would have been to the right, would have been where the turret was originally located, and those large gears that help turn it underneath. Just behind that is the galley, and then those large sort of square structures you see even behind that, that's just coming to view on the left, are the Monitor's boilers. So I should remind people, we are at the shipwreck site of the USS Monitor, the NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary. It is the iconic Civil War ironclad that sits at 242 feet on the seafloor. We are located about 16.5 miles off the coast of North Carolina, and we're aboard the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, sort of the ship that can do it all. So we're very honored and privileged to be able to work with this very professional crew of the officers and crew aboard this vessel. Have really made everything possible by keeping us at sea, keeping us safe, keeping us well fed. It's just been wonderful. And on the phone right now, from land, we have Dr. John Broadwater, former superintendent of the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and of course has been part of Monitor's story for so long. Dr. Chris Taylor, an ecologist with NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. I'm Tani Casserly with the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, who wears many hats, and we have Chris Southerly from North Carolina Office of State Archaeology. And who made this all possible, that's this telepresence technology, is from the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. So I would say they're some of the world leaders in designing and building ROVs. This is almost, you could call it a flyaway system that could go on multiple different vessels. They also have a satellite technology and a satellite dish that they've designed and built to be able to beam these live images in real time to you to anywhere in the world. So we're very privileged for all these factors to come together for us to share these amazing stories with you. And you know, we're getting some really clear images now of the Monitor's armor belt. You can see some of those grout bags. You might ask, what are those doing on the seafloor? The Monitor is upside down when she sank, and the turret was actually underneath the hull towards the stern or the end of the vessel. So we actually had to shore up underneath the deck of the Monitor to make sure that the deck was given support and the hull was given support when we worked with the United States Navy to remove the gun turret 20 years ago. So this is what we're seeing now, live.
0.2 knots. Good copy, range 5 meters, bearing 100, speed 0.6.
And Chris Taylor, is there any other observations you might have about, you know, kind of what we're seeing, or just in general what you've seen so far today?
I've been impressed. So normally when we do these studies, Tony, you're aware of this, we spend 30 minutes, an hour, maybe, if we're diving, or and less than that on this site at these depths, or we're trying to get to a number of sites when we're using an ROV, and if it's on the bottom for as long as we need it. It's rare that we make ecological observations over a long period of time, like a full day like this, and it's going to be interesting for us to look at the data and look at the video observations over the course of our brief visit yesterday as a test, through the exploration today, and then again tomorrow with our few further interactions, and to see how we suspect that fish move around. But there's a lot of variation, especially with the pelagic fishes, that we're probably going to encounter differences in the communities as we go from day to day, and being able to capture that, at least from our perspective, gives us a better idea of what does a single sample mean when we go out and do a single visit over a 30-minute or an hour period on one day during a characterization mission like we normally conduct.
Yeah, absolutely. And is that a oyster toadfish we can see in the camera?
It is. I've got to start paying attention to where we are on this wreck. We've gone around it a few times here. I'd love to know if that's the same guy that we've been passing by every once in a while.
They're just so charismatic.
A question for GFOE.
Oh.
A question about with GFOE and pilots is I saw lasers pop up there quick. Is that something we can request be turned on to get some size estimates for the critters that we're passing by? That oyster toadfish looks pretty good size. I'm just curious if we can get them.
They're looking at it.
Pair of lasers next to it.
Red light, in their imagery. So I think we're going to attempt to do another pass. It's pretty hard because we can't go perpendicular. Stand by one.
So Chris, I could probably give you a size estimate because it's my experience with marine species. So on the screen, it looks like it's about an inch, or it's 5 feet.
That's the precision that we need for biology there. You've got a good point there. Yeah. Yeah, I apologize. I forgot that the ROV was still trying to do some of the photomosaic and photogrammetry image collection, so I apologize for interrupting that.
Oh, no, they've actually activated the lasers. They're just up from the oyster toadfish, maybe 3 or 4 feet or so. Oh, they just turned it off.
Oh, I missed it then.
Oh, wait, no, it's back.
I am not seeing it. Are they they're visible in feed 1?
The one where it has the quad screen?
Or feed?
It's in the
I don't see quad screen on our end.
Yeah, quad screen should be feed 2.
Feed 2 maybe?
I think I see Guru's view on feed 2.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe regardless, it's not on the ocean to the fish.
Okay.
But that's a good point.
Your hypothesis is still correct.
Right.
He looks big enough to swallow your hand if you got too close.
But this is a good point for tomorrow's dive, is to have that up. Oh, and there's a pretty spectacular lionfish coming down too. He's like a big
Beautiful
guy.
lionfish. That's right. Yeah, that is meaty.
And maybe Chris, can you just, why do they spread their pectoral fins like that? What is that? Some sort of display?
Yeah, it's probably a threatening display. Those fins are used to sort of make themselves look bigger than they really are, even though they're already voracious predators. There are predators that are bigger than they are, and spreading those fins out gives that impression of them being bigger than life. But they also use those fins for mobility too, so they could be trying to figure out how to keep themselves oriented correctly in the current. But that sure seemed like they were displaying their fins out for intimidation.
Yeah, and this this lionfish is the classic story of people wanting to have them in their home aquarium systems, thinking they're beautiful fish because they are, and then of course, lo and behold, you move, or they become too big, or your kid goes off to college and no one wants to look after it more, and they go into the ocean, or some other way they access the ocean, and now possibly here we are with a problem with them.
A huge problem. Chris, has the recent research or anything indicated if there are any predator species that are starting to show up for the lionfish?
I think that information is starting to develop. There's a lot more research being conducted in the Florida Keys and the Gulf of Mexico that's suggesting some predation by fish, particularly when the lionfish are much smaller. But I will be ready for a more complete answer on that one. Catch up with the latest.
Like I said, because I thought I'd heard some anecdotal with some divers talking about how some of the larger grouper may have taken some of the smaller lionfish at one point being observed down in Florida or the Bahamas, but that's just anecdotal.
Yeah, that's the most likely candidate. Some of those larger groupers have extremely wide gapes in their mouths and may be able to suck down a lionfish if it's pointing in the right direction with its spines aimed the right way.
I guess avoid the spines and the negative effects of that.
Right.
We're getting some more great views of the Monitor armor belt. Again, we're moving slowly towards the aft section of the vessel, which is the end of the vessel, otherwise known as the other pointy end. This Monitor did have two pointy ends. You can see what looks like giant grout bags or sandbags. Those are indeed what they are, and they were used to give support to the Monitor's deck there once the turret was recovered, because the turret was underneath the hull, and we needed to give the rest of the decking support. So that's exactly what
Hey, Connie, there's a question in the chat window. Why weren't the grout bags removed after the turret was recovered?
Oh, well, that's a great question. Well, they were there because the turret was recovered. So the whole idea is that as we move down the wreck, we can see how there's a space underneath the hull. So the Monitor's turret is 9 feet tall. So now imagine that's 9 feet that's underneath the hull of the Monitor, holding the Monitor up. So if you remove that turret, then for whatever reason, that rest of the hull is counting on that for support. So the U.S. Navy and John Broadwater on the NOAA side of the house made the decision that to help shore up the Monitor's hull and to give it that support, to install those grout bags, and the U.S. Navy divers put them underneath these bags that were empty, slid them into place, and then literally had a type of a material I don't want to call it a quickcrete, but something similar to that they would put into, they would connect. You saw those sort of nozzle attachments. They attach hoses there and fill them up. And that's exactly what they are. So think of them as once soft pillows that are now rigid, holding the deck up. But they are essential to the monitor being stable today. And John, would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was one of the first problems when we first started looking closely at what the monitor needed and trying to set priorities. Is what do we do to give us the best chance of preserving the monitor? And we saw, as you say, that huge gap underneath the hull. That there was no support, and the deck plates were starting to pull loose. So we started looking at ideas, and this idea of filling those bags and filling them with a type of they called it grout, but we think of it more like quickcrete, as you said. But that would support the hull temporarily, and then we realized, well, it'll not only do that, but it'll support it for removal of the turret as well. So as you've already very accurately stated, those bags are now supporting the rest of the wreck, so they need to stay in.
Yeah, exactly. And, and it talks to the prowess and the expertise and the capability of the United States Navy divers, that they did so much work, but starting, back then, to do something which seemed like something you can do in your backyard and land, by yourself maybe, but, 242 feet on the seafloor with these currents that are making it difficult for us to move in these conditions, with two Navy divers in the bottom. This was an incredible job that, of course, just culminated in the turret recovery we were able to accomplish with the U.S. Navy. But truly, they were the linchpin to make all this possible.
That is so true. And my gosh, yeah, when you're in 240 feet of water and you've got currents like we usually have at the monitor, the only way they could fill those bags, because it took such a large amount of that grout, they had to actually run a hose down from the plant on the surface that generated it, mixed it, and then have a nozzle at the bottom for the divers to fill the bags. And boy, doing that out there in the water column, that was no small feat.
No, not at all. And that's why we've been talking about this event we were planning at the Mariners Museum in the park on August 5th, 2002, a two-day event to really celebrate that achievement, sort of. And this is just one part of that story, but, just recognizing the contributions everybody made to this project. And you always turn it back to the U.S. Navy divers that were absolutely incredible. We were so lucky they came to our story.
Absolutely.
So great view of a sand tiger shark coming up. So how's everything going with the pilots? You guys feel good? Do you feel like we've got a lot done today? Yeah, remember, like we said so many times, working on the monitor, they don't call it Cape Hatteras for nothing. But we're out here and we're doing the job and getting it done. So it speaks to the team's capabilities.
Like I say, the topside images from the deck cameras are deceptively calm for the current that's running underneath.
For those of us that work out here,
do you have a way of measuring the current? Do you know what the current is right now?
We do, actually. It is 1.1 knots. Oh, one.
That doesn't sound like a lot until you try to swim in it or guide an ROV in it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like anything more than a 1 knot current. If you, as a diver, if you turn your head sideways, it'll knock your mask off in the current.
Yep.
I know from some days.
Been there, haven't we, Don?
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I remember a couple dives we've done out here where, it's screaming current, and we've been dropped. We had a very capable research vessel, the RV Cape Fear from University of North Carolina at Wilmington, and very capable captain as well, and they would go up current time how long it would take to drift for our dive team to actually reach the site. They did a phenomenal job. But we would hit the bottom early sometimes, so we'd come up and hover and then literally go flying into the wreck. And I remember coming to the high side of the wreck and then literally flipping over to the lee, getting out of that high current, and then putting my head up over the armor belt and looking over and almost having my mask blown off. So it's a lot of fun, but wow, it is a roller coaster. So yeah.
Yeah, I just remembered that one year we were out there, we managed to borrow a current profiler, and the Navy deployed that, and we were able to take current data through the water column for the whole 2 weeks we were out. And most days there was actually an S-shaped current curve. We'd have one current going one direction mid-water, and then a different one on the bottom, and a different one on the surface, and that definitely complicated dive planning.
Yeah, and I've been sharing some of those stories with the team here just for what they could expect, but absolutely, that was almost a common occurrence. You have those 3 counter currents as you descend.
Hi, Tony.
Yep.
Oh, we got Dan joining us back again from GFOE after piloting.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd just jump on and explain a little bit of what we're doing and what you're seeing right now. We've been talking with Tane about trying to do some photogrammetry, which I believe I heard you explain a little bit earlier. We're trying to do as many passes over these three-dimensional objects as possible in order to build enough information to be able to process 3D point cloud models of what we're seeing later, and those are assembled into nice three-dimensional models that you can view on your computer of the wreck. In an ideal world, and we've done this on relatively flat wrecks before, you basically do what we call mowing the lawn, where you just do a grid pattern with each direction and move back and forth along one axis and slightly offset on each path so that you're overlapping maybe half to a third of the frame on each pass, and then you turn 90 degrees and you do another row of lines in a perpendicular direction. So you're basically seeing every object on the wreck from 4 different perspectives, and from that you can build some information about depth and the 3D kind of construction of biology on the wreck, of the wreck itself. Today is a bit challenging. There's a bit of relief to the wreck, especially this broadside that we're looking at now. So we're actually kind of having to move up vertically and do passes at different altitudes above the seafloor in order to get all the information about the side of the wreck, and then we move over the top, and there's so much current. The current is so strong here today that we're not able to do perfectly perpendicular lines because the ROV gets blown off position and it's not able to fight against that current to the point where we can stay on perpendicular to where it's coming from. So we're basically facing into the current as much, or off the current as much as we can, while still trying to maintain those grid lines to do the passes for the photogrammetry. And it's a bit of a challenging condition today, but we're getting some good visuals and some good images, and hoping that we can provide enough information for you to build a model out of it.
Or for you to build a model out of it. But no, absolutely. We still have tomorrow as well too. So we saw different conditions from yesterday. So we don't know what tomorrow will bring.
It's really incredible, like how different today's dive is from yesterday. Yesterday was relatively calm, just a little bit of current from what I understand. It was clear, vibrant colors from the sunlight coming from above, lots of fish, lots of sharks, still a lot of sharks today. But you can tell that current changes the ecosystem here.
We've got a shark coming in close to the ROV again. Maybe it's the same one as before. Definitely seems to be attracted to the light and to the arm for some reason.
Yeah. I guess it's the shiny claws on the end of the arm there. But yeah, so it's very different today. Lots of current, which is stirring up all kinds of sediment, lots of particulate in the water that reduces our visibility. The colors just aren't quite as vibrant all around, just because there's not as much sunlight coming down through the water. And it's just very different. It's incredible how a 24-hour shift in current can can change it like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And if John, if you remember when we did the AUV project with MIT, I remember during that dive where they were testing out that new system they had, that we actually saw the Labrador current on one side of the vessel and the Gulf Stream on the other, where it was literally two different colors in the water on either side, almost like somebody dumped a paint can on the water.
Yeah, that is so strange, and it happened more than once over the years. You know, we had a team of divers one time that were decompressing. They were at about their 20-foot stop, and it was kind of chilly, and they were all kind of shivering, and all of a sudden this wash of blue water came through, and there were all sorts of tropical fish coming up with the Gulf Stream. Just really a strange place out there.
Yeah, it really is. And this is a good question for Chris Taylor. So, we've been out there and we've been decompressing that. I noticed that we get a lot of that sargasso seaweed, I guess you would call it. And I was always fascinated as we were decompressing and looking up and just seeing all the juvenile fish that we'd see in there. And I could have sworn a couple times I saw juvenile mahi-mahi. Is that typical that you might see some of those things?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. In fact, on this mission, Tanya, I'm looking forward to paying close attention as the ROV drops into the water column. So it's a dynamic habitat in and of itself. And the sargassum that is sort of floating close to the water surface. You'll see juveniles of all different kinds, including even sea turtles and mahi-mahi and juvenile pelagic fish, filefish, triggerfish. It's again one of those dynamic habitats and with microhabitats within it. And so there's a good chance we may encounter that over the next couple of weeks here.
Yeah, and I got to say that was always some of my favorite times after diving on Monitor, when we would decompress and, you're in the Gulf Stream most times and it's warm and lovely, and, you just sit there and you just experience the marine life around you and just watching it. And, you get those incredible experiences where you just take time to see some of these things, and it was always very special.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, Tommy.
Yeah, it's amazing. And here we are looking at the, again, we're at the stern or end of the Monitor. This is the cut in the armor belt. To the left is where the turret was originally located when the ship sank. So, and this is a great view of kind of the work that the U.S. Navy divers were able to achieve, where they cut through this massive armor belt and deck on the Monitor. This is not some easy task. So it really took their expertise for the salvage divers to really achieve this huge engineering process. Now, John, if I remember right, didn't we have to experiment with a couple different ways of actually how to cut the armor belt? Because wasn't there some tools that were great for iron, some that worked for wood, but it was difficult to find something that worked with both wood and iron?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that the Navy learned early on was you go out there thinking you've got the right tool, but a lot of times when they went out there, they had the right tool for a steel-hulled derelict vessel, but when they actually, and this is really kind of a neat thing for metallurgists and environmentalists and all, is that the cast iron and wrought iron that made up the Monitor's hull was so different in the characteristics after it had built up a big corrosion product. So when they first went out to cut the propeller shaft, they were using what's called a broco torch. It's a high-intensity heat lance, and it just didn't work. And so they had to go back and try something else. They eventually found a tool that worked. But by the time we got to the engine and turret recovery missions, they brought everything. They brought every tool they could find, and it turned out that none of the saw type equipments or the oxygen lances and all the things that they would normally think would work, none of those seemed to do the job. And what ended up working best was a super high pressure probe. It's like sort of like a lawn sprayer with a very, very high. It had a huge compressor on the surface that compressed the water and fed it down a pipe. I forget the pressure now, something like 50,000 psi. So it was really dangerous to use. But the guys trained up on it, and that was what they finally used to cut through. It was basically just a high-pressure stream of water eroding its way through all of that.
If memory serves, was that called the Hydroblaster?
That's what it was called, yeah. I couldn't think of it.
The Hydroblaster. I definitely remember that. I remember hearing them joking like, yeah, don't stumble because you'll cut off your foot.
Exactly, yeah.
And again, that's great because it's, again, part of that Monitor story where there's so much to tell and there's so much depth to it that, again, all the other technologies we've been talking about, but again, the innovation that it took to figure out how to recover the material in the first place was, again, groundbreaking and took, hypothesis and testing and trial and error until they got it right. But, again, it speaks to the capabilities of the United States Navy that they did that and they did it well.
They really did. Can't say enough good about those guys.
Oh, there's the folks will be able to see that again in just a few moments where the shark came back and gave us another little tap. So that's nice. And maybe I should ask, so what's, we've been down here all day. What do you think our plan is for the recovery of the ROVs? What time scale do you see for that?
Well, fortunately, we have our dive supervisor right here in the room, and I'll double check with him, but I believe we'll be on bottom till just after 5 o'clock Eastern, so a little less than an hour left on bottom, and then we will recover and be on deck by, between 5:30 and 6. I'll double check that that's still the plan. That's my understanding at this point.
Cool. Okay. It's good to know. Well, John, we're going to be back here tomorrow. Are there certain parts of the wreck that you'd like to see again that, once we're done with doing the photogrammetry test that we're doing today, we might have an opportunity tomorrow to take something of interest that you'd like to take a look at?
Yeah, well, thanks for asking. I actually, you've covered the wreck pretty well. The only thing that might be fun for all of us is if there was a way to get more of the interior. And I don't know if I guess we'd have to see what the current looks like tomorrow, but there's not much current. It might be really interesting to approach the wreck from the low side. It has a totally different feel when you approach from that side.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were able to see that yesterday in the lower current. So, yes, we'll tomorrow, hopefully, we'll be able to see that again and spend more time in the interior there because we did get some great views of the interior inside the armor belt and all the marine life that calls it home now, too. It's really striking.
So I just wanted to jump in and say I did confirm.
Oh, man, I'm sorry I had to miss that.
We still have tape. We got the tape.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's part of what's good about this. Yeah.
Did confirm that the dive will end today at 5 o'clock Eastern, so we have about 50 minutes left.
Well, maybe, Dan, can you tell us a little bit? Because obviously that allows us to sign off, but the GFOE work isn't done at all at that point, right? You guys got a lot more work and a lot more hours to go in the day.
Yeah, so even once the dive ends, I mean, from the viewers at home anyway, from their perspective, the dive might end at 5, but we still have to set up the vehicles, get the ship underway, moving ahead for recovery, and there's a whole, very coordinated recovery process that requires, 15 people or so across different duties to manage from the ship's crew and the GFOE crew. So through that coordination, get the vehicles back on deck safely, and then we have a series of post dives, which are very important to the maintenance of the vehicle. We check for any damage that might have been done while subsea. We check for any oil or fluid leaks, things that may have gone wrong underwater that we didn't notice, and then we fix it. We try to catch things early, catch them before they're an issue, and replace things before they break. So fortunately, we have a pretty good track record with that. But yeah, we'll do the post dives, and then there's post-processing work for the video, Roland be over there making sure that all the video is stored properly. Our software engineers will make sure all the scientific data that we've been collecting is stored properly. The navigator will be prepping for tomorrow's dive. Our video editor will be editing highlight reels and editing photos for social media. So there's a lot of things that happen in the evenings between dives. The work definitely isn't over for us once we leave the bottom.
Yeah, so I just want to point out that
Great. That's a great point, Roland. So once the live feed, is that going to be on feed 1 and or feed 2? Only on feed 2. Okay. So throughout the night, even this evening and tonight, feed 1 will be a live view of probably either the back deck or the control room, and then feed 2 will be replaying clips from today's dive.
Oh, fun.
So you can. I'm sorry. A mix of yesterday and today. So it'll be highlight reels from both dives that have happened so far.
Oh, good. Well,
Yep.
if folks at home want to, decompress in whatever way they choose to do that, and have a nice meal and have it all in the background, it might be a lovely screensaver.
Absolutely. Yep.
And maybe you could talk a little bit too about the launch and recovery, because this isn't as simple as hauling up a piece of equipment over the side with a sort of a winch and there she goes. I mean, it's orchestrated 2 ROV body dance that you need to do with very delicate equipment.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of things that need to happen, and I'll try not to get into the nitty gritty, but I'll give you a big picture overview. Basically, it's a 2-body system. There's, again, Yogi, the main ROV, that is on the bottom, actually exploring the wreck right now. And from the feed 2, you might see Guru's camera, which provides it sits about 30 feet above Yogi, provides a third-person perspective of Yogi, and provides light in the area around Yogi at the bottom. So it's a 2-body system. Yogi and Guru are connected to each other by a 100-foot-long neutral tether, and Guru is hanging from the back of a ship by a steel cable. So basically, once we start to move the ship forward, it's like a kite, basically. It's like a sea anchor, and Yogi and Guru start to stream off the back of the ship as we start to move forward. And as that happens, we haul in on the winch that connects the cable that Guru is hanging from, and we winch up. Yogi drives up to the surface. So once they're at the surface, both vehicles are kind of trailing behind the ship. And once that happens, there's a crew on deck, on the back deck, and they bring Guru overboard with an A-frame. So there's the cable is run up through a shiv on an A-frame that's brought in overboard and lifts Guru out of the water. And then Yogi will actually drive back toward a crane and get picked up out of the water by a crane, brought over the side and set down on the deck. And that whole time you have the ship's crew of the Nancy Foster driving the ship, communicating with our dive supervisor, who's also talking to the pilots in the control room, who are talking to the deck crew out back on the fantail. And so again, it takes over a dozen people between all those different roles to bring them on board safely. And while all that's happening, we're also working in the ocean. It's a dynamic environment, right? So luckily today it's pretty calm. I'm looking at our back deck camera view, and it's pretty flat out there. But some days we've got a lot of swell to deal with. Yesterday, on both launch and recovery, we had a bit of wave action. We're also keeping an eye on the winds, so the wind doesn't blow the ship off course, but also the currents, so that Yogi and Guru don't get blown off course from currents that are squirrely and moving in different directions. So a lot of different factors that contribute to safely recovering the vehicles, and fortunately we have hundreds of successful ROV dives under our belt as a group, and have practiced this many times.
Well, it just shows you how complex an operation it is, and your coordination with the ship and their crew to get that done safely. This, again, very expensive, delicate equipment. So I'm very happy when you are all doing that, because Sutherland and I can step back and have a glass of lemonade and a cookie and watch from the safety of the bridge as you guys honestly keep working, and we're able to focus on some other things. But
yeah, all of it is important, right? Like, GFOE brings the technology to the table. We bring the capability, but it's people like you and the scientists ashore who provide it purpose. you help direct the mission and the reason that we're here, and we help to provide the capability and work with you to engineer solutions to the problems that you want to solve. And it's that's what makes this a great partnership.
Yeah, no, it's great. We definitely bring a porpoise to it, so it's good. But no, it is. That's why, just like scuba diving, sometimes we would be out here documenting the site using scuba technology. The work doesn't end when you hit the surface.
Right.
So just as true for that work, it's true today. Maybe even more so with this high technology you guys are using. That are, it works very well, but it's electronics on the sea.
Yep.
And anything can happen, as we've learned very well.
Yes, and we, as a group, work very hard to prevent problems before they happen and think through things very carefully. So,
this is good. Well, maybe Chris Southerly, tomorrow, if it's one of our last days on Monitor, there's some things that you'd like to look at on the shipwreck, maybe that you've always thought about, or ways that we could maybe kind of help tell the state of North Carolina's story through this process.
I think I would have to agree. I think we've looked at the wreck pretty thoroughly. I would be, if the current allows tomorrow, I would like to see a little bit more of the interior, or what would be the interior, from, as John had said, from the low side of the wreck where the armor belt is actually buried, and then I'm kind of interested too of the disassembly that happened. I don't know if we've gone past the section of armor belt that's been cut off, but to look at how the wreck site was, we modified it as archaeologists, or the Navy did for us, to do some of the recovery, to see if there's any type of get some good looks at the section of the armor belt that was cut off too, to see if there's any difference to that being isolated a little bit off of the wreck from the main portion itself.
Yeah, it'd be fascinating. Yeah, we'll definitely put that on the plan of the day to take a look.
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe retrieve that line reel that was left out by the tire marker.
We did.
Bring that back just for fun. See whose initials were on it.
we definitely, on one of the dives yesterday, as we approached the shipwreck, we saw a diver's hand reel that we so often use in technical diving or cave diving, which is not an uncommon sight from the amount of scuba dives we've had at Monitor. So it was quite funny to see that. Let's call it an artifact of that time.
There you go. You might be able to reuse that, Todd. Save a little money for the budget.
Right. It's pretty funny. Maybe for Chris Taylor, there's some parts of the Monitor that you would be, you and Avery and the ecology team might be interested in taking a little deeper look at.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a place on the wreck, but how we might survey the wreck tomorrow. And I think I'd like to suggest a sort of a transect that sort of scans across the top or along the sides, sort of longitudinally. That'll allow us to get sort of a standard transect and count the fish, and then make some inferences on where they are along that path along the shipwreck.
Yeah, we can certainly aim to do that. You'll notice that the transects that we are doing today and right now are kind of along the length of the wreck. And that's primarily due to the strong current that we're experiencing at depth. There's a lot. Yesterday was relatively calm in terms of current. Much stronger current today. You can see it in all the particulate that's now in the camera view. And so we're basically facing the ROV into the current as much as possible and turning away from it to do these transects as much as we can without the ROV being blown off course. It all depends. Our ability to traverse the wreck definitely depends on the direction and the magnitude of the current.
Are you saying your ROV isn't strong enough?
That very much. Yeah.
It's quite strong, but the currents are stronger.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah, these paths are perfect. I think what we'll try to do tomorrow is find an appropriate time to just set one of these up, and then we'll call it on effort. So we'll make it maybe we can call it a fish transect among everything else that's being planned for tomorrow, and then that'll allow us to be able to sort of tag it in the video and target that for analysis later on.
Yeah, perfect. And I wonder too, Chris, that if I think they need to do those same type of passes for the photogrammetry, so you might be able to get multiple of these types of passes for you for those transects.
Exactly. Yeah, we can couple it with the photogrammetry transects for sure. That would work out just fine.
Yeah, that would be great. And then again, you know, we had Howard on earlier, and we've been talking to get a better view of, you know, where the turret was originally located. You know, we saw sort of that engine and the flywheel that was you know, used for one of the pumps that we saw for the first time. So again, this product we're going to come out with the photogrammetry will help tell even more stories, which we're pretty excited by, and I'm particularly excited about having that image now of the pilot house as well. This is kind of special for me.
So you actually, in your dive, you said 20 years ago, you were down in that gap that we saw the pilot house through?
Yeah, I made a point of, I'd always wanted to see it, so I made a point of, you know, looking at the plans and trying to figure out what it was, and I had a bit of a tape measure, pulled it back, and then I said, okay, it should be here. So I swam out to the edge of the armor belt, ducked down, got my light out, and sort of squirreled underneath, and I thought, oh my lord, I think that's it. And I think that was the picture that John Broadwater took of it. I think I had a video camera with me that I'm like, this is it. That was 2 decades ago.
So what was it like for you seeing that again today from the ROV's camera?
Oh, it was super cool. I mean, it's one of those hidden pieces of monitor that you need a little more work to be able to see it, but it's so iconic, though. It played such an important role during the battle that to see that is very special. That's something like no one has seen. So, and you know, and I think John will he'll have a connection with this too. That even when the turret was in place, the gun ports for it were actually facing underneath the vessel, so there wasn't pointed out where you could easily see the gun ports where they would have come out through the turret. It was actually underneath. So again, you sort of had to work a little bit for monitor to reveal its secrets, and so you went underneath the hull there very gently and see that, and then you could see the dents. That was a pretty special thing, and I don't know, John, if you had that same experience.
Yeah, it seems like Murphy's Law works everywhere, and it was just so tantalizing that the gun ports were on the inside where you couldn't get access to them.
Yeah, it was incredible. I don't know how I got access to it, but I remember kind of putting down, maybe inhaling a little bit and then going through, and which was underneath. But I remember seeing that and being like, oh my lord. And of course, to recover the turret, we had to excavate around it. So part of the turret was actually buried in the sediment too. So those things was actually a lot lower. Maybe if memory serves, I think the gun ports might even been halfway covered with sediment. It was buried so deep. But
yeah, I think we were down I think it was buried about 3 feet of the 9. So yeah, the gun ports were pretty close to the sand line.
Yeah.
I remember when we were out there in '79, Gordon Watts was determined to check out the gun ports and see if they were open, see if he could see the guns. So he got down there and he sort of leaned in. He didn't want to go too far under and create a safety hazard, but he kept looking and looking. He finally got under there far enough. You know, the gun ports were closed by those port bucklers, so that it was a wooden block that had a threaded rod going through it.
Right.
And so the wood was long gone, but the threaded rods were sticking out. And Gordon said he looked under there and he saw that rod sticking out. It's about 1 inch, 3/4 of an inch in diameter, maybe. Saw one of those coming out of the gun port, and he thought, oh my gosh, I got nitrogen narcosis. I know those Dahlgrens are bigger than that.
Which is hysterical because those guns are gigantic.
Yes, they are. Especially underwater.
Right. Oh, that's pretty funny. But yeah, I think we've always said, though, the monitor doesn't give up its secrets easily. So, again, to be able to today to see the pilot house was a special thing to share with everybody.
Yeah, I really think that was a pretty good view of it. I don't think it could be anything else.
No, No. And I just, we could always wish if the monitor was still upright to see that intact, but I'll still take what we can get.
Absolutely.
Chris Taylor, we've seen on the video now these red, purple branches, and I've always been intrigued. What are those called officially? Do you think those are some sort of like sea coral or sea branch or branch coral? I'm not sure what those are.
Hey, Tony, I'm sorry. I got kicked off the phone line there, down and back in. I heard my name on a couple of different audio lines. Were you asking a question?
Yeah, sorry. Well, just, we're seeing that what looks like that red or purple sort of branch. And, I want to make sure I'm saying what they are correctly, but so what are those?
They're soft corals. The sort of fan shapes that are sticking up like two-dimensional trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are soft corals. Avery and I are going to check into the identification of them before tomorrow's trip.
Oh, very cool. And if because there's quite a bit of them that look like, I don't want to call them juveniles, but they're smaller. Is there a reason they might be smaller, or would that be an indication that they're new on the site, or just maybe that's just how they are? That they're full grown, or maybe because of the current?
Could be a number of reasons. Avery and I will not claim to be coral biologists, but fortunately later on in this mission we'll have some experts that pay more attention to the attached organisms on the shipwrecks, like these coral sponges and tunicates.
Yeah, they're beautiful shots.
Yeah, the sea fans are really quite spectacular. They do tend to point themselves. It'd be interesting to look at they seem to be facing the same direction, right? So they do tend to point themselves in the orientation so that the broad face of the fan can catch all the particulates, the plankton that are feeding through, because each of those, sure, they can zoom in. On one of them, if you're not running a transect right now, but they have little polyps, so they're just like other corals where they're made up of a multitude of polyps that are trying to capture food as it flows through the water.
Yeah, that's amazing. And it's funny, these wrecks are definitely habitat now for marine life, and other than that straight artificial man-made lines, if we saw maybe the same type of coverage over a rock or things would seem right at home. The only thing for me that indicates it's artificial is, again, I know we don't have straight lines in nature, but it's still kind of thrilling to see how much it's been overtaken with soft corals and all these other animals.
Yeah, so true. The succession here is just really dynamic. Organisms growing on top of organisms as things, things perish either because sediment covers them, or they didn't get enough food, or they move through senescence. It'd be fascinating to see sort of that layering, especially on a wreck as old as this one, 160 years old, to see if we could. I'll bet you could track the time periods in the chemistry of the ocean through the layers that are encrusting this wreck.
Oh, well, that's interesting when we start talking about climate change or, climate science, that in historic shipwrecks that have a known entry point into the environment, that would be interesting to be able to track that if you could see that in different layers, almost like a tree layer. Is that what you mean, Chris?
Well, I wouldn't. I'm only speculating here on how the sort of seasonality of the encrusting organisms, but I'm wondering if someone has looked at that. That'd be a curious question for some of the other shipwreck ecologists that will be joining us later this week.
Yeah, that will be interesting. And I wonder too, with the being that they're growing on the iron plate, metal plate that has a hard surface that maybe they're not penetrating through, that maybe that does provide that sort of that ground zero layer that they're building off of.
Yeah, we will definitely check into that more with as we proceed to this the study. Unfortunately, we're visiting Monitor again at the end of the mission, so I think we'll have some more answers that will help us tell even a more complete story when we get back here in a week and a half.
Yeah, and I should remind the viewers that I am not an ecologist or a biologist. My training's in maritime archaeology, so I'm asking questions that I have no idea about.
Well, that's the beauty of telepresence, is I don't know if there's anyone on board that's an expert in biology or ecology, but we're able to broadcast the video and have people call in and give us the answers to these sort of things. So. And we're not limited to the expertise that we can carry, with us on the ship. We can open it up to the entire world and to get input. So, I actually have a great story that I think kind of captures the the benefit of telepresence. I believe this was a dive we did about 5 years ago in the Gulf of Mexico. We had a multi-beam target that was on a pretty flat bottom and a large, roughly 40-foot protrusion off the seafloor. Looked like a shipwreck from the multi-beam image. And we ended up diving there with the NOAA Ship Okeanos Explorer and the D2 and Sirius ROVs. And, slowly we dropped down, as I mentioned before, about 100 meters away for safety purposes and approached it from that distance. And as we started to move closer to the sonar target, and looking, had our cameras pointed out in the darkness, waiting for an image of a dramatic shipwreck to visualize. We ended up approaching and seeing that it was a 40-foot shipping container that had fallen off. So we had all these archaeologists on the line, ready to tell us about the ship that we had found, and instead we found a shipping container, and it had fallen to the seafloor and cracked open, and home appliances had spilled out across the seafloor. And there was freezers, refrigerators, laundry machines, and thanks to telepresence, the archaeologists quickly dropped off. But one of the ROV pilots, his mom owns a laundromat, and so we zoomed in on one of the labels of the laundry machines, and she was able to look up the serial numbers of the machines and determine when they were manufactured and when they might have been spilled. And so we were able to date the approximately when that shipping container might have been lost at sea. So that's a perfect example of you never know what you're going to find, and how telepresence can bring in the expertise you need when you need it.
Did you recover one of them? Did you try returning it to Best Buy?
Unfortunately, no. It's not a recovery operation, but yeah, that's another great example of we also thought we found a shipwreck in the Gulf, and turned out that it wasn't a shipwreck. It was kind of a neat geological feature that we ended up calling a tar lily. It was basically like a little asphalt type formation in the form of a flower petal on the seafloor, almost like a little asphalt volcano flow or something like that. And again, archaeologists dropped off, geologists joined the call very quickly to talk about it. So another great example.
Well, it's funny. So we've been talking.
Yeah, I can imagine the archaeologists.
No, I'm sorry, Chris. Why don't you go ahead?
No, I'm just imagining the geologists were going crazy over that. I remember seeing that footage come up, and that was a cool sight. Even when you guys were looking at it, it was hard to tell what it was.
Right. Yep. Not until we got right on top of it did we discover what it was.
Yeah.
So I was going to.
You got to kind of poke at those things sometimes.
I was going to say that so we've been talking about looking for working on cultural resources or shipwrecks. Maybe the key word is shipwreck, but I know, John, you had the opportunity to work on a space wreck. If you're able to talk a little bit about that project that you worked on.
Yeah, that was pretty interesting. We were hired by Jeff Bezos, Jeff had always, from childhood, had a love of the space program, and he said one of the most important events in his life was the landing on the moon and the first human beings to walk on another heavenly body. And so somewhere along the line, after he made his billions, he thought, wouldn't it be neat to recover one of the Saturn V boosters launched Apollo 11 to the moon. And so he hired an expedition leader who in turn convinced Bezos that he ought to hire an archaeologist and recommended me. So that's how I got on the expedition. And so one of my jobs, which was the neatest part of it, I have an undergraduate degree in engineering, and so I was supposed to try and figure out what we were likely to find on the bottom and what the sonar was likely to have for targets. And so I did a lot of research and speculation and talked to some NASA people, and everybody had a different opinion. And so when we actually got out there, it turned out it was pretty much what I expected it ought to be. You got 5 huge engines at one end of a long empty tube that used to have fuel in it. It seems like it would have to come in engines first. And sure enough, when we found all these big F1 engines, they were just all peeled back. Just the combustion chambers and funnels were just all peeled back, and most of them ripped away. Oh, wow. So nothing remarkably intact like we were hoping. But when you consider re-entry at terminal velocity for a Saturn V booster, whatever that would be, it's probably not too surprising that everything was in small pieces.
That's amazing. I remember seeing the another Saturn V at the Kennedy Space Center, and I can't imagine the scale of those things.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm just getting ready to leave Texas, but I drove to Houston yesterday, oddly enough, for an Eagles concert. But we got there early enough to go to the Space Center and play the tourist thing, and getting to stand by those Saturn V engines, even after all this familiarity with them, it was still amazing all over again. It's still, in spite of the new Space Launch System claiming that they're going to have the most powerful engines ever, they still haven't really proved them in. So at this point, those Saturn V F1 rockets, still the most powerful engines ever created by humans. And 1.5 million pounds thrust each one.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. I know that's why actually, we were so excited by this project, because I almost feel like we're in Houston with all these control panels and the screens and things, and instead of looking at the surface of the moon or Mars or the arcs of the rockets, we're looking at literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I'm looking about literally 27 screens that we have in here. So
I know, right? It really is. It's just, I was looking at that this morning when you put on the camera that showed the whole setup there. I was thinking, how much that looked like mission control at Houston.
Yeah, it's just maybe in my own mind in a way, but just that the exploration that we're able to do here with this technology and share it with the world is pretty special.
Yeah, it is. I think for every project I've been involved in, I always counted myself lucky to be there. It's always neat to do it and experience it and see things that no one has seen, or at least no one's seen for many, many years. So yeah, I think we're fortunate to be in the, even for the biology. I guess people have seen corals and most of the fish and sponges and all, but you're seeing a particular configuration that nobody has seen before every time you go and study a reef. So it's all really exciting to me still, and it never gets old.
Exactly. Well, because we're starting to come to the end of our time here. I think we're going to start coming up at was it 4:50?
5 o'clock is the end of the dive.
Oh, 5 o'clock. Okay.
Yep.
But it's really great just being able to see everything that we're seeing today. And I've got some messages from our partners at the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island, and they said they had a great crowd who was so excited to see everything live and the questions asked that they asked being answered live on screen. Kind of experiencing this real time with their expert, Carol Price, on board the broadcast and listening and being part of this. So it's special. And that's exactly what the point of this whole project was, in terms of the outreach, was those virtual connections.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everyone that, if you're watching the YouTube feed, you can ask questions in the chat for feed 1. We're happy to bring those up and address them as they come up, so please feel free to drop questions in the chat. We'll answer them on the broadcast here.
I'm a bit surprised.
Yeah, that's great. What a great opportunity for people.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was going to say, I'm a bit surprised we always usually get the classic, what did you have for dinner? What did they make?
What is for dinner
really?
tonight? I think we're having a Thanksgiving dinner tonight.
Okay, so Tommy, what did you have for dinner?
We haven't eaten it yet, but I did notice there was some roast turkey.
Yes.
Roasted Brussels sprouts, gravy, and, I don't know what else. But really, they do, a fantastic job. We're very lucky. They get very skilled galley crews and cooks and chefs here on board these ships. And I know everybody couldn't be more appreciative of that hard work. They say an army lives on its stomach, and that's true for a crew. You keep up morale, you can get through a lot of things.
Yeah, Tony, that I'm famous for being a fan of the ice cream chest. Can you comment and maybe provide some video evidence of the contents of the ice cream chest? We're going to be sailing on the Nancy Foster in a couple weeks, so I just want to make sure that they're stocked appropriately for our mission.
They are. In fact, I've been trying to be very good and healthy, but I did peek in it last night, and there must have been 4 or 5 different kind of chocolatey popsicle treats, and then there's some sort of one, almost like a large chocolate ball. I don't know what it was. It looked like it was French.
The only I've been resisting as well, but the only one I've pulled out so far has been a Reese cup ice cream bar, which was quite good. If you can't have a Snickers ice cream bar, then a Reese's cup would probably be the next best thing.
It's the small things when you're out on a ship for weeks at a time.
These are some of the most valuable reports we have today.
Yeah, well, I can add one caution. I can add one caution about the ice cream. I remember being on the Foster, and I found out real quickly that the crew takes their ice cream supply very seriously. So you got to be careful what you dig into there without asking.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, they do a very good job at keeping morale up with some of those treats. So it's good. But because we're talking about the food, they've been making, upside down pineapple cakes, some sort of strawberry princess delight. I mean, it's really been. It's no small feat every night to say thank you to the galley crew, because they do a tremendous job on the Nancy Foster. And,
Boy, I can echo that. I'm still trying to lose weight from all those trips out to the Monitor, living on board those ships. The crews do a great job, just an awesome job.
They do. And, we should give another shout out to the NOAA ship Nancy Foster, who, this is the research platform we're on now, part of the NOAA White Fleet. We call it the pride of the fleet. It's the ship that can do anything and does anything, from scuba diving operations to very complex ROV operations. We've got a satellite dish on the stern deck now from GFOE, fisheries science, sonar research. I mean, really, you name it for marine science, and this vessel can do it. So we're so appreciative to the officers and crew and the able seamen, the merchant mariners, aboard this vessel who couldn't be more professional, that couldn't be more expertise in what they do. So it's really, we can never say enough to the capabilities of this vessel and the Office of the NOAA Office of Operations.
Marine and Aviation Operations.
Marine and Operations Operations.
I gotta think about that too sometimes.
We're an organization filled with acronyms, but yeah, it's absolutely incredible. So we're very thankful.
Yeah, Tana, you can pass along to the captain that I had the privilege of knowing Nancy Foster, and she was a tremendous supporter of all our efforts on the Monitor. So it's an aptly named vessel. It's carrying the name proudly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a part of that legacy, right, that is connected to Monitor. I mean, and Nancy Foster, one of the foremost marine scientists. We were lucky to have her with NOAA. Now we're on the ship named after her on NOAA's first National Marine Sanctuary. So yeah, again, we're very privileged.
What a great story.
Yeah, it's amazing. But maybe just as we're running towards the end here, we've got a few more minutes, but maybe for Chris Southerly, do you have any maybe some thoughts about what we've seen today and what you hope to see tomorrow, but just overall the project?
I think just looking at the overall project as a whole, for this being officially day one, technically day 1.5, because we ran for a half day yesterday because things went so well. Knock on wood, things are going without a hitch. This is a well-oiled machine. All the pieces are coming together. You can't say enough about the GFOE crew and the capabilities and the caliber of all the crew on board. And we've got some amazing footage from the ecological and the archaeological standpoint on the bottom, and in somewhat challenging conditions today because the currents were running, 1 to 1.5 knots. Looks like it's running about 1.4 right now on the bottom, so that makes navigating an ROV very challenging on the bottom. So I think it's just, if we can keep rolling the same as what we have been, this is going to be a great project.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. And again, Chris represents the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, who recently we've been working very closely with a Submerged North Carolina initiative. This is webinars and projects and outreach events that, we're just so pleased. And of course that builds on all the work that's happened before with John Broadwater and Gordon Watts, the connection to NOAA and the preservation of the ship. So we couldn't be more pleased to have them on board with us. And then, well, maybe since we're going around the room, maybe Chris Taylor, maybe what the what you think of what we've achieved so far, and maybe sort of the aspirations, what we want to achieve from this entire project. What do you think?
It's been a great visit to USS Monitor today. The GFOE crew, pilots, engineers have done a great job of sharing all the views that are coming from Yogi. I particularly like the incorporation of the imaging sonar. I'm looking forward to using that more on the coming days, and to bringing into the multimedia aspects of this, Tony, bringing in those site maps, having the engineers and pilots migrate over to their navigation screen to give us context of where they are when they're making these observations. It's just a well-oiled machine over there, and I can't wait to do this again tomorrow and explore the other wrecks.
Yeah, thank you. And we really need to thank our guest narrators today. We had Carol Price from the North Carolina Aquarium at Roanoke Island. Will Hoffman, Director of Conservation at the Mariners Museum and Park. The President and CEO of the Mariners Museum and Park, Howard Hagee. That they're our closest and longest partner after the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, and we literally couldn't do the Monitor project without them, because the conservation is at least half of who we are, so that's critical. And then, of course, bringing John Broadwater and to join us in our team of narrators, and John, it's been such a pleasure to have you with us after so many years working with you, but to bring you back to the Monitor again, it's been a real pleasure. So thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. It's my pleasure. It's quite a treat to get to see the Monitor again and see that she seems to be kind of holding her own against the elements, and so I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And seeing the new technology, I'm definitely impressed and just delighted to see it all in operation.
Yeah, thank you. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow, which is going to be great with the whole new crew. There
you go.
Yeah, it's going to be good. And, again, the photogrammetry, we're going to do the 360 video for the virtual reality products that we're going to create. And this is the first of many shipwrecks we'll be visiting during this project, and natural reefs as well, of course, which we're very excited by. But, we see that Monitor's linchpin to everything that happens out here to enable to tell these stories. So that's the tip of our spear. But, to work with Chris Southerly and the Office of State Archaeology to help to look at the other shipwrecks and heritage out here from the other shipwrecks we'll visit, like the LV-71 from World War I, sunk by a German U-boat in 1918. We've got 2 battleships we'll be visiting that were sunk by General Air Marshal Billy Mitchell in 1923. And that really ushered in carrier warfare to show that airplanes, this new invention of the airplane, could sink a capital ship for the first time. And of course, the World War II story too, which is so prominent out here. So we're really excited. And maybe, Dan, maybe what's been some of your impressions from leading up to this, and then what we achieved so successfully today in the last, well, like Chris said, last 1.5 days.
Yeah, no, I think it's been incredibly successful so far. There's a lot of steps that needed to happen to get us here. Just figuring out how this would work with the flyaway system, working with the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries and the Monitor National Marine Sanctuary to figure out, the parameters of the mission. Working with the ship to figure out what the technical requirements were for bringing our equipment on board. Successfully transporting all of our equipment from Rhode Island down to Charleston for mobilization, and then getting everything on the ship and everything mobilized and set up and ready for the mission within just a week, or less than a week. So there's a lot of steps that got us here, and of course, once we do all of that successfully, we're kind of at the mercy of the currents, the winds, the waves, the weather, and fortunately, yesterday was a little bit choppy, but it's been clearing up, and it's a beautiful day today, and I think we're expecting pretty good weather for at least the next few days. So very fortunate that all these pieces came together. It took a lot of hard work, a lot of planning, and just a little bit of luck. And now here we are at the Monitor with diving with Yogi and Guru.
Well, and folks might not realize, but we've been planning this for 3 years.
Right.
So we had a planning year, then we had a year we were about to go, and of course, as so many of us had to change our plans because of COVID, so it was canceled. And then the next year we were going to come out, which was last year, and we actually had engine go down on the Nancy Foster. So we were literally about to launch, and that delayed us. So this is year 3, and we'll knock on wood, as we should, but we've gone off to a stellar start with this project, and it's always great to start off strong and then see where you go from there. But
absolutely,
we're very lucky. As we start to come to a close too, we can see we're getting greeted by multiple sand tiger sharks, which is exciting.
Yeah, and we're just in our last few minutes here trying to finish up as much of the photogrammetry transects as we can. We'll be able to continue and finish up this process tomorrow. We'll be back here tomorrow. And hopefully it looks like the currents might be a little less severe than they were earlier, but hopefully they'll continue to decline. But we do intend to use the Boxfish 360 camera again tomorrow to get more of that 360 immersive video. So, and of course, we have more Telepresence events. We're going to be connecting with a handful of other additional museums and aquariums to do these live interactions and involve the public and answer questions as they come up, and we're very much looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. And John, as you're watching as we leave the wreck, that was actually a beautiful view inside the high side of the armor belt. Some of those areas you talked about are great to see. So that's our last view as we start leaving the vessel. Oh, and coming back at it.
Yeah, I can't wait to see all this summarized and put together, Tane. It's really impressive.
And of course, all the video is recorded, and at least some of it will be broadcast overnight tonight. Roland, is that going to be a full dive video, or will highlight clips? Okay. Okay, great. So we're going to be showing highlight clips from yesterday's dive and today's dive overnight tonight. So if you missed a lot of the dive today, you can tune in this evening and tonight and see at least some of the highlights from the dive before we come back to this site tomorrow. And that'll happen every night. Every night we'll be playing clips of highlights of things that we've seen. So no matter what time of day, even if it's in off hours when we're not in the water, you'll be able to enjoy the footage from this expedition.
That's awesome.
Yep, and that includes if we have a weather day or if we have to delay or cancel a cruise, a dive for any reason, we will be playing those highlight reels so that there's always something to watch. So again, you can go to the GFOE homepage, the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration homepage. The URL for that is engineeringfordiscovery.org. Both feeds 1 and 2, are both available on the front homepage there. Again, that's engineeringfordiscovery.org, and of course you can leave chats and questions and comments in the YouTube chat.
And we're going to start the same time tomorrow where we were broadcasting from the aft deck.
Yeah, we're going to plan for the same launch time tomorrow. You know, the actual time that we get down to the bottom and get to the wreck will vary depending on, you know, conditions and the amount of time it takes, you know, to reach the wreck from the distance that we land on the bottom. So, you know, we can give you a time frame, time estimation, but roughly the same schedule as today. Yeah.
Okay, good. And if people tune in early and they are watching at 8 a.m., there's some great views from the aft deck. You can see the GFOE team prepping the gear, getting things ready, and then watching the whole launch procedure is quite exciting too. You can see the vessels come down over the stern and see the engines of the no ship Nancy Foster turning. So it's once we hit the water, it's pretty exciting.
Yeah, definitely. It's quite a fun process to watch. A lot of moving pieces that come together to launch and recover the vehicle successfully.
So we're about 25 seconds out. Should we start signing off?
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Just maybe each of us on the line, if you don't mind, signing off and saying goodbye to the public. But I'm Tony Casserly with the NOAA's Monitor National Marine Sanctuary, and I want to thank everybody so much. If you're either a participant, if you're at the venue, or everybody's part of the team, thank you today for great success.
Yeah, and thank
Chris Taylor with the NOAA's National Centers for Coastal Ocean Science. Really enjoyed the time here today and look forward to signing in tomorrow morning. Good night, everybody.
This is John Broadwater.
Chris Southerly. Go ahead, John.
Go ahead, Chris.
No, John, you've got seniority. Go.
John Broadwater, former superintendent for the Monitor Sanctuary and still Monitor devotee, signing off. I had a wonderful day. Thanks to everybody.
Like I say, and Chris Southerly with the North Carolina Office of State Archaeology, the Underwater Branch. We'll see you all tomorrow for more exciting video.
Yeah, and thank you, everyone. And thanks to all of you for tuning in on behalf of GFOE. You know, right now in the control room, bringing our dive to a close is pilot Bobby Moore. We've got co-pilot Andy O'Brien and navigator Chris Ritter. And of course, Roland on video. Roland doesn't take many breaks throughout the course of the day. But we're all so proud to be here and showing you this live footage from the wreck of the USS Monitor. And we're very much looking forward to being back here tomorrow and interacting more with more of you in the public. So have a great night. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You are currently the only person in this conference. Speaker muted. Dial *4 to unmute.
bridge, Nav. Go ahead, Nav. Hey, we're just starting to get set up for recovery. We are not requesting a heading change, just requesting maybe you guys up there start to think about what our recovery heading might be. We had it this morning we had the launch heading at 165, seemed to be a really good ride. What are you guys seeing up there? It's going to be roughly in that vicinity of 165, possibly a little more to the left, maybe 150. Okay, that's great. Good copy, thanks. Gotcha, winch. Copy. What do you need me to do? We do not have winch control. Can you check the pressure gauge to see if it's at 0? It is at 0. Okay, we might need a power cycle. Good copy. The pressure just went up and the winch moved. Pressure's up again at 5,000. It's only at 1,000. Went up to 5,000. off, reset. Copy. Okay, Lars, we're going to try hauling in. Go ahead. We have pressure ramping up, and I do not see it moving. Let me try and take back local control. Copy, yeah, go ahead. All right, take it back local. Hauling in slightly. Okay, I have good local control here. Switching back to remote. Now. You should have remote control. Copy, testing winch. I do not see it moving out here. Understood. We might try from local. Repeat your last. If you would like, I can bring it up to 35 from local. Stand by one. Standing by. Winch, nav. Go ahead, nav. Yeah, we still like to get set up with Yogi before we come up to 35, so could we have you haul up slowly to 4 or 5 meters? Good copy. Switching back to local, coming up to 4 or 5 at 10 meters per minute. Good copy.